Welcome back to the CCL pre-show. It is finals day. Top 6 is on the docket. We're back with another live show. Everybody woke up. Everybody's here on time. Let's go. Big ups to everybody. Big ups. We did it. We did it. Amazing. As always, I'm joined by K-Bot, Vaughn, Borg, and 3Z. How are y'all doing today, everybody?
I'm doing all right. Hey, it's a Sunday. It's championship day. We're all at our Sunday best, and it's time to get the show on the road. Let's see what everyone's got.
Indeed, indeed. Vaughn, I heard you had a Snapple fact for us today.
It's a dupe, though. You've set me up for failure. It's a dupe. Here, let me check my other Snapple.
For those who don't know, we could, you could do both.
For non-nosers, even.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
I'll cheat. This is low-key cheating, but I'll look up the Snapple fact list.
You have a Snapple fact bookmark list? No.
No, I just typed Snapple facts in Google.
Oh, okay.
It's 2025, Dylan. Let's get with the time.
My bad.
What are we
doing
here?
Bookmark.
Okay, yeah, there's a list on GitHub. So, okay, here we go.
Oh.
Mosquitoes have 47 teeth.
Really? I didn't know they had teeth.
Why? I don't know. I'll investigate that as you move along. I'll find out why.
Interesting.
Get to the bottom of that.
We'll get to the bottom of that. Borg, looking great as always. How are you doing today?
Feeling good. Made a mistake yesterday. Maybe some of you noticed with my slightly subpar to my standards casting. I did not eat until after, and that was a mistake. So I'm eating now, and so you might see me take a couple bites. Same with Mr. Breezy down there. But yeah, feeling good. This sandwich is quite immaculate, and I can't complain.
Fuel.
Yeah, I actually need the brawler fuel. I'm nothing without my fuel.
You were on your goalie gamer schedule yesterday.
All right.
Play gamer
Yeah.
grind.
All
Guys, brawlers, get it done. All right.
Oh, yeah.
We're just gonna have roll beef the whole time.
A little bit. Yeah, I think so.
This is just all it is nowadays. You missed
Vaughn's just
a
saying
lot.
it because to make
Good
me
God.
hear how stupid I sound.
You
whenever I
say it all the time. All the time.
Because you do
For
say it all the
every
time.
inane thing
You do.
that we
Here we go.
discussed.
Here we
That
go.
was a brawler-ass play. Woke up feeling like a brawler today. Have you tried this chamomile tea? It's for brawlers.
Okay,
KWT.com.
Vaughn,
Everything.
what you're
It's
missing is
insane.
that
W
he
plug.
used to
KWT.com.
say, "I'm feeling like a Sundubu striker today," but
That
he
was
can't say that
fine.
anymore.
That
Yeah,
was
that was
fine.
okay.
I don't
That was
mind that.
okay.
No, it
Something
would
to
really,
replace
he would
it.
say
I'll be feeling like
X-Lore
a
over
Super
everything.
Duper striker in like 3 weeks, bro. No worries.
Yeah, that's fine. This brawler. I mean, did you see what Mr. Zerk? I think it's the culmination of the brawler mentality.
No,
what
no,
Mr.
no,
Zerk
listen.
put in the chops
That's
channel.
an ABAB dinner.
Yep.
ABAB
Yep.
dinner. Okay.
ABAB
Not a
dinner.
brawler
Don't
dinner.
the fact
Hey,
that we differentiate is what drives me insane. It's there needs to be a limit on what is the brawler lifestyle. It's
That does
crazy.
not represent the brawler lifestyle. Okay.
Yeah, it honestly perfectly does. And I'm
CEO
not
of
joking.
Brawler.
This guy doesn't know
Yeah,
3Z.
real. That was a
This
goal.
guy
Yeah,
doesn't
Okay,
know.
real,
all
bro.
the yap, Asaya, I need you to bring up on stream. I'm gonna find it while 3Z and Portman are talking. You need to bring it's disgusting. Okay,
Oh,
yeah, bring that,
no.
bring
You guys
that
know
up.
the
bringing it
difference
up.
between brawler and brawler,
Pull
bro.
it up.
Bro,
3Z,
my team
3Z.
invented
Sorry.
that terminology.
I asked you a question as you were taking a bite there. That's my bad. Can you show us what you're eating right now? What's your brawler breakfast looking like?
Me?
Blueberries.
Yeah,
and
you.
sunshine.
3Z.
I already showed mine.
Oh, it's gone. Never mind.
Oh,
in
like
true-
a
gotta
brawler,
true
it's already in
brawler
his
fashion.
tummy. Am I right?
It's
He
gone.
sure brawled his breakfast, fellas.
He's eating. He's chomping.
Maybe we're gonna get an ad rush proc off of the digestion.
Bro.
Let's go, brawlers, get it done.
No, you can't get an ad rush off of that. No way. 3Z, the tea drinker. How are you feeling today? How's it going?
I woke up a little late today, but I was still on time, kind of. Good. Still sick, but good. Ready to watch some more thrilling CCL gameplay today.
Mhm.
I had a good time casting with my good friend Borg yesterday. So looking forward to casting in today. Yeah, really interested to see how these losers bracket games will go. And honestly, GMU could give NJIT a run for their money in winners. So
They probably
I'm
could.
excited. Yeah.
Probably good. More on that in a second because we got the brawler dinner up on the screen
It
right
is
now.
off to your left, Vaughn. if you'd like
Bottle
to
of
roast it.
ranch, head of iceberg lettuce, Barg's root
Disgusting.
beer.
And I think,
Honestly,
and I just, I want to make sure.
The worst thing
I
about
wanna
this
make
is that it's
sure-
darks instead of mug. Like, how are
Yeah,
you going
that's
to
what
drink
I
the
said
wrong
too.
brand of
A&W
root beer?
That's what I
clears.
said too.
A&W clears. What do you
Well,
mean?
A&W be fine, but bro
Yeah,
chose.
that's fine, but you
kidding
never
me?
buy A&W. Like, you buy
And
mug.
I do. Am
What
I
I
swapped?
what I really want to draw attention to as well is the caption, which was Brawler dinner. Low key, try this shit at least once. It slaps. And then goes to war in a thread defending it
Yeah,
for like the
I
next
think-
hour.
I think I was in
Yeah.
VC
Oh
with
my
Zert
God.
when he was eating that, and I was like, you know what? That's fine with me. It's a wedge salad. Just you don't cut up the wedge. You just eat the whole
Just
thing.
L wedge
Cabbage,
salad. L
Wedge
wedge
salads are awesome.
Just
No,
cabbage.
No,
it's
I wouldn't have it with
Oh,
ranch. I'd have it with blue cheese
That's
dressing.
like eating
Maybe a
a
nice
raw
like
onion.
Greek salad or
super
something
L.
instead.
You don't like blue cheese?
No.
It's an acquired
Oh.
taste. It's an acquired taste.
Yeah, blue
It's
cheese
really
is
good.
Yummy. I like mold.
Yummy mold, yes. Mm. No, it's good. It's good mold. It's young mold, not bad
Uh-huh.
mold.
See, the
Not bad
problem
mold at
here,
all.
look, let me break this down for the audience at home.
I'm really funny.
This isn't, not the blue cheese, I'm completely going past that. You
Okay.
can't, when you have a brawler meal, right? It's
Mhm.
got to be high in one of two things:
Gotta have protein.
badassery or protein, right?
You get it.
And if it has both, beautiful, right? Or it's got to look hella good, but then it's not necessarily a brawler dinner. It's just good. You know what I mean? And you can't complain. See, I could draw attention to slightly further down the thread. You
Like
have
balls?
a giant bite out of a thing of ground beef in Everclear, posted by Bell's IRL. That is a brawler meal right there.
Yeah.
Because
That
that's
is a brawler
high
meal.
in protein and that's badass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those are the two
Everclear
things
shots,
to have a
never
brawler
again.
meal. All right,
Ugh.
that's what you need. It's got to have
Dolph
some
posted
protein.
this-
It's got to look really good.
This
Mhm.
like brisket, grilled cheese or whatever. That shit looked hella
That's
brawler
busted.
meal.
That's
That's
a
a
good.
brawler
That's
meal.
a good.
That's
Yeah.
a good brawler meal.
Lot
It's
of
got a little
protein
extra
in
brisket
there.
on there too. A lot of protein.
Yeah, a lot of brisket.
Build
I
these
could-
muscles.
I could mess up some brisket right now. No kizzity bizzity.
If you're
See,
ever
what Zert
in my neck of the
posted-
woods, Thursday, I'll make you one.
Let me just, what Zert posted, that's a
Twitch
goalie
feed
ass
is not
dinner right there.
stopping either.
Yeah, that's a
That's-
dinner
that's
for
not
rabbits that
That's
have
a
an alcoholic
melee ass
streak.
goalie dinner right there. Melee ass goalie dinner. That's a dinner for Mako players right there.
Tell 'em-
Mako
Tell 'em,
dinner.
reach
That's a
on it.
Weston ass dinner right there.
A Weston dinner. No,
Yo?
no disrespect to Weston.
Yeah,
no
That is not a
disrespect to
Weston dinner.
Yo,
Let's be
Weston's
clear.
dinner.
That is like a rat like Kai goalie dinner. Like
It's like
we saying
Zoro
it's
ass
Zoro
dinner
dinner?
right
the
there.
Goomies that you already
We've
lose
lost the plot,
Zoros.
gentlemen. We have lost
Yeah.
the
We
plot.
have lost
My
the
bad.
plot.
Yeah,
Let's
all
see
I
my
know is
bad.
I'll get a
Track.
bat for Weston. I know the melee goalie players, and they're little Bill IRL. Let's be clear
Alright,
about
my bad,
that.
my
You see
bad.
this?
My
You see this
bad,
my
barcode guy?
bad.
But he eats
Yeah.
fucking water with
I
cereal.
got a little
bro.
heated.
He's
I got a little heated. I got a little heated.
Yeah, well, that's just
We
the
got a little
we have
psychopath
lost
dinner.
the plot. We have
Let's
lost
move
the
back.
plot.
Let's move back into the schedule
Shout
for
out
today.
Weston.
Shout out Weston. Shout out Brawler dinners
Love
all
Weston
over the
and his
world.
girlfriend. Just love the two of them.
Yes,
That's
shout out
facts.
Weston's girlfriend, by the way. I hear she's 10 out of 10. Let's move on to the biggest games of day one onto the docket. The first stream of the day yesterday was a banger. Fairfield fell 1-2 in a round one thriller. And then they had an even worse time when they fell into losers and lost 2-0 to 16 seed U Tulsa. The Stag Dream is dead. Fellas, what are your thoughts on that?
W Doggitos. W
Antlers
Doggitos.
down.
All right.
W
I think
Doggitos.
the
L
the
Stags,
era of the
as
stag
usual.
hype died. I think
Yeah.
midway
Stag.
through this season after the Twitch
Okay.
chatting incident for me. I love the players on that team. I love the energy that they brought. It rejuvenated the season, or else it would have been honestly way less. I would have been bored out of my brain if we didn't have that whatever. But it didn't seem like a team that could make the deep run just yet. I think they need some time to gel. Stray just reminded me of a young, early Water Fury, actually, in their first season. Like, lots of mistakes, but the potential is 100% there. And EDA Phoenix was doing a really good job in games versus ET Han, especially on the Gates game versus his ex, but just needs more games. So, a good result for a rookie team, especially when they started out. I'm pretty sure Stray just was like silver,
Yeah.
and EDA Phoenix was
Yeah.
like a rookie, like rookie rank by the time their first game was coming up, or like bronze or something. So really nothing to be too disappointed about. So
Definitely. I think this Fairfield team can definitely come back next season and just get some more reps in, get some more practice as a team, and then be able to advance further into playoffs. But not a bad start at all, considering that they're a new team, an unproven roster coming into the season, and then they just got the 8th seed. I would say it's a very, very good run for Fairfield. No shame in their season, but a little sad how the season ended for them. I will start talking about the SLU run. They snagged a dominant 2-0 win over Texas A&M, and then they reverse sweeped UT Dallas in a 2-0 victory. That first map, they were down 2-0 in sets, get the 3-2 win after a reverse sweep, and then stun UT Dallas, moving them into the winners semis and into top 6. I'm going to also link this as well to GMU because we're going to talk about GMU versus SLU here in a second. GMU getting a close victory over UT Nerdboom 2-1, and then GMU stuns their rival SLU, advancing into the winners final against NJIT. GMU and SLU, what are our thoughts on these two teams, gentlemen?
A tale as old as time, or correction, as old as the CCL is. Yeah, I mean, really well done. First of all, on the SLU side, hey, they've actually stepped into decent, defined roles. I think when we first saw this team make their appearance, they were playing double brawler and Zoro on a melee goalie, and that wasn't cutting it, right? There were a couple games yesterday where Zoro's on the Kai. He's been back and forth on a couple of different things, but Grant switching again over to the midfield, I think makes a huge difference for this team to get a little bit more core control. They're able to get the job done, squeak out into top 6 here, and we'll see how far they can go. Obviously stopped by GMU, and Vaughn, you were able to cast this series. I was listening to this one back. You are very complimentary of Rabies and their role in actually making this GMU roster gel. And I think when it comes to today, you're going to, if somebody's going to, or whatever team is going to make it to the top 2, the more rookie players are going to have to step up. Rabies could be the one for GMU.
Yeah, I believe that Rabies is definitely making a case for them to make Rookie of the Year honors in the CCL awards after the season. They have just been absolutely amazing. And considering where GMU was around week 3 or so, they looked a little aimless, a little lost. You had Spartan on, I think, midfielder brawler, not in the goal box. And then Wiggly Wobbly comes back and they're able to find their form, get that roster gelling, and then carry that success into the postseason. It definitely worked out very, very well for them. So congratulations to GMU there. And finally, we've got UT Nerdboom avenging their regular season loss to UT Dallas 2-0, advancing into the top 6 through the loser's side. Fellas, is it a Longhorn sweep? I know Threezy likes that.
Threezy's always been a Longhorner. Talk about why they can win it all, Threezy.
This could be a tough game for them against St. Clair. St. Clair we thought would make it through winners though.
I will say, week 6, UT Nerdboom beat St. Clair with the Judgmental and Storm roster in a 3-game series. So it is possible they've done it before.
Yeah, I think it's likely. I just think it'll be hard. So I think the offense is better. The Nikki Flambeau duo is just probably one of the best forward duos in CCL. And I think that they should be able to crack Judgmental. The question is if Maple can hold continuously against Storm or whatever brawler St. Clair decides to field, which I think is a reasonable expectation. So I think it's a classy Longhorn sweep, but I could see them dropping a game or at least a few sets.
Gotcha. Which upset had the most impact on the top 6? We'll start over here with K-Bot and go down the line.
Which upset do I have to pick? I thought I had one earlier, and now I lost the point that I was going to make. Excellent. I think probably it's probably the SLU over UTD for me. I think UTD is a team that I thought early in the season could have potential to make the run towards NJIT, and they stumbled. a little bit over the course of the day yesterday, dropping the series to SLU and then getting knocked out by their Texas rivals in Nerd Boom. So yeah, for me, it's probably the SLU story. I don't think it's going to be enough really today, but we'll see how far they can make it.
Vaughn, what are your thoughts?
I'll pick the Patriots over Nerd Boom because it just shaped the bracket so differently than expected. None of us had, even if you predicted GMU to make it out, I don't think anyone would have ever said they were making it out in winners. I think that was pretty difficult to do. Getting through Nerd Boom and Dallas, like the two Texas Titans, especially Nerd Boom, I think that team is so good. Flambeau and Nikki Middleton play the game nonstop 24/7. 2 of the 3 of Handless Dogs, team that's been really putting in the work, nasty level team, minimum. So I was very surprised to see GMU pull that out because I hadn't really seen. They felt like a team treading water at times during the season, and so I just went in with the biases surrounding that, and then I was proven very wrong. And then they stormed out and took down SLU with a really decisive game 1, then a closer game 2, which again, really good win. So I think they got tested a lot. Do I think they have a shot versus NJIT? No, sorry, I don't. I think it's like this thing in OS where there's just certain matchups that feel like there's an upset potential and ones that feel less so. I think if all 3 of the players play well, that's fine. But I think Ravies had such a wonderful performance versus SLU because they were able to go up against a player that was weaker than them in Grant. By proxy now, they'll be going up against the best midfielder in the league. And I've played against that guy over 15 times in S tiers over my career. I always run into EKC in the bracket. That guy punishes your mistakes like almost nobody else can. So they're going to have to be airtight, locked down. And we'll see if they can replicate that. But I would definitely say that the George Mason run completely shook up my bracket 100%. Made it so either UT Dallas or UT Nerd Boom wasn't making it out, most likely, which is crazy. Which ended up happening, obviously. So that's my take.
Borg, what are your thoughts?
Before I say mine, I have to say it for the record, Spartan, I apologize. You proved me wrong and you've returned me into a believer. So well done. Well done. After the doubt I had, it was all squashed. So I'm back on the GMU side if you'll have me. But since all the main ones are kind of taken, I'm gonna insert a little bit of narrative onto the board here for mine. Not quite an upset, but almost an upset that I think could have possibly led to the struggles of UT Dallas later on in the bracket. Was the Fuel versus UT Dallas game was actually 2-1. And I mean, if you see UT Dallas during the season, you'd think that'd be an easy 2-0, no big deal. But the Fuel Heads almost got it done, give UT Dallas a little bit of the jab. They couldn't get the straight in, but that set up SLU to hit them with the straight, knock them down to the losers, and then finish them off there at the UT Nerd Boom, right? So I think maybe UT Dallas kind of got rocked, maybe got a little bit caught underprepared in that first round, and then got caught with their pants fully down by SLU later on in that quarters-finals game. So who knows if that had anything to do with it, but I'm just going to leave that there.
I will say, to your point there, Borg, in the thread, both these teams met up in Lubbock and played against each other. UT Dallas beating SLU in the finals. First thing Zoro says is GG's. I guess it was the PCs after all. A little bit of lore there. So love the friendly banter and the rivalry between these two teams there. Threezy, I'm giving you a little extra time so you can blow your nose. But what do you think your biggest upset is?
We didn't talk about Lakeland over esports at OSU, right?
We did not.
No.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty decent one. I mean, on paper, you think that these teams maybe are sort of even, but you expect esports at OSU as like a top 4 team to make a deep run, and it got cut short. Lakeland and losers lore, apparently.
All right.
Track record.
Common Lakeland W, as always.
Question for the desk: how many people got DM'd by Soren after that series? Was it just me?
Probably
It
you.
was-
Oh, I got
were-
DM'd by Soren after a later series. He always has to, jerk it whenever something happens for himself. So.
Well, Soren knows
Oh,
that I'm
no.
already rooting for him, so he doesn't need to jerk it to me in DMs after he wins.
Yeah. Whatever.
All right.
My bad
Okay.
for being a doubter. Then
Yeah.
he uses the excuse, "Oh, we were off rolling during the season." All right. Well, how am I supposed to take you seriously at all then?
Yeah, it's fine. The guy's just a
Whatever.
yapper and super. I just ignore it or brush it off. Just say, hey, good job, buddy. Keep it moving.
I just wait until, yeah, all good.
Fun. That's
Um,
literally what I did. Is I said "good job" with an space exclamation point.
Hey, good.
Yeah.
Congratulations, man.
W comms,
Keep
guys.
it going.
W comms,
All right.
W comms, everybody.
W comms. W comms.
So yeah, sad
Yeah.
to see OSU go, but Lakeland's cool. Down for them to make a little run here. They run to SLU, which will be fun to watch. These teams have played each other
Classic.
Brazilian times. Yeah, we'll see which of them faces probably Nerd Boom or the Longhorns. Could be the Saints in loser semis. Yeah.
For me, I think my biggest upset is Tulsa getting the 2-0 over Fairfield. And I don't think that it's a full-on split between these two teams. Tulsa just got off of a game where they got 2-0'd by NJIT, and Fairfield just got off a very stressful 3-game set against Lakeland, losing 2-1. So when you play the best team in the tournament, and then you're going up against an opponent that's likely a little winded from the last one, that might just be why Tulsa got that upset. And it set up the bracket. And taking out one of these contenders in Fairfield set up the bracket for UT Nerdboom to make a pretty decent run through the losers bracket, only having to face off against UT Dallas in that losers round 3 to secure top 6. If Fairfield was in there, would we see UT Nerdboom today? Would we see UT Dallas today? That's probably a question for one of the other multiverses that is out there where Fairfield did win. Fairfield does go on to make top 6. We will never know. There's a lot of what ifs on that, but I think that is my biggest upset of the day. I remember going into that match thread and saying like, okay, who won and what was the score? Even though I had all the results right there, I was like, let's just verify that this is actually correct. So congratulations to Tulsa there. GG's to them. Let's move on to this top 6 rundown here. You've got NJIT and George Mason, your winners bracket. Top 2 getting into the winners finals. Preceded by SLU, St. Clair, UT Nerdboom, and Lakeland, making it in through the lower bracket. Who's been an impact player on each of these teams? Who has had the most eventful season? We'll start with you, K-Bot.
So for me, the team that's had the most eventful season probably is UT Nerdboom. I mean, looking at their regular season matches, they took a week 7 loss to UTD, a week 6 win over St. Clair, lost to NJIT, won over esports at OSU back in week 4. I feel like this is the team that probably has had the most other matches against the rest of the lineup. They know what to expect entering the day-to-day, and it's a matter of whether or not they can pull it off. I think it's most likely that the team that comes out of the UT Nerdboom versus St. Clair match will have the best shot of cracking top 2 out of the losers bracket, if not for GMU themselves. So I will be very heavily watching that matchup later today.
Vaughn.
I think it's one final agreement for Kenneth and I to round out the season. I think those two, I mentioned earlier how it's just some teams look like they can upset the top dog, and that depends on the event. It's not necessarily the second strongest team has the best chance of beating the first strongest team. There are just certain styles and character preferences and team-wide approaches that influence how teams play versus one another. So I think that out of any of the teams, I agree that those two. We saw that yesterday. If you're St. Clair, you can get close to taking a game from NJIT. Will they be able to if they rematch them in the Grands? No, assuming they make Grands. Who knows? Maybe GMU makes the number 1 seed upset again. They did it once before, back in the day against Lakeland, and that was the on-call favorite to win the whole thing. So who could say? But I do think out of every team left, I think the only team that has the biggest chance to take a series and potentially take the tournament versus NJIT is UT Nerdboom. I don't think there's another team that has the matchup to do it. We'll see if that's a correct prediction. Do I think UT Nerdboom is necessarily the second strongest team left? No. I just think they have the best chance to take down NJIT, which is obviously the end goal for all the teams. So that's my thoughts there.
Alrighty, Borg.
I got to correct my mistake, like I said, from last week. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but player who's had the most eventful season, and I'm going to just kind of put it like that instead of the team, it's got to be Spartan, right? Bro swapped around roles. He swapped around teammates, didn't figure out what he was going to do. They tried to piece some things together, and then finally arrives back home after a long journey to the goal box, just where he's needed in order to hold it down and make this winners finals run so far. I mean, hey, what more of an adventure? I mean, bro just took on the entire Frodo journey this season and then managed to end it off with a bang. We'll see if they can end it off truly with a bang by getting, they're already secured top 3, but can they secure top 2, top 1? Can they upset the NJIT? I'll be casting the game later, so stay tuned for that one, but we'll have to see about that.
Alrighty, and 3Z, you've been in this position before. You are a 2-time CCL champion. Who's the most eventful impact player, eventful team this season?
It's a good question. I want to talk about SLU for a second. You could talk about Lakeland, but like we just said, they were like for funning or whatever, doing whatever. Come on, Thorin's just goofing off. Then they had to lock in or whatever, and they did. But I want to talk about SLU because they have 2 brawlers, and one of them had to role swap to midfield, and I think that's a pretty impressive feat. As a brawler,
I agree
Morton
with
knows a
that.
thing or two about that.
Played
I
with
agree with that.
role swapped midfielder before in Nassau. There's very few that can do that on that stage. So it's impressive. And also for Spirit Crab, right, to be the brawler, it's kind of hard to be the brawler that the other brawler leaves so that you can be the brawler. Like you have to step up and perform, right? Because
You know a lot about that.
the other brawler is the midfielder. So leave some shoes to fill there, and I think especially yesterday we saw some really impressive performances from Spirit Crab. And from Grant as well. And then obviously, the captain, Zoro, we expect, nothing minimum from his gameplay. We expect everything maximum. We expect high flashy plays. We expect him to hold it down when his team needs it the most. And he looked pretty good yesterday. There were some moments where he looked a little shaky, but that's all right. It happens. And his team performed, which is what matters. So I'll be very interested to see how they perform today. And I think their season has been a little rocky, but honestly pretty inspirational. So shout out to SLU.
Shout out SLU indeed. Out of all the top 6, there's only 2 teams that I can really think of, George Mason and Lakeland, who have had more turmoil than the other teams, of course. I'm going to focus mainly, though, on Lakeland. Last season, last playoffs, they did not make top 6 because Soren was off-rolling and going on to, I believe, the midfielder or brawler role and not being in goal. And my criticisms of that was stick to what you're good at. You can lead the team effectively. Look at what Zoro did, for example, with SLU. Lead effectively from the goal net, from the goal box, and be able to go far from there. Lakeland has had so much turmoil during the season, they still made it into top 6. They had lots of roster turnover, not a whole lot of roster certainty in the first 3 weeks. Then they got their way into the playoffs with a 4-3 record, edged their way in. You had Soren getting top 3 at the LAN in Berkeley as well. So I think they've got a lot of this underdog behind them right now. I think they've taken a lot of the criticisms and the outpouring outclaim against them to heart, and they've made a lot of those changes and resolved a lot of the problems that were haunting them. I think Lakeland can be an underdog story. Will they make the finals? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. I think a lot of other teams, most of these other teams have better chances, but hey, no other tournament like the CCL playoffs can an upset happen. I'm very sure that something could potentially happen. One team loses and the bracket unfolds in a certain way that Lakeland could make a run, especially if Brett, their manager, grabs them some McDonald's during the game day. Let's move on
Brett.
to our shout out Brett, for real. Shout out Brett. Let's move on to our final segment before we get into the matches today. Give us your top 3. Who's gonna win it all, fellas?
Top
Well,
3.
Who's already finished?
I think
I wonder.
I will say it. I think NJIT might win today.
Shocker.
I know. Shocking development.
Thank you, Kenneth. Excellent analysis, Kowalski.
I'm just saying. Other than that, top 2. I
Just
think
saying.
it's probably St. Clair 2, GMU 3. I'll put that in. I think the race for second place is going to be close, and I think if you come out second place today, you could pat yourself on the back and like have a pretty nice, think back pretty fondly on the season if you hit second. But that's what I think. Second place will be pretty close, but yeah, that's that.
Vaughn, chilling.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a question of who's getting second.
Pretty much, yeah.
NJIT can win. This way, when Borg predicts like GMU to win, it'll be funny and the bit has higher. The bit's better. So NJIT will win. I think GMU. Okay, GMU upset UT Nerd Boom. So I would say UT Nerd Boom number 2, but you never. Let's just, you know what? I'll make it interesting, guys. Blue number 1, GMU number 2,
Slew coach.
Slew coach Vaughn.
NJIT 3rd.
Wow. Okay.
Why not?
Okay, I like that.
Just like imagine though, if that happened and like the world exploded, I would be the god of the universe, and I could recreate it in my image. So, yeah, that.
Yeah.
That. Absolutely. Borg, what are your thoughts?
Speaking of gods of the universe, I'm about to go Avengers Endgame on this storyline here, gentlemen. I've been hyping this up all season. I've been on, you guys think you might know what I'm going to say here, but I'm about to turn it on its head. Lakeland, now that you've reached top 6, I'm done. You're going down today, bitch. Oh, yeah. SLU, Zoro's got your number, Soren. Zoro's got your number all year, baby. He's taking you down in this loser's run, going up to the loser's semis. UT Nerd Boom St. Clair, who? None of you can match Zoro's prowess going into the top 3. And then, who's meeting them at the top 3 there for that losers finals? It's NJIT, because my boys Spartans got this NJIT roster locked up. George Mason is going number 1. NJIT number 3. SLU number 2. NJIT's falling today, baby.
Okay. All right. I like this. I like this a lot. Threezy, what are your thoughts?
Okay, well, I'm glad that there's been some whimsy on the desk today. It's been a welcome sight.
Feeling hella whimsical. ATM.
Very whimsical.
ATP, TS, PMO.
I will say that there's one thing that really just absolutely eats whimsy alive, and that's the Meg. Okay, watch out. That guy.
And he's hungry.
He's ready. He's ready. He's ready
That's
to
real.
eat. He's ready to click dash punch for the 10 millionth time on his keyboard, and he's ready to
Play
get 20
Asher.
KOs a game. My goodness,
So
there's
punch
nothing
dash,
more.
actually.
Yeah, more. I mean, that guy on Asher. I mean, or Juliet.
Chills.
Bit of a dash.
Monet wept
Yeah, really.
when compared to the Meg's Asher.
Really an artist on the Asher. I will say
do it.
NJIT is not infallible because if you can score without dying, that's your route to victory, because that team does rely on KOs.
Whoa!
Like their goalie Storm, he's good, but you can score on him. So I would say it's an NJIT sweep. Unfortunately, they're like Thanos God mode, but hey, you never know when Iron Man can come along and snap his fingers type shit. So George Mason, I would say honestly, probably 3rd. And then I'm gonna go Nerd Boom get the run back, and they get second. I'll go to Grants.
The adaptation
Okay.
on some soon Dubu shit.
Yeah.
Some Soon-Dubu.
Exactly.
Soon-Dubu
Ish.
striker cinema there. Okay, I'm going to give my top 3 here. And for one last time this season, K-Bot, can I get the sirens really quick?
Oh, Dylan, there's only one team.
Can I get the sirens,
There is
K-Bot?
one team
you-
left. You
I'm
are
just
not
asking
going
you
to
for a
pick
favor.
them. Woo!
I will say that UT Nerd Boom gets 3rd place. I think they will get top 3. This is their first top 6. I think that
You
they'll
don't need
make
the
it into the
Sirens for
top 3.
man.
It's still a Texas bias thing. It's still a Texas bias. So I'm just going to say that. UT Nerd Boom gets 3rd place. I have in my grand finals GMU and NJIT. We have seen the top overall seed that has gone undefeated in the season before have an easy day 1 and then fall like a rock in water on day 2. That was SLU last spring. They went undefeated, made it all the way into the winners finals, and dropped out 0-2 on day number 2. We've seen that happen before. You need to keep your wits about you with these top 6 teams. The Sharks are circling NJIT, and will you be able to answer the call? Can GMU pull off a miraculous upset in the grand finals? Can we see the most cinematic CCL finals in existence?
Bro has not seen
it already
shark
happened.
size comparison to the Meg, by the way.
I'm not
It's already
100%
happened.
sure about that. I think that the Highlanders take this one. They're going to take the win, but it might go to a grand finals reset. There might be some fun things that play. Hell, they might even go and get into the grand finals via a loser's run, but I still have confidence in this NJIT team to do it. I did say this for SLU last year in spring, and they felt like a rock. So let's hope the
Yeah.
Surf Curse doesn't strike again. That'll do it for us here on the Game Day Desk, everybody. Do you have any last words before we go to our first match?
Hey,
Good luck, have fun today. Give us a show. NJIT, if you want to like not do as well for like 1 or 2 games, that could be cool. Just to build some suspense, you know, that kind of thing.
WC, I've got a shout out. I've got a shout out. Shout out to the pre-show desk. Hey, this is a brawler-ass activity, fellas. Am I right? Us brawlers are getting it done on this desk time and time again.
Oh, yeah.
Carrying season. What would they do without this? No, I don't even know
I agree.
what they would do.
That's
agree.
fact.
That's true.
God,
The CCL is
I mean-
nothing without us.
yeah. There's no other way
true.
this would continue. If we didn't do this, none of the players would even like lace up their cleats to hop on the Corestrike fields. Like this is
Would have
it.
no motivation. No
Yeah, there'd be
storyline.
none.
Yeah.
Yeah. My
No
goodness.
storylines.
They wouldn't have
Just had to make
PowerPoints
sure that-
after queuing up solo queue. Like there would be no whimsy
Yeah.
in the CCL.
There would
That's
be
pretty
no
dope.
Robert Barron slideshow if this desk didn't exist.
Amen.
What to
I'm
play
saying.
for
Amen.
other than our approval, gentlemen? There's no.
Yeah, there's
true.
nothing.
Very true. There's no
There's
award
nothing.
bigger than the desk's approval. We will have SLU versus Lakeland up here next on Best in Slot Top 6, brought to you by Advanced.gg. Go grab yourself a shake. Go grab yourself some nice energy powder. GatewayT.com as well, but go to Advanced.gg first, of course. Stick around for the last time from the Game Day Desk for K-Bot, Vaughn, Borg, and 3Z Breezy. I'm Surplus. We will see you later. Have a great game day, y'all. Adios.
Oh, no, not on the sign-off, Vaughn.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the CCL. I am Borg, and I'm joined this time by Saikeen. Saikeen, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, Borg. I'm in the lovely state of Minnesota. Go Gophers. It is a beautiful day, but we're not here to talk about the Gophers. We're here to talk about the SLU Strikers at Lakeland University. I am so ready for this.
Matchup. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen this throughout basically the entire CCL. SLU versus Lakeland used to be two powerhouses. Both kind of have fallen, now working on rising back up with pretty much almost entirely new members, or at least different rosters as we're going into game. Now we see the drafts kind of popping up on stream, and this actually means a lot, right? Because both teams have had a little bit of upsets to make it this far into the top 6, and now they're facing off against each other. It's kind of a movie if you think about it. The Fool versus Soren. Which one will take the cake? We're seeing Lakeland University on the red side with a bit of a kill comp. The Drakkar forward, which is beginning some popularity lately with the Pummelers. You got the Vice goalie and the Estelle, and then a little bit more core control on the side of SLU with the Rune Juliet, and then the Fool locking it down at the Asher. What are you thinking of these comps, Saikeen?
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this Rune Juliet can really take advantage of, right? Because I'm expecting to see some Banish combos coming out with the Julie involved. I think it's going to be very, very fun to watch out for whatever happens when that Rune hits level 2, right? And Soren, of course, on this Vice, that's going to be a very aggressive goalie play. And with two characters, one who's going to be holding it down in the midfield, Estelle, who's just so great at cross-cutting, and this Drakkar, who's just going to want to be in the Fool's face, shooting him. I think Soren's going to be involved a lot, yeah, just as we watch. He teleports in, hits level 2, and ultimates on them. But now that is an open barrier, Borg. This could be dangerous.
Could be dangerous here as the Fool loses both his barriers, but he still has his life, he still has his recovery drone, and Spirit Crab grabs the barrier from Soren with that Super Search Juliet, which we did not talk about. Soren and Spirit Crab both running Super Search, everybody else with that recovery drone, as you can see, but a great offense here from Lakeland University trying to break the Fool, but he uses those cooldowns and saves it for now. Still, the attack from Lakeland mounting an offense, and a great dash punch there from Spirit Crab, abusing that Super Surge dash, the Shaolin Soccer as I like to call it, but it's not going to matter too much as Etion with a couple dribbles denies the Fool the chance of saving it, picks one or the other. He chooses right, but he's just a little bit too late. Etion gets the first goal of the match.
You know, I think you mentioned it when you were going through the Awakenings. Super Search, really, it did not even process. You're absolutely right. That is incredible. I can't wait to see these Shaolin kicks. Spirit Crab already did pick up that one kill. So definitely want to look out for that. But that is going to be Soren, you know, trying to go for some of his patented goalie plays where he just plays around with the core a lot, double barriers himself on it. But they are going to get themselves into a little bit of a corner here with Etion and Witchings and some redirects going on here.
Yeah, you know, the sad boys angle, as we call it, doesn't quite work the other way if you have both your barriers up, because then you're just going to hit it into your other barrier, and it's not quite the greatest maneuver there. But Soren warming himself up a little bit, maybe, trying to get the hands warm, the clears practiced, and Etion getting these barriers as the Fool struggling to hold against this Drakkar, and Etion and Witchings taking out Spirit Crab on SLU. So Lakeland looking strong already. They still have the power play. They can still put it in here. Etion with the flip on the goal line, going to be saved by the Fool, or sorry, by Grant OS rather, on the flip on the other side. And craziness going on as Etion goes down with the recovery drone. Soren teleports forward to take his place, and everything somehow goes back to neutral. Spirit Crab and Grant trying to reset the core here. The Fool feeling comfy in his net, still has his recovery drone proc. Great dribble on the top side to deny Witchings that play. Soren with core control as well. I feel like this game is going to be a lot of back and forth until something explosive happens, and explosive it is as the Banish comes through, but it's not going to matter because Witchings has the core, and the Estelle puts it in right past the Fool.
And that's just going to be, that's kind of what this comp of Vice, Drakkar, and Estelle is gonna, I think, have a little bit of a hard time dealing with, is when it's in that neutral game, they're gonna have a lot of opportunity to get it up, right? Because Estelle is going to break through really easily, cut all of those clears, you know? But it's going to be hard for Drakkar to, you know, really just get up in the face of Asher, because Asher Primary is just gonna beat that guy up. But I mean, speaking of guys getting beat up, this is now a power play. Juliet goes down, Spirit Crab is dead. Witchings taking a little bit of damage here, trying to get the core up to Etion. Not going to find it just yet. Grant is going to have the core for a second, but Spirit Crab's back on the board, so we're looking good.
Spirit Crab's back up, not too big of a deal here, but a great flip from Witchings actually opens up the goal for Lakeland here. But Witchings needs to be careful as he gets taken out by Spirit Crab. The Super Surge dash punch with, actually doesn't even have pummelers, has the slick kicks instead. I didn't even realize that. So not going to have the extra knockback, but it's not going to matter too much when you have the knockback damage fully put in there. Soren has to use the flip away from the Juliet punch there to save it. Still has a goal barrier to work with, but the Fool has the flip as well here, so the teams are fairly even. Has to use the flip and almost gets the barrier for it, but Soren is there just in time. Spirit Crab running in forward and actually getting the strike there in the goal line to secure that last barrier. The Fool using everything to keep it away from Itihan, who has the flip on the goal line, and he puts it right past the Fool, who just used slightly too much utility at the wrong time, and it allowed Ethan to do so much on the goal line there. And this is one thing I actually wanted to talk about here too, maybe after the draft, is this is an old school comp if you think about it. You know, minus the vice goalie for Lakeland, I feel like Drek Castell is kind of a storied one. You saw this a lot in beta, you saw this a lot on early release. There's a lot of projectiles going in here, and if, you know, E.T. Han can get his hands on an aerials, get his hands on a missile prop, him and Witchings, it'll be really hard for the Fool to defend.
Absolutely. Hey, that's history and lore for me. That's fascinating. I can see why this comp works, but in this draft, you know, Soren is going to be picking up that Deadeye, and he's already gotten a lot of value out of the additional hard hitting of Super Surge. So this is going to be a very dangerous Soren on the field. Etienne, of course, taking away that stagger swagger just so that they can keep killing. I do kind of like this Among Titans pick on Grant, though, because it's going to be a little bit harder to hit him, and he's going to make his team a bit bigger. And the Fool already has that Pauldrons with the built different, with the recovery drone. This is a big Asher.
It is indeed a big Asher, and maybe it'll help them defend for even longer, but it might not help you against 50 projectiles coming your way. But definitely what will help you is the forwards popping off here. Grant and Spirit Crab getting both of the barriers and getting a KO, which really just results in that recovery drone being down for Witchings. Recovery drone definitely helping out Lakeland a ton here so far, but it's not going to help out when Spirit Crab is on your goal line. Grant just working it around Witchings over and over again, and Soren just not there in time on the bottom side to get that goal. Great little recovery point, I would call it, for SLU here, and maybe they can start to mount a comeback.
And this is where they can really start to stem the bleeding. They've gotten a little bit more awakenings to really make things change here. That Super Surge dash is already paying dividends, you know. So many KOs, gets the additional distance to get that barrier. And this size might really just be the difference maker. Grant is being taken a bit low, but the Among Titan speed is going to help him survive, I think. Just play a little bit of League of Legends in the middle of this game, but that is an open barrier for the side of the Fool.
And the goal coming in for Lakeland, kind of right on cue there. Soren with a great little walk-up play, has the barrier, so it feels like he can walk up and make that offensive play with that power chord. Gets the little bit of layering of the CC there, gets the goal. Pretty easy peasy right there. Loses the first barrier here early on in the second set. Gets banished, but it's not going to matter too much here as Witchings and Soren are feeling pretty comfortable. Spirit Crab almost makes that dash punch play, but a great little stop from Soren, and Witchings going to keep it away for now. Itihan evening up the score here with the barrier. Spirit Crab trying to do something in the corner, but it's really hard for this Rune Juliet to take advantage of the space, especially because this is Atlasab, right? You don't have a lot of, I guess, you know, terrain to play with here compared to some of the other maps. And a great little pop there actually breaks the recovery drone from the Fool and almost kills Grant as well. So a little bit of a mistake opening up the barriers, which allows Itihan now, who has the flip, and almost finds the flip in the shot there, forcing the Fool's flip out in a turn. And I'm a little bit scared for SLU here as Lakeland's on the attack. Lakeland is trying to push, has the projectiles, has the passes. They have the momentum here, but Itihan is starting to go low. He needs to make a play now, and he does. Witchings with the backup here on the Estelle. Piercing shot right past everybody, and Lakeland are looking for the second set.
Absolutely. I mean, I might have said earlier that this Itihan and Witchings, Estelle Drakkar, might have trouble when they get it up there, but they are just going to be able to get it up there so often that I'm not sure about this room pick right now, because you're going to want to use your pillars on the defense if you're back there, and you're not going to have them for offense to help out your Julie, who does kind of need a little bit of help getting in there. And that is going to be both barriers down, though, off of this power play while Spirit Crab is dead.
Yeah, Spirit Crab goes down, and they lose both their barriers from it, but a great little play from Grant in the Fool allows one of the barriers to go down, and they kind of put some things back to neutral here as much as they can. Like you said earlier, they're trying to stem the bleeding. They're trying to, you know, limit kind of the XP and the draft advantage here for Lakeland, and Spirit Crab with a great play gives him a little bit more of that XP and gives him one more of those barriers to try and do something with it. Flip out of Grant, trying to save things from now. A great little secondary save as well, but it's not going to matter when Witchings comes in with the flip of their own. The Fool has no more utility left. The Asher only has so much in the goal box. Puts it in the top corner, and they secure the second set pretty handily. And Witchings gets that first pick. And there's a lot of interesting things to play with here. You have the heavy impact, you have the fighter flight, lots of really good picks for Lakeland here. The Fool's going to have trouble denying any of this.
Yeah, I don't think the Fool is going to really have to. I think pick for self here is the play, and I think that's what he does here with the prime time.
Yep.
Doesn't take the heavy impact, not interested. Vice is going to get that. That is going to be very dangerous. But this rune fighter flight, I love that. This with the Among Titans, I think this might give the side of SLU a little bit more to work with, right? Because the rune is going to be able to get into the play, stay in the play for a little bit longer. And that, I think that is what they need on the side of SLU. It's a little bit more involved on offense to just, stop them of Lakeland from having so much offense, Best offense,
Lakeland,
more offense.
That's true. The best offense is a good offense. That's what a wise man once said. And a wise man also once said that Spirit Crab is stacked right now, and he's getting incredibly low. Etion's searching for that KO, the Drakkar with the Pummelers and the Prize Fighter, looking for his first stack, and he finds it. I believe Witching's got the KO finish in the end with the piercing shot. And this is something I'm worried about, though, is that even though the Fool gets that prime time, he's allowed to hold a little bit longer, and Grant gets that fighter flight. Spirit Crab is still kind of left alone here as a lower level Julie, has, not really too much to play with other than the Super Surge. It's the last barrier, but Grant actually ends up going down as well. I feel like if Etihan can just keep stacking his prize fighter, and he's doing it right now, it's the third kill this set so far. He has 3 prize fighter stacks on the pitch already. I feel like it's going to be so hard for SLU to find any leeway in this match. Soren bringing the core up now with the flip and does everything himself there with just a little bit of help from Etihan to hit it back up to the corner. Soren BMing the Fool already. Just a storied rivalry between these two. Love to see the sparks flying, and Lakeland are just still looking dominant.
Yeah, no, the emotions are gonna be running high here between these two, and probably sad boys angle, beautiful, but unfortunately not really going to get much value out of it as Witchings was waiting right there. But Etihan having 3 prize fighter stacks already after point 1 is just so dangerous. He tried to go for another KO on Grant there, and there's just so much now that the Lakeland boys are going to be capable of doing it, or not doing, I should say. SLU is going to be doing a lot. It's just so hard for them to get back in this game. I think they need to find some footing, maybe some KOs, but I'm not sure how they get back from this just damage deficit and level deficit.
Yeah. Lots of damage deficits here. It's hard for them really, I think, to compete unless Grant, or rather Spirit Crab, finds some of these crazy KOs and these dash punches, maybe a banish or 2, but it's hard to do that when the Juliet is just KO'd over and over again, as we talked about earlier. And the Fool's been holding longer, but it's still not long enough when Etihan just has the cooldowns, they have the KOs, and they have the man advantage for pretty much the entirety of this last 2 sets at the very least. Soren laughing it up, feeling really, really good and high spirits in this top 6 game here on day 2 of the CCL. Etihan now bringing it to the top side. Almost gets dash punched, but still has that recovery drone just in case of getting KO'd. Now taking out Grant with this lock and load. The Drakkar is primed and ready to win this game. The Fool has all the defensive cooldowns necessary and has the flip, but will he be able to hold it? And he does for now, and a great clear actually gets him both barriers too. So will the Fool maybe has enough playmaking potential rather to save this game for SLU? Loses the last barrier and might just lose his entire health bar if he keeps getting locked and loaded like that. But Witchings has to play back a little bit, help out Soren, keep the offense rolling in order to score on SLU. This is set point, game point for this first game, and a great dash punch from Spirit Crab. They're going to be denying Witchings a little bit of leeway here after that recovery drone goes down, and a great goal from Spirit Crab as well, who's been doing well all game, but there's only so much the Juliet can do. Maybe this first goal, though, could amount to a little bit of a comeback.
This is the momentum that they need. This is where a waterfall starts with a droplet, right? Spirit Crab, I really liked what he did there. He had the core flip, he got Witchings really low, I thought maybe this guy's going to go up there. He's going to try to kill Witchings with the core flip. No, he saw the core was coming his way, used the core flip, got the goal, beautifully played, great map awareness, and this Banish is going to stem this power play just a little bit, which is great value. I think that's what they need to do here. They need to find a way. Oh, and just misses the core there, but it's fine. Etihan in front of the goal is going to score the final point of the game. Incredibly played from Lakeland University. They are going to take game one, and I think this is a comp that can maybe only work once here. I think they're definitely going to plan around this in the next drafts.
I mean, Lakeland all kind of tournament has been playing these KO comps, these explosive comps. Etihan definitely no stranger to this old school style of brawler play. You sit on the goalie, maybe you sit on the midfielder a little bit. You just shoot people over and over again until you get these KOs, until you get that man advantage, and then scoring becomes a lot easier, especially when you have Soren in the back of your net, who a long-time Nassel pro play veteran, going to lead you to victory if you give him the right tools. And it seems like Witchings and Etihan are giving him the right tools to do so. Looking at the stats this game, we got, honestly, not that many KOs. 9 KOs for the side of Lakeland, but it really was just the damage. 29k nearly on the Vice, 14 and 12k, respectffully, rather, on Witchings and Etihan, just making it so that Grant and the Fool had such a hard time playing defense, and Spirit Crab, some good plays, right? I think has been playing well, but like I said earlier, there's only so much a Juliet can actually do. Especially when you're not van braces, you're not really getting any of that survivability. You're not on the field very long. You have maybe 1 or 2 plays in you before you get taken off the pitch, and you have to make those 1 or 2 plays work, which only happened a couple of times. Whereas Lakeland had that, I guess, KO damage. They had that consistency in order to keep up the pace. So I'm curious to see how SLU is going to actually continue this game plan rather further into this series, which is a BO3. So everyone, calm down a little bit. It's not over just yet, as SLU still has time to come back.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of time here. They can figure it out in draft. I mean, they didn't ban the Atlas last game. That might be something. I know the Fool's got a very solid. Oh yeah, of course, there it is. Yeah, they banned out the Atlas. They knew they were going to try to make some adjustments, but I am excited. I think this could be a now map for the Fool. It could help out. SLU is first pick here, though, so they could just try to mitigate all of the Boozler. Okay, we're gonna see a hamster on the field. That is gonna be a lot of soups. Gonna be taking care of these corners on the gates of Obscura, and they've got 2 portals on that map, so there's a lot around the map to deal with, right? So I like this Dubu pick. I love him on this map.
Yeah, and it's also a size start too, right? In the new Dubu kind of meta that I believe Vaughn has kind of, been perpetuating around the competitive scene. You take the size, you take the pauldrons, you're about as big as half the goal net, and especially on Gates of Obscura, where these corners are so tightly packed, a big Dubu with all those abilities is going to pretty much lock things up. I literally just played a scrim. Etihan on the X as well. If the Dubu picks pauldrons, I'm really, really worried actually for Lakeland, because I just played a game. I believe it was, I don't remember who was verse, but they played the Dubu with the pauldrons. I was playing the X. I had full damage, but I still could barely touch the Dubu because of the damage reduction on the pauldrons. It felt unplayable. It felt ridiculous. It made me want Alt F4. I didn't want to play the game. So we'll have to see if Etihan will have a slightly better time here, as it looks like Soren is probably going to be on the Asher goalie here, and then Witching's on that Era, if I had to guess correctly. But Era into now, not too sure, but actually, no. Oh, I know what this is. This is not a Dubu goalie. This is an Etihan Dubu forward with a now goalie. Goodness. I'm calling it right now. 100% it is. It's a Dubu forward.
I believe you. And this is going to be great. I do wonder if he's going to take the size or the extra special, because if it is forward, I'm thinking I take the extra spec. Yeah, because you're going to want those soups. Yeah, throw them in their face anytime it's up. I mean, it's just that is Dubu forward 101. Yeah, no, I'm excited if this is a Dubu forward. That would be great. I mean, the now coming out to keep that Dubu alive too. Like,
oh wait, sorry, not Etihan. I don't know why I said Etihan. It's Spirit Crab. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Oh,
my bad.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
A little bit of an awakening mistake maybe on the lobby setup here. We'll be back in game very, very shortly. But yeah, it should be that extra special Dubu, something that I've actually been playing a lot too, in scrims and in general. I don't know if I'm going to pull it out yet. Maybe in liftoff, we'll have to see. Maybe I'll bench it, keep it in the pocket for a game like this, maybe. But I like it. I like the SLU back against the wall. Pull out the Dubathy forward, lock up the corners on the gates. There's not really too much that you can do against it. And I actually think it's not too bad into the Asher. I think if with a well-placed Dubu ultimate, it actually beats out majority of that Asher utility. It kind of uses it up, and she can't really keep the core stable. But it just depends on how you do it. And it is Soren, right, who is definitely a very, very long time experienced goalie. So maybe it'll be a little bit different here, and the Asher could get the better of it. But
Got to pull out all the stops.
Yeah. We'll have to see kind of how this turns out. One thing I'm interested in is, can they, SLU rather, get a little bit of an early lead with this slightly more aggressive comp? Or, will they be able to stem that scaling on the Era X, or will the Era X kind of take over? Because I think if Lakeland get this first set, I think SLU are really in trouble.
It would be really dangerous, but I think this comp has what it takes to take it right away, because you've already got your Duba with extra special. That is so much value as soon as this guy hits level 2. And with the Estelle, I think that's going to really cut off a lot of what Era X can do, especially early when they don't have as many awakenings to keep up with the pressure that Estelle can put on their passing plays, their cross clears, etc., the things that Era X kind of struggle at, dealing with when somebody can cut them off from each other. So I definitely think that SLU here is going to be able to play into this comp a lot better than the last one, and I'm really excited to see this Dubu forward, Borg. This is going to be great. And yeah, of course, there's the extra special with the slick kicks. Oh yeah, everyone actually taking extra special on the side of SLU, and that is going to be Soren with the Powerhouse Podrons, built different. Asher, this is going to be the Asher that is going to want to try to hurt you. So good luck with that. But Dubu's got a lot of backup to deal with that, and already barrier going down, Dubu in there. But I didn't even notice both barriers are already down for the Fool. So as we get into this map, that is going to be E.T. Han taking the first goal, 35 seconds into the point. But that is a level 2 Dubu, ready and waiting for next point.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Witchings actually, Etihan does not have the size. It is going to be just Witchings with the size. The extra special going over to Etihan. He wants to sit on the Fool this game and just beat him up, especially later on once he gets more awakenings. And oh my goodness, an absolutely insane air tornado taking out the Fool, but an even greater KO return from Grant in order to take out Witchings to keep this 2 and the players. Oh, Etihan with a great little combo, going to be taking out Grant OS. And then also securing the goal with the flip. Etihan just kind of biding his time, waiting out the flip until the perfect moment, and then he finds it there. Etihan playing so well so far in this series.
This Etihan looks like a natural board X. I mean, this must be his pick, right? The KOs were incredible. I mean, and the extra special, he's already punching Sword, or the Fool, I'm sorry. I mean, he's ready to brawl. He is a brawler by heart, as you say, and I mean, he's just involved. Witchings is going to be making it this guy big. That's another tornado coming down, going to shred Grant just a little bit. And Spirit Crab and Grant not looking the healthiest. This is a scary place to be against this comp of scaling, but the soup is gonna come out, and it is going to open up the goal. Does have the core flip, going to try to get it up into Soren's net to try to flip it, but we'll see as they kind of stall out this power play.
Stalling out the power play as long as possible. You have the Dubu to help out with defense, but actually the great tornado there and a great strike from Witching's going to get that last barrier. And now as the power play kind of finishes up here, it's still going to be open net for both sides, but Soren has to be careful. Spirit Crab has that flip. He has the Dubu in the net, pops the flip a little early, and actually it's going to go a little bit wide. Soren with a great save, but a great little wall from the Dubu. They're going to keep things locked up for now, and a good clear from Lakeland overall. Witchings and Soren playing extremely well together in order to keep these defenses rolling. The Dubu struggling to actually put the core in after the, oh my goodness, after the barriers go down, but the Fool is definitely not struggling. Has a great shot across the map into that top side. One of Asher's weaknesses is that vertical defense, right? She can lock up a corner just fine, but once you start to play kind of vertically against her up and down, she struggles to keep up. And we saw the Fool take full advantage of it right there.
It's a beautiful strike. That is going to be ETL. I mean, that one was written in the stars. The Ved charged up the second. Oh my goodness! Spirit Crab with the return. That is an ETL with flip, though. Going to pass it down. The Dow secondary is going to try to stop, or try to speed up and stop the other team. And oh my god, it's just a chain of deaths. ETL. Ooh. A monster is standing before you. as the Arenado does come out. Itihan is not done yet. He is punching. He is in there with the ultimate. Barriers go down. Grant is back on the field, but for how much longer? He's only been able to play this point for so long, just dying to Itihan over and over again. A murderer stands in your midst.
Yeah, Itihan getting so many KOs, and they're not even damage KOs too. They're just finding the knockback KOs on the side of the wall here, just calling out the members of SLU over and over and over again. Spirit Crab finally getting some defense, some offense rather, getting both barriers here against Soren, who decides to keep the flip for now, wants to find a goal play here, and he's looking for it. A great flip onto the other side, right to Itihan, who has the Fool kind of boxed out in his clutches, in his own goal box, uses the X Maximus to hit it right past the Fool. And like I said earlier, Lakeland winning that first set is not spell very good tidings here for SLU, who, I mean, might get some things here, but I feel like, oh my goodness, yeah, we have spec training, we have Stinger, we have lots that Itihan could take here. Gonna be taking that spec. He's already getting KOs. It's only gonna get worse from SLU from here on.
And that is going to be now picking up reverb. I'm not sure if the now discourse has changed, where Manu is not like the end-all be-all pick, but you know what? I kind of understand it, wanting to get it on the Dubu. They're not going to think to take it because they want it on their era, right? Great Awakening. So, you know, maybe this Manu on the Dubu is what is going to change things around. But reverb on the Fool is going to help out with that survivability, of course. And Soren taking a sneaky spark there, so that's something to look out as the roll comes through. Oh my god, what a tornado!
The tornado getting that double kill on the return after Itihan gets KO'd by the Dubu roll. So great tornado there for Witchings, and a great play from Soren, who just walks up and does everything himself after his midfield gets the double KO there. This game is just looked like it was going to be a bit of a boring one, more of a core control stuffy game, but there's been a lot of KOs so far, Psyche.
Yeah, no, this is wonderful to watch. I mean, Dubu's on the field. I'm excited to see it. And no way! For one, the core should not have slipped out there. That's crazy. Save Dubu, but the double kill from Witchings. These Witching tornadoes are incredible. I don't know where Witchings is getting this foresight to know exactly where the play is going to develop, but those are very skillful tornadoes. I cannot emphasize that enough. It's incredible that he's just getting these back-to-back KOs as the power play ends. That's the flip out of Witching. Spirit Crab is almost already dead.
Spirit Crab almost dead, but he gets the barrier before anything can happen. Itihan now needs to make a play now, but no, gets it past him. As Spirit Crab looks for the log, not quite able to find it. Soren playing patient, not letting the point go the other way, as the BM has already commenced, and Itihan puts it away for him with that flip on the other side. And I think what's happening is everyone's playing on the wall this game. The core is just getting cleared towards the wall over and over again, and these tornadoes are getting found. These XKOs are getting found. These Dubu rolls are getting found. These Estelle beams. I mean, everything is just going crazy, as Spirit Crab, I think, has been doing great on the Dubu so far, but Grant and Spirit Crab also keep getting KO'd over and over again. And a little bit of insight, just so I can bring it up before we forget about it. I think the reason the Fool did not take the Monumentalist there is, you know, when you're the now goalie, you don't really need that size on your on your creations as much. And also, he's going to be getting sit on this game by Itihan, I think, a lot, because he has that damage and he has that extra special, has that spec. So he wants that little bit more of that survivability to stay alive, I think, is the idea behind that play. But he needs to keep his goal barriers alive, and he is doing it right now, as Itihan struggling to actually get it past the Fool in this point right here. Spirit Crab and Grant already took care of Soren's barriers for the first bit here of the Manu Dubu wall coming out, keeping things slowed down for now. And I feel like the only way you're really going to score on this Asher is if Grant can get himself involved, or if they can get a power play, and Spirit Crab provides them with such a power play on the Dubu roll, and a great flip to get it right past Soren on the bottom side. Great little play from SLU to bring them back.
Dance on him, Spirit Crab. You earned that one. And I mean, I thank you for that analysis on the now Manu. I definitely think that is right. Because yeah, Itihan has just been sitting on the Fool, and that is where a lot of the value has been coming from. But as you saw at that point, once they got both of their barriers down, that's another KO. They're just happening all the time. I'm gonna finish my analysis here. You know, once they get both of Soren's barriers down, it's a lot harder for this Era X to really get involved. So I think they really just need to lock in on round start, make sure they don't lose to an explosive kickoff, get really tied up there, and just play for getting them into these situations where Etihan and Witchings are separated from each other, where Etihan's not getting these wall KOs. And it's both barriers down now for the side of Lakeland. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah, Lakeland definitely getting a little bit taken advantage of here on the defensive side. I think Grant and Spirit Crab are doing such a better job on this offense so far, and the Fool finally feels like he's managed to start to lock up Etihan, but it's not going to matter when Spirit Crab goes down, and now power play over to Lakeland here. Tornado coming through, but a great mine from the Fool, going to keep things stabilized for now. Flip from Witching's going to be getting that last barrier, rather, and Grant and the Fool need to stall for just a little bit longer. Spirit Crab is back online, but Etihan is always a looming threat here in the back line. Has the ultimate, I assume, going for the hunt on Grant, finds the KO, and another power play for Lakeland is going to keep things a little bit unsteady as the tornado comes through. Oh, the little bit of the Scoopy, we call that. Backwards Dubu, while Spirit Crab's having some fun trying to keep things locked up for now as Grant respawns, and the power play is over as Spirit Crab beats up the flip attempt from Soren. Oh, Etihan has the opportunity to make a play here, has the primary, but not quite going to be able to do it as the Fool does have that flip and is able to keep things secure for now. The offense from SLU is looking a lot scarier, and Grant manages to put it in. It feels like Soren can't defend that entire goal by himself, and the barriers are going down so quick. I feel like Lakeland are starting to struggle a little bit now.
Yeah, no, this is exactly what SLU needs. You know, once those barriers are down, Soren can't get as involved, and it's really going to be a battle of if Witchings can find... Witchings is no longer on the board, so I don't think we're going to have to worry about that one. Spirit Crab with the soup is going to try to find a barrier, but Sword is going to hold against this Dubu. This hamster menace is going to find a barrier there, going to try to find another one here. Grant and the Fool trying to get involved, not going to find anything just yet as the power play has been killed.
And the barrier also has been killed. Great play from Spirit Crab, who has been laying it down on him all day on the Dubu. Doing super well this game, and they got to finish it through, though. It's not over yet. You still have to win this game, and you still have to first win this set in order to keep going here, but that's going to be a lot harder when Etihan takes both your barriers in one strike. Great flip from the X here to keep things stabilized for now, and he has the ball in the corner, but a great save from the Fool. Great little strike shot to get it around Etihan in the corner there, who is playing around with the ultimate and is not quite able to find the goal again. The Fool is just starting to lock up this X, who is struggling now as we get into this second set, kind of into the back end of it, as a great flip, or rather great strike shot from the Fool once again, keeping things at bay. The Air Tornado not going to be finding too much this time, and Spirit Crab and Grant going to be running the offense and just CCing Soren with the log, and the Crystal Thorns are going to be getting the goal credit there for Grant. 3-2, close set, but the second one's going to be going over to SLU, who finally feel like they have some footing in this series.
Absolutely. Footing they have found. I think they figured out a little bit of their win condition. Keep those forwards separated. Keep the pressure on Soren with the open barriers. And I think they're going to draft to really just push that sort of thought. And that is going to be the rapid fire, which is just going to need more cooldowns, keeping things going. This Dubu is a man of the people. Fight or flight on the Dubu. He's going to be everywhere. He's going to be taking names. And that is going to be the heavy impact on now. I like that. Although I don't ad rush on this Etihan, who has been getting so many KOs, could spell disaster, I think. And there's just, we'll see. Soren does pick up another size awakening, so that has more size to deal with, but that might, I don't know how well that'll help him against this Dubu. We'll see. Could make things a bit more tricky for him, maybe. I'm not sure. We'll see here, as the Fool already has lost his barriers.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the size will help, as a lot of these goals have kind of been squeezing right past Soren, so maybe the extra size will help, and the extra size from the X-Maximus is going to help Etihan score on the Fool right here with that strike reset, getting it right past the now. We get that first point, and the Adren Rush, as you said earlier, I mean, Etihan been guiding a lot of KOs this match, but towards the last couple points has definitely quieted down a little bit, not quite able to find too many of them. Spirit Crab now able to avoid that KO attempt there on the X, keeping things stabilized, and might keep things in this corner, but no, a great save from Soren. I'm going to keep things away for now. The Dubu wall not going to be doing too much there, as Grant almost gets taken down by the NATO, but going to be sliding right off of it, as Etihan now has that play in the corner. He has the core, he has the flip, he has everything he needs, but he needs the core once again in order to do something with it. Pops the flip, gets the barrier, gets the stagger onto Grant, and now Lakeland are starting to mount a bit more pressure than they could in the last couple points here, as Grant goes down from the Witching's beam. The Fool and Spirit Crab, I mean, pretty strong defensive duo here, if you'd ask me, with the Dubu, but it's not going to matter when the Tornado comes in and takes out the Fool. Spirit Crab left all by his lonesome is not enough to defend the pass, and Etihan getting the goal credit there. 2-0 already for Lakeland.
This is explosive. This is new energy coming out from Lakeland. They have adapted. I noticed Witching's doing a little bit of back passing there with Soren. That is a very good answer to when you can't get the core up to your forward. Get your goalie involved, especially when you're tracking this Estelle's cooldowns and you know she's not going to be able to stop you from doing that, especially when it's unexpected, like how Witchings did it earlier, and that just beautiful tornadoes
let it
going to
hang.
be not going to matter. That era is dead, and Etihan Adrush Proc Jubu's gone. It's just KO City. It is a brawl. Soren getting involved now, but Grant with the ultimate out of Estelle is going to save it for just a little bit longer, and this power play might just be dead on both sides. It is. Wow.
Yeah, not too much coming in. Some crazy KOs, but not really that big of a deal on the power plays themselves. Barriers still up on both sides, one apiece. For now, has Etihan getting it into the corner. This is a great attempt from Lakeland here if they have the opportunity. Great mind coming through to save things for now, but the core is still in the corner, forces the Fool to find the flip, but he actually gets the barrier with that flip as Soren is not there in time. He walked a little bit too far up there, and the Fool, once again, bringing it back into the corner. Can he work some defensive magic once again? So far, so good, as Grant trying to get himself involved, and a great save from the Fool. Going to be getting it right past Etihan, who is forced to pop the flip in order to get this barrier, but now needs to be careful of the Fool that might look to get KO'd here. Great strike shot getting it around Ethan for now, and a great flip from Grant, who somehow just received the core and all that craziness, putting it in the bottom side. Soren guessed wrong. A little bit of a 50-50 there, and an X-Kiss going to seal the deal. SLU finally are getting a point in this set.
And I really liking what Grant's doing here. He's playing to the strengths of his character against this Estelle, or against this X and this era. He is cutting those passes. He got a great clear off of Witchings trying to get the ball to Etihan right away. A little bit of a predictive Estelle beam is all he needed to really secure that goal for his team, which is beautiful to see. And that is going to be Sword stopping Spirit Crab. That is a danger. This Asher primary, right, against this Dubu. I might only win against the ultimate, right? So Etihan is going to get possession of the core, flip in front of net. Beautiful saves from the Fool all game.
Yeah, the Fool managing to lock that attempt up from Etihan. Gets the barriers, but he's not quite able to get the goal just yet. But there it is. Just needs one more opportunity, one more pass, one more chance to get the dribble on the top side. And the Fool guesses wrong. Once again, these forwards are doing so well for both teams at calling out some of these save attempts on this open net. So great job from Etihan there to get the better of the Fool and to get first pick for his goalie here in the draft. Asher going to be taking away that Might of Colossus. Is looking so big now with that double size and that Might of Colossus and the Pauldron. So technically a quadruple size Asher in the goal box. Definitely looking pretty good here. That's probably around 40 power he's going to be getting too. So Spirit Crab needs to be careful on some of these offenses now coming in this next set.
Yeah, this Asher's dangerous now. This is scary. I worry for the life of Spirit Crab, but we'll see. He's taking some names. I do like the Castellast on the area there. It's gonna do something, right? Wait, Super Surge Dubu is going to be searching for names with those rolls. Those are going to be terrifying rolls. He's already gotten lots of KOs off of them, so they're just he's going to roll and somebody's going to die. I can't wait to see it as the defense really develops here against Lakeland. They are going to manage to keep that barrier alive for now. And there's a roll. Not going to find. Oh, going to find his own grave. He buried himself there. Unfortunate. Power play now.
Wall, and the wall punishes you as Etihan finding that KO here, and gonna be getting a little bit of a power play. Still gonna not do too much as Spirit Crab comes back online, but he is stuck on the defensive side now as the Tornado comes through, almost takes him out again. But Grant is the one who's on the chopping block now as Etihan has the punches. He has the adrenaline rush now after the KO onto Grant, and the Fool loses his barrier, and he almost might lose his life as Etihan is trying to find the brawling, but no, he can't. The mines actually come through from the Fool, and Etihan is the one in trouble. The Fool trying to take him out here. Spirit Crab just staying in his net until they get the KO. They finally do. The X goes down, and now SLU have the power play, but it's not over yet as Soren has all his utility and Witchings does have that core flip, so the Fool needs to be careful. But the core flip comes through from Witchings, and he's not quite able to find anything from it. Spirit Crab now has it in the corner with this Dubu ult, and Soren cannot get it out on time without losing his barrier. Lakeland have an open net now, but ETHon is back online, and that's all you need when your brawler is up. He just needs to hit stun the goalie, and that he does. Gets the first goal of this 4th set in this game too, and Lakeland are trying to end this series quick.
Yeah, they want to get out of here because they are getting figured out. It feels like, you know, they are, the writing is on the wall. If things keep going, I think if SLU takes this set, I think they can take the game. That is going to be the double barrier. Beautiful Spirit Crab in front of the net with the flip, blocked by Soren. Very nice, but whew, it slipped it right back. How did you get behind that big ol' Azure, Spirit Crab? Well played.
Hey, Dubu gets it done. Dubu finds the angle. Great passes there from Grant, who managed to cover all those clears. Exactly what you want from your midfielder. And as you said, the writing's on the wall. They figured out kind of the strategy here. SLU have a strategy. They have some tactics to beat this Lakeland roster, but it's hard to do that when you have an ETHon. You have a specialized X in your face, just getting double KOs. And now Grant has to hold versus everybody, but he can't do it. He gets called out by ETHon, who has the flip. He has another KO, and the ultimate runs out, but so does Grant's life, and the core slowly rolls in. Soren gets the goal credit there, laughing his head off. I can't believe Lakeland managed to turn that one around.
It seemed like all was lost, but ETHon, the hero for Lakeland, just flew in and slayed the Fool as he was trying to be a bit more aggressive, and that spelled the doom for this team. That Aeronaut, I'm shocked, did not in any value, but they are going to have to play just a little bit more conservatively now, I think, which is not what they want to do, what SLU wants to do with this situation. But this could potentially be series point for them if they don't manage to just get back into this game. They still have to take 2 more sets, and, well, SLU only needs to take 1. So Witchings does have the core flip. This could spill the end, but great strike, not going to be it just yet. ETHon is going to be walking with the core, back past the Soren, down to him. Fool trying to get it out, manages to, and that is the Soup coming down.
Yeah, Soup coming down. Spirit Crab finally making the plays that you need to do as the brawler here, getting that last barrier, but ETHon is primed and ready with that ultimate. But no, great save from the Fool, going to keep things away for now. The Fool running away, trying to get away from this X, trying to give his Spirit Crab, give his Dubu just a little bit more time. And things calm down for now. Great Crystal Thorns going to be forcing Soren and Witchings to clear it on the top side. But no, a rare mistake from the Fool on the top side clear. Going to be passing it right to ETHon. And that's going to cost him the series. That's going to cost him the CCL as Lakeland move on to the next round.
It's just those critical mistakes, man. That is a bummer for the Fool. I know he was probably trying to go for another little around the X that he had been doing all game, but just the mouse, the strike hand wasn't there that time, unfortunately, and that is going to be Lakeland University moving on. I mean, a little bit of an upset. The seed 9 taking out the seed 10, and they are going to advance to face the winner of St. Clair Saints and UT Nerd Boom. But I mean, just look at those KOs on ETHon. Oh my goodness.
And also keep in mind the Witchings KO 6 on the Era Tornadoes. I believe 4 of those were literally double kills, by the way.
Yes,
I found 2 random ones, I believe, from just the beam and just from damage, but 2 of them were just NATO double kills that we found early on in there. So well played from Witchings there to make use of the NATOs. Well played from Soren to lock things up as Spirit Crab could only do so much. And ETHon with the 9 goals, the 13 KOs, the 46,000 damage, just playing absolutely out of his mind. SLU could not quite keep up, and Lakeland are primed and ready to take on the winner of the St. Clair Saints and UT Nerd Boom, which update for those who didn't read the chat, UT Nerd Boom is 1-0 right now versus the St. Clair Saints. Apparently that went to all the way to a set 5.5. So we'll keep you guys updated on that possibly here in the chat. But we will not be casting that one. And actually the next thing we'll be doing is NJIT versus GMU here after a quick little break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that game.
See you later.
自然に揺れる森の先へ突き立てた指高架に抱かれる準備はいい魂を燃やせ生きてる証を探そう私一人では見つけられない永遠の苦しみも切なの安らぎとなれ胸を焦がずこの炎は消えない魂を燃やせ尽きない命とともに二人ならきっと分かり合える聖なる裁きか気まぐれな戯れかはどうでもいいや魂を燃やせ尽きない命とともに退屈しのぎに最高のシャワータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎を消せない
Welcome back, finally, everybody, to CCL. A little bit of a wait. Sorry for the delay. We did have some issues. Spartan's power went out, so he had to get rescued and head over to, I believe, Hamster Quest's house. So W Hamster Quest for helping out here. But we're all here. He's made it in time. Setup's all figured out. We got the draft figured out. So we're ready to get started pretty much right away here.
Oh yeah, no, I'm excited for this one. I mean, we've got the just the explosive team that seems to have come through this bracket out of nowhere. The Georgia Basic Patriots. You know, you've got Spartan, you've got Wiggly Wobbly, and you've got Ravies. But I mean, this NJIT team is Seed 1. This is Seed 1 versus Seed 6, everybody. So we're looking at Storm, Katsuna, Mary Meg. I've heard some things about this Very Meg character. The Meg they call him.
The Meg, hey. No one does it like the Meg. He come on with a chip on his shoulder, you know, but he's here, he's playing well. Katsuna, obviously, always playing well, and Storm, who kind of been an up-and-comer, you know, definitely has been a name we've seen around for sure, but has played extremely well this season overall and has meshed with Katsuna and Mary Meg overall. Definitely the team to beat, and definitely the players to beat as well, as we're getting into game 1 here on Demon Day. It's one of my favorite maps to play, and also a very fun one to cast as well. If we're taking a look at the draft here, it's that Atlas ban, it's that Luna ban, banning the Luna away from the Katsuna. Definitely very, very good here. NJT taking up that Finny instead. A lot of explosiveness on these comps. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, things are going to happen very quickly when they do. I mean, the Finny on Demon Days, that's just a classic demonic pick. It's going to be great. The Vice on this map is going to be, it's going to be Ravies on the Vice. This is one of her picks. This is incredible. We're going to see a really fun game here, and it's going to be Wiggly Wobbly on the X with the Van Brace, going to try to survive. Mary Mag also taking the Van Brace, and that is going to be 3 Sparks of Rezil coming out from NJIT, while only Wiggly Wobbly is opting for the Spark of Rezil. So might see some survival issues on Spartan Rabies. We will have to see, as one barrier is already going down.
Yeah, I would say Rabies in particular definitely needs to be a bit more careful than the rest. Spartan has that Pauldrons to play with, and I think the Rapid Fire is definitely a decent call for sure. More primaries means more damage, which means more pressure out of Spartan on this pick, and a great play from Katsuna. They're actually going to be taking away that barrier from Spartan now. Both barriers down, but Wiggly Wobbly needs to be careful because they are staggered, they are low, and there's a lot of damage on this NJIT roster. But first, they need to defend this core flip for GMU here. Managed to do so as the Myriameg can't find the goal, but Storm can find the KO, and Myriameg finally finds the strike war against Spartan and Rabies both at the same time, right through them, securing the first goal of this set.
Yeah, I mean, Wiggly Wobbly going down there is so unfortunate. I mean, this is an entire team. All of them have the opportunity to deal massive amounts of damage to you and take you out. But that is kind of true for both sides, as we have Katsuna being taken down, power play, both barriers going down. Rabies in the corner, going to trying to get at least this core flip out of Storm before the power play ends, and is not going to find it just yet. And now they are the ones who are going to be taken out. Goodbye, Rabies.
Yeah, that was interesting there. I think the hit stun from the Zentara primary buffered or something there when the Vice released her ultimate, so just got taken off the pitch overall. And well, it's okay with potential on both sides. I think the Spartan on the Rasmus has so much KO potential just at any point, especially with Centauro and Finny being such lower health characters overall, right? And with the X sitting on them too, you never know what can happen. But right now it looks like NJT are the ones with a little bit of an advantage in terms of the health bars, but they don't have any barriers, and Spartan is still holding on to one, and now he's playing extremely aggressive with Rabies in the Vice ultimate, now running up, trying to make a play happen, but nothing really is going down. Storm and Katsuna are holding in the back line. Myriameg trying to do as much damage as possible, but Core just keeps going back to them on the defensive side, and finally Rabies finds the secondary, puts it up to the top side, and Storm can't get there in time.
It was just well played. They stemmed their bleeding on the side of George Mason. They waited out, get their HP bars back up. This early game is going to be really, really volatile with how much damage is put out, because everyone's HP bars are going to be so low, and we do have those, you know, weaker stagger characters like you were mentioning. So there's a lot of damage is going to come out, but also doesn't take that long to get your HP back. But Katsuna is being taken dangerously low, and a barrier is already going down.
One barrier going down for the side of NJIT, but it's not going to matter too much until both of them head down here as we get going here. 30 seconds into this third point. Katsuna looking incredibly low, has no energy to play with as well, manages to dodge that power cord for now. Gonna buy them a couple more seconds, and that actually matters because Storm gives them time to play, get that glitch pop in, and get that last barrier on the side of GMU. Spartan now looking in trouble as Remake has that flip to play with on the goal line. Going to be popping it, going to try to get the goal here. Waits it out, but Spartan, stalwart and patient in the net, does not pop the flip just yet. Saves it for the right time. Now he has it in order to secure the last barrier. Storm not able to get there in time, but it doesn't matter because it flies onto the other side of the pitch. And the triple take from Katsuna, just going to sneak it right past Spartan. A little bit of unfortunate gaming there on the core, but hey, NJIT take full advantage of that little slight mistake.
It's what you got to do, right? You adapt to the situation that you find. You know, these kickoffs are so explosive coming out from NJI2. That is so much to deal with. The IME turret with all of the Finny abilities is just a lot for this kickoff, but that's a KO already on to Merrimack. So power play once more for the side of George Mason Patriots.
Yeah, GMU getting a lot more power plays than I really thought they were going to, at least in this first set. You know, the X has that vicious Van Brace, has the Spark Resilience, does not have too much damage overall, and while they do still have the Razzus and the Vice, they don't also have any damage too, with just the Rapid Fire being there. I guess more cooldown does mean more damage at the end of the day, but they're still getting the KOs they need, but they're not keeping their barriers at this point, as Raby's looking incredibly low, and Spartan has to defend the open goal by himself, essentially, as Raby's might get taken out at any point here, as Spartan, Wiggly Lobbly are trying to move the core forward. Raby's now running for their life, trying not to get KO'd, running all the way to the enemy goal orb, and managing to survive for now, actually get back up in time, and secure that last barrier onto Storm. Storm just not quite in the right position at the right time here. NJIT are starting to look a little bit mortal against this GMU roster, who's starting to pull out all the stops, but they need to be careful because Raby's looking incredibly low. Mirmeg now on the hunt, trying to find the KO, gets the stagger, but not quite able to find the KO, as Storm in the back of the net dodges the power cord for now. Spartan and Katsuna, no, Mirmeg not quite there for the strike. Raby's not even sure if that was really a strike or if he just found the strike onto the bottom side. Katsuna not there, Storm not there, just a wide open shot, and GMU are tying up this first set.
Just incredible survivability coming out from Rabies. She played her life perfectly there. She got the orb, she baited out Storm earlier, got his secondary off the IME, one less tool for the team to deal with. Just incredibly played their life. Well done from Rabies. I think that was definitely a point for them from her. Well done.
Yeah, managed to survive for so long, and as I say, that Kessler Curse gets taken out earlier on. This time, NJIT not going to make the same mistakes as they did last point, as they're dumping the full utility on this Vice. And now Spartan is next on the chopping block, goes down. The barrier now goes down, sort to follow. Wiggly Wobbly looking incredibly low. I doubt they'll be able to survive for long, but maybe Rabies can pull off an upset here. And now as Wiggly Wobbly goes down, it's just Rabies versus the world. Raby versus Mirrymeg, and Mirrymeg gets the dash, gets the II rush on to Rabies into that top side. NJIT take that first set, and that's going to be scary with the Zentaro getting first pick.
Yeah, the scaling potential is going to be terrifying. That is a Stagger Swagger in the first draft, though, so this could be big for whoever gets it. Yeah, that is Spark of Agility going on a Mirrymeg. This is going to be a very tanky Zentaro. Might of Colossus, of course, going to the Rasmus. This is just classic pick on this map. Great with the Pauldrons. And it's going to be Storm picking up the Stagger Swagger. So that's going to be a good deny. That's just going to be a lot of damage that they're going to be able to mitigate, which is going to be huge, especially against a character like Vice, who just picked up that Missile Prop. So this is going to be a Missile Prop Rapid Fire. That's going to be a lot coming through. And the 1-2 punch is a little scary on Katsuna. I'm not going to lie. That's going to be painful.
GMU not quite getting the full survivability they wanted, but Spartan getting something he wants. Wiggly Wobbly getting a little bit more stagger. That's going to help, and Rabies getting slightly more damage. So if I'm GMU here, I'm definitely not too upset about that draft. Katsuna and Storm both not getting exactly what they want, and definitely not what you want there. Core just kind of floating in that bottom side. It feels like GMU has somehow found a way to actually get a good draft in, regardless of how that one looked. Mirrymeg has the sparking for later on in the game, but GMU, I think, if they're going to win any set, it could be this one.
This is where they are going to want to come back. That is going to be a barrier taken already. Rabies with the primary, going to try to get it out. Wiggly Lobbly up top, trying to find something, and a little bit of a primary coming out from Spartan is going to take their own barrier. Tried to go for a little bit of a play there, not going to find it, as barrier does come off of Storm, who uses the flip to get it out. Up to Rabies, Wiggly Lobbly looking low, pops the ultimate, keeping Storm off of the barrier. Just enough time for it to be taken, and Rabies with a great strike war is going to take the goal from Storm. Very nicely played. GMU, you're absolutely right. They have found a way.
Now GMU finding a way in these first 2 points, but they still have to close it out as the kickoff gets going. Storm jumps on in, getting some damage onto Wiggly Wobbly, but it's not going to amount to much as the core onto GMU's side. Miriameg has that flip. Katsuna almost has that energy burst as well, so GMU need to be careful. They need to play some patient defense as the flip comes through. Getting both barriers now. Great patience from Miriameg to wait out all that utility in that strike from Spartan, and an even greater finish on Katsuna with that ultimate on the Finny, just getting it right past everybody, and NJT are not done with this set just yet.
No, they are all getting involved in this. They are all just so explosive characters. As you see, Zentaro dash primary passive going to die, but still that kickoff is so much to deal with, and GMU weathers the storm. This is going to be, I think we're going to see this general kickoff every time. Aimi dash, turret, Zentaro dash. Unfortunately, maybe you die and all of that. Katsuna is also taken low, but this is what GMU is going to do. They're going to kill you after you dump everything on them. So, and they're navigating it perfectly.
Yeah, GMU kind of navigating the beginning of this game perfectly, but Storm starting to do some good defense of their own, keep things secure, but only for so long as Wiggly Wobbly gets his hands on the core at the last possible second in order to get that barrier. And a great save from Storm, actually, as the core flies to the other side of the pitch, but just barely saved on the goal line from the Amy there. The ultimate from the Vice not going to amount to too much. And now NJIT on the back foot, need to make a play happen, but it's hard when you have an X-Maximus in the face of the Finny who can't do anything about it. Onto the bottom side, Wiggly Wobbly gets that shot and secures that first set for NJIT. Or sorry, for GMU rather.
Well played, absolutely. As we get into this, this next draft, I mean, this X is probably, what are we looking at here? I think this could be a lot of things. There's extra special, built diff, ad rush. It's really going to be his choice, and he's going to go for that extra special, especially with the Finny next to the draft. With her, the way her ultimate works on this map, you want to have as many of those on the map as possible. So the more cooldown you can get on that thing, the better. And it's rapid fire prime time missile prop Vice. Rabies is going absolutely lovely draft coming out. But you know what? I do like the monumentalist pickup from Katsuna here. That's going to be huge value for their team. Just pay attention to these Finials, see if they get any value out of them. I think we're going to see a lot more coming out this game.
Yeah, and as you're seeing now, it really requires two people to actually deal with the monumentalist Finny ultimate, because the Erasmus, rather, on the goalie, does not actually have the tools most of the time to get it out of the Finny ultimate. He needs to use pretty much all three, or at least two really, really well-placed abilities to get it out of just the Finny ult alone. And if there's a Zentaro there as well, we're not even considering that possibility. And now with the goal barrier open from that Finny ultimate, it allows Miriameg just to put it in on the top side. Spartan does not have any utility.
He used it all earlier, the hook to try and shake things up when the Finny ultimate came down, and then just did not have the cooldowns left over. It's a great... Oh, that was Katsuna's card. Unfortunately, the card does take the barrier. That is one down already. Great hook from Spartan. Just needs to save those cooldowns for those moments, right? So the turret comes out from Storm. That is another cooldown burn. But the huge best of everything going on is both barriers go down for the side of GMU. That is an open goal now.
Yeah, GMU back on the defense again. It feels like now with that Monumentalist and now the Miriameg getting a little bit more size, NJT have finally found the tools they need to work with here in order to get these successful offenses. They already had the kickoff, right? They already have the explosiveness, damage. They just needed the finishing power in order to take full advantage of this Rasmus, and taking full advantage they are for sure, as Rasmus just not quite there in time for all of Miriameg's plays. Gets it on the top side bounce, puts it right past Spartan, who really just did not have that primary up in time.
Yeah, I like the attempt. I mean, he was going for the little bit of corner, but like you say, just not in time, unfortunately. And, maybe size had a little bit of something to do with that. Who knows? But Rabies off of that kickoff is just already losing their HP bar. Does have the goalie orb to consider, but Spartan is taking her place now as the damage stick. So looking really low. This could be the end of Spartan's life as Mirimeg finds the dash. This is just going to be an easy little strike in from Mirimeg, and that is the set already for the side of NJIT. They have really found their footing. That draft was big for them. This one
they
might be
got
too.
exactly what they needed, right? They have that really, really explosive kickoff, and it's so hard for NJIT, or rather for GMU. I don't know why we keep mixing them up, but GMU, if they can defend that kickoff, we saw it a little bit in that second set, then they have the counter push. They have some of the KO potential with that Vice, obviously having a really strong build in order to play the game here, but I feel like that's going to get harder and harder as now the Finny picks up that heavy impact, denying it from the Vice. The Zentaro gets his third spark. Storm, even more health to play with as well, just making Wiggly Wobbly's job even harder. I feel like it's just so hard for GMU now that NJT have found all of this utility.
Yeah, no, this is definitely spiraled a little bit out of control if you are GMU. Spartan is already taken out. There's just so much to deal with off of kickoff, and they just have not been able to find the answer after that second set. Just so much damage being pumped out. I really liked that reverb pickup from Storm. It stopped Wiggly Wobbly from getting it really anything great, even though Timeless was on the board there. He ended up with stacks, and as you can see, his health bar's low. He's only got 29 stacks. He's going to lose them before he even has a chance to get 50.
Yeah, and they might actually lose the point even before he loses his life, but Spartan is doing a great job so far at actually holding this barrier, but Wiggly Wobbly finally does indeed go down. Stack's going to be reset. Not that they're ever going to be too high to begin with. Katsuna now finding the flip for that second barrier, and Mirimeg gets the strike core finish on to Spartan, who really just not quite the build you want from your Rasmus, right? Got the Might of Colossus, but has not gotten any other size after that. The Orb Replicator's not going to be doing too much, as there's not, they're kind of dying before the orbs spawn. The Twin Drive kind of just cosmetic at this point. It feels like the Rasmus just does not have the tools to defend this Katsuna and this Zentaro on with Mirimeg, right?
Absolutely. No, you saw it there. I mean, Wiggly Wobbly had to pop the ultimate to even have a chance at trying to help Spartan get that core out of the Finny ultimate. That was just, I think that was the game-changing pickup, was this Monu on the Finny. This has made the entire plan GMU came in with just moot, impossible to deal with, all your cooldowns gone.
Yeah, all the cooldowns gone, as we're seeing now. The utilities being dumped, the creations going here. You have to use every single bit of abilities, every single strike that they have in order to just get it out of the creations. And then when they do, Katsuna's waiting on the other side, right? Just to strike it in. So that's all you have to do for NJIT, who's getting in yet another kickoff. Rabies still no energy, just getting full damage. The core is already on GMU's side. This one feels like it's over, but GMU need to find something. They need to find any opportunity, any barrier taken just to make a comeback. Wiggly Wobbly's trying to make that happen, but gets it hit past already. Spartan running up all for nothing. Open net, trying to do something here. Rabies with the ultimate, getting a little bit of value, but now going down immediately. It's going to be power play for NJIT. Wiggly Wobbly trying to find a KO, but he can't find it on the Mirimeg. Now it's all three members of NJIT in the net of GMU, and that's it. It's going to be Mirimeg with a great little primary to put it in that bottom side, and NJIT with an explosive first game take it already.
It's just a perfect execution coming up from the side of NJIT. I mean, they played the strength of their comp incredibly well. It's just, they always had an answer to the solutions that, GMU presented. And it's just too much to handle. Rabies did get a nice little 3 KOs and Wiggly Wobbly with the 1. So there was a little bit of fight back there. But with a total of 10 KOs on the side of NJIT, it's just so much in those damage values. My goodness.
Yeah, a lot more consistent damage and KOing from the side of NJIT. And I mean, we talked about it earlier, right? That second set, and even a little bit in that first set, it was a lot closer, as I feel like NJIT didn't quite have, I guess, the tools they needed fully in order to fully abuse this Rasmus and this Vice. But as soon as that Monumentos Finny went through and a bit more cooldown came through for Mirimeg and to Storm, respectively, they just won every kickoff, kept it on the GMU side the whole time. The damage kept getting dumped. There's not really much Vice can do when you're just one character doing damage, and Spartan has to use all of his abilities on the core in order to keep it out. Wiggly Wobbly is just an X with basically, I mean, I don't even know what the X's build was that game. It seemed pretty useless overall. So a bit unfortunate for GMU. They had some chances, but sadly the Monumentos Finny claims another life on Demon Deus, and we're gonna have to already go over onto Atlas Lab to game 2. What are you expecting GMU here to do, maybe to find a little bit more of a chance against this NJIT roster?
Yeah, I think it's really going to come down to if they can get value out of their forward pick, right? I think they need to pick something that is a little bit more explosive and a little bit less, kind of setup like the X. The X wants a little bit more setup in play, right? But I think they need to go for something like a Julie that can just take a name really quickly. Yeah, I don't know if I'm pretty sure Wiggly Wobbly does have a Julie, so I'd like to see that, especially on AtLab. But I think this will be a bit more of a balanced map, hopefully, for the side of GMU. I think it's going to be a big difference. Demon Days, it's very well known to be a damage map, in my opinion, and I agree with that sentiment. And they just outdamaged kickoff was really hard to deal with, and I think they're going to play around that this time. I think that's their answer, and I think they know it.
Hey, well, speaking of damage map, we do still have Atlas Lab here for game 2, so another usually a damage map. However, not quite the same as Demon Deus. As Demon, you're kind of forced to hit each other most of the time. I feel like with this start as well on Atlas Lab, you have the stacks, you have the timeless, you have a lot more potential. Maybe we'll see a Rune, maybe we'll see an Amy, but more core control with that timeless. Speed characters are always available with that stacks on stacks as well. Lots of options here, so I wouldn't put it past either of these teams to go for a less KO play style this game for sure. As the players maybe taking a little bit of a break, trying to, recoup, especially GMU, Spartan getting used to his new setup here, the Hamster Quest setup, getting used here. NASA winning setup, by the way. I believe you already lose one NASL on that setup, if I remember correctly. Maybe I can get some confirmation in the chat from the man himself if that is the case. But we should be getting started here anytime soon. Maybe you can give us some insight here, Psyche, since you do play with Rabies, I believe, correct?
Yeah. No, we're on
midfielders
SLCQ. No, she's got some good picks. I think she would definitely enjoy playing Akai here, and I think that's kind of what I'm hoping to see from her here, especially with that stack start. She is a maestro at navigating the midfield and just kind of staying alive, which we saw a bit in game 1. She's really good at playing her life, so I think with the stacks, I'm expecting to see that coming out from her. She also has an Estelle, but with stacks, that's also a good option, I think, because lets Estelle get into play a bit more after you stack them up, of course, which might be a bit hard. And it's going to be the Amy coming out, and that's probably. Well, you think that's going to Spartan? I think. I don't know. I have not had Rabies play Amy once, so we'll see. Maybe surprise.
And we'll have to see. I mean, it is a timeless start, so Amy does like that. It's also, everyone likes stacks whenever you can do it. I guess it just depends on the other team. If they're running full kill, maybe you don't want to go over to that stacks. But NJT now with the 2-3. It looks like it will be damage as the Vice is getting locked in here. We'll see the second one. I'm expecting maybe like a Zentaro, maybe an Estelle here for Katsuna. It's going to be actually the Juno for Katsuna here, and it will be, I believe, Storm on the Vice, if I am calling that correctly.
I think you are. I would expect to see Storm on the Vice too. I think, okay, there's Estelle Erasmus coming out. That's a great little duo there. I love Estelle Erasmus. They feel so good to play into each other. They just cover the things that each other want to. So that's definitely going to be Rabies on the Estelle. Expect to see some really fun plays and expect to see some KO opportunities that she'll try to pull off. That's kind of her bread and butter, and that's going to be the Julie picked up going to Mirameg, which he'll be a force to be reckoned with for sure.
The Meg dash punching his way, hopefully to the grand finals here for NJIT in this game. They have to win one more map. They win this Atlas Lab game. They move on to the grand finals to play later on today. And GMU, if they win this game, they'll have to win another one right after this in order to secure that grand finals spot. So interesting comps here. I would say I like both of them. I think the Amy Estelle backline is really popular nowadays. It's good on Atlas Lab. It has a lot of potential to cut passes without you actually having to be there. And then obviously with Rasmus having that desk touch, it's really hard to move around the core through the other team, especially if you're a Vice goalie here. It's a little bit scary because you don't have all the tools in order to actually defend this Rasmus Estelle push if they can get core control. But with the Juno kind of in the mix, the Slimes do play spoiler in that core control and can kind of give a little bit of trouble to the passes in the offense in general for GMU here. And then you get the core to Julie. Julie does what Julie does, dash punch. See if how much Mirrormeg can actually get the core of this game. That's going to be the biggest thing. I think if they're getting Mirrormeg core a lot, NJT are going to be super, super happy. And if Mirrormeg is struggling a bit, it's going to be a bit hard for NJT to actually mount an offense. So it all depends on if GMU can deny this offense from NJT. And I think the game's kind of in their hands here.
I agree. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to come down to who's getting the ball where. And I think, honestly, I put my money towards GMU. I think they have a little bit more center control, which is huge on this map. I think they're going to be able to play around that a lot better. This judo is going to be kind of like the wild card, right? Can't really account for a slime, right? There's too much that can happen when too many of them are on the field. So we'll see just how effective it's going to be as we start loading in to this game 2. Potentially the game that gets NGIT into finals. So exciting if you're an NGIT fan.
Yeah, NGIT doing well all season, still doing well in the playoffs. Seems like nothing and no one can stop them. I don't remember the last time they actually lost a game. I don't know if they have all season. I know they had a perfect season run, but did they lose every single BO3, or did they lose a game in the BO3? I actually don't know, but this tournament so far they have not, and we're loading into the second one. They're trying to keep that streak alive. We're gonna have Mirrormeg at the slip kicks, Katsuna with the mag souls, double mag souls for the Estelle Rasmus duo, and it's time to get started here on to Atlas Lab. The kickoff gonna be a little bit more in favor, I'd say, for GMU here, as we're seeing it right now. Wiggly Wobbly already making a plays, getting that bottom barrier. Storm gonna be defending that top one now, but to no avail as Rabies finds a great blink. Rose Warp onto the core there, denying both, or rather grabbing both of those goal barriers. And a great Vice ultimate from Storm actually gonna go in on the opposite side. So now both goal barriers are down for both teams. Wiggly Wobbly is really low, needs to be careful. The dash punch should come in at any point if Mirrormeg decides to go for it. Storm now by himself. Needs to be careful, but a great play from Rabies on the other side to save Wiggly Wobbly's time there and actually just find the goal. Great Estelle play here, and I feel like, like you were saying, Rabies has that Estelle, might want to go for it, is doing really, really well so far.
Absolutely. I mean, that was perfectly drawn up from Rabies. Just the primary, the handle, all of that space, well played, and that is just... Those are the repetitions that she's gotten, and she's played this character pick a lot. She's strong on it. We'll have to see how Katsuna and Storm deal with it, since she'll be the one in their faces the most. But that is both barriers down already. Flip coming out. Rabies dead. Mirrormeg holds the core flip for just a little bit, but this might be a chance for the power play to be killed. Unfortunately, the only thing that is being killed is Spartan. Storm just channels a beautiful Vice ultimate. That is 2 flips against these 2 little... forwards. Let's see if they can get it into the goal. Power play killed.
Power play is over, but speaking of killed, now Wiggly Wobbly going down, and Katsuna has the flip. It's another power play for NJT, but a great defense from Spartan is actually going to get the barrier on the opposite side here. Katsuna now looking incredibly low, and this power play is already over again for NJT, who just can't seem to find the open goal here, and Mirrormeg just can't get his hands on the core, but finally he gets the ultimate, gets the strike onto the bottom side. Well played from the Meg. And that's another point for NJT, and I did just get confirmation. NJT has not lost a single game this entire season. Think about that.
That is incredible. This is what GMU will be the ones to do that. They are going to try to prove it to us today. I mean, gonna be hard without Wiggly Wobbly, but that is okay. He will be back in about 11 seconds. So Rabies is going to try to help Storm weather the storm. But that is going to be the barrier down, and that is Wiggly Wobbly back on the pitch.
Wiggly Wobbly back on the pitch now. Storm defending this top barrier. Katsuna winning the strike wars that they need in order to keep it out. Both barriers still alive for NJIT. As I say that, one of them goes down, but that's not going to matter too much, as one is all you need. With Storm jumping into the fray now with that blink ahead, and Katsuna finding that top shot, but a great save from Spartan on the glitch pop. Going to keep things out for now. Time for GMU to have a little bit of a counter push, but as I say, a great save from Storm and a great clear on to Katsuna, pass it down to Mirrormeg on the bottom side, doesn't even need the flip, just punches it straight through, and a great job for NJIT to just contain all this aggression from GMU.
They are playing into this comp perfectly. This Spartan is going to struggle against this Juliet when it's in front of the Imi. It's just so much to deal with. This Mirrormeg once again taking out Wiggly Wobbly. That is just the strength of the Meg being able to find those KOs. Spartan is forced to use their flip. And Rabies being taken dangerously low too in this power play. It's just going to be another power play chain, which this team is so good at accomplishing.
Yeah, this team, every time that they get that power play, they're getting the damage piled onto another member of GMU, or at least the pressure onto another member of GMU. And there we see it now. Spartan going low, has no energy, is getting a little bit lower in health as well, and could go down if they choose to, but it looks like they're going to focus more on the core, and focus they do as Storm with a great flip and a great angle on that bottom side. Going to be going over, great bounce, getting that top barrier, and with a bottom barrier of his own to hold, the NJIT is looking pretty in this last point here, possibly, as NJIT only need one more point to get this first pick in the draft and secure this first set. A great push from a GMU there on the other side, but Storm is just holding absolutely everything. Feels like Katsuna is just burning all their abilities, so all Storm has to do is strike it out. Meg can't get a dash punch on the core for now, as Spartan and Rabies just keep bringing it around. Wiggly Wobbly now looking incredibly low as Meg looking for the KO, finds the punch, and now he still has the dash, but he doesn't even need it as the slime from Katsuna is going to pass to himself onto the top side, and Katsuna secure the first set for his team. NJIT are on a rampage.
This wild card Juno is doing work, right? And I am terrified to see if Katsuna ends up picking up aerials here. I mean, this is going to be a first pick heavy impact Vice, no? Yeah, absolutely. That is it's going to be a lot to deal with. Taking the Deadeye, all right, I respect it. Going to get some damage out, although I kind of would have liked to see a survivability pick, but maybe we're trying to save that for one of the forwards. Yeah, Rabies is going to pick up that reverb, and we're going for Monu on Juno. I personally would have liked to see aerials. I think it would have been dash range, I think, would tear this team apart, but hey, I like the Monu. That's just more damage, and that's Katsuna's game plan, right? Kill him.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays, Juno's kind of been like micro-buffed here or there, and it feels like at this point, the slimes do a lot of damage, and so does Meg. Oh my goodness, the specialized training on the Juliet cannot be slept on. If you get caught without energy, you are just going to die, and the goal is going to be scored on that power play. Great job from NJT. Finish that one quick before the respawn from Wiggly Wobbly can come through. Meg just boxing out both members, both Rabies and Spartan, from their own goal box. Not much you can do. The Juliet is just so incredibly strong when you have the Juno behind it to keep the core forward over and over again. Now, as we get into this second point here, Storm losing that first barrier, losing that second one. Finally, a good play from Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies back like we saw kind of in that first point here of the match. They get a little bit of space onto Storm. They call him out one time, but as I say that now, Meg looking for a play, but no, great clear from Spartan. Now going to lead into a counter push, and now GMU are looking for the goal. Wiggly with a great shot, not quite going to be able to find it as Storm defends it for now, and Meg has the flip in the corner, pops it, able to get a great angle to get that second one, and as I say that, GMU had the chance, but now they're starting to fall apart as NJIT running through past the Katsuna, self-pass onto the middle, and Meg looking incredibly low, but no, Meg going to stay alive, and Katsuna finds the slime with the flip KO on the side onto Wiggly Wobbly. Meg heals up, and the power play for NJIT is going to end in a goal and possibly another KO, but no, not quite the KO. Still going to be a 2-0 in this set right now for NJIT.
And that was just a disgusting setup coming out from NJIT with the Vice ultimate in there in the middle. A flip went off, so much damage all at once, just stacking everything. And I think that GMU found a little bit of a spark in the initial part of that set, right? They played to their comp's strength. They weren't nervous. They just created space and they maintained it, which I think they needed to do. But they're just not getting the opportunity. Both barriers are already down. Wiggly Wobbly almost dead. This could spell the end of this set, Borg.
Yeah, now with the Vice on the heavy impact, the Vice doing so much damage to anyone that tries to push through. In Katsuna, Katsuna winning that strike war, as I say it, onto Rabies. A little bit of a mistake there. Allows Katsuna to take full advantage, getting that shot onto the bottom side. Spartan not quite ready to save that one there. And Katsuna, as I say, getting the first pick in the draft here for NJIT, who have just been doing such a great job at shutting down the aggression of GMU. Every time GMU try to make a play, it feels like they have to use everything on the slimes, and then Storm just has an easy save in the backside.
Yeah, no, I was a naysayer on the Monu pick, but it has been paying dividends. Every slime that goes down is dealing massive damage. That is going to be more survivability, though, going on to Rabies with the Spark of Rezil. And I do really like this Timeless Extra Special. I mean, this is just this might be an answer to holding the core for them to make that space that they really need to succeed on this comp. And that's going to be the Size Awakening. I think GMU got everything they wanted out of this draft, even if everything that JIT took was really good too. So
yeah, they got everything they wanted, but Wiggly Wobbly still level 3, and Rabies still level 4. Big level advantage here for NJIT, and it seems like they have the core control for the most part all the time as well. Like you said, they have the tools. Wiggly Wobbly does have that size. They do have the kickoff potential with the extra special onto Spartan as well, and we're seeing it here. They get both the barriers. Finally, a little bit of counter push, a little bit of, a little bit of liveliness from GMU. Getting something here. Wiggly Wobbly now trying to find the KO on to Katsuna, and he does, and he gets the goal onto Storm here. Well done to GMU, and like you said, maybe they can mount a comeback with this.
I definitely think that they can. I think they've gotten the tools that they need to break through the puzzle that is finding a way to build space for their teammates, and I think they've got the answer. But NJIT, are not going to take that lying down. The Meg is going to find the KOs that you have to be looking for, and that's almost another one. Incredibly played. Storm is going to use the flip there. Not going to find anything just yet, but loses both barriers off of the power play. Incredibly done from Wiggly Wobbly and Spartan. Well done.
Well done to GMU to get both of the barriers, and well done comboing the beam and the pendulum swing from the Rasmus Estelle, making Storm's job go from hard to impossible. The goal going over to GMU now 2-0 in this set. It feels like NJIT now suddenly are just on the back foot. NJIT can't find a way to get through here, but they're getting the KOs. That's the second time now they've gotten a KO. They've gotten an early power play, but can they get anything from it? They're losing a barrier themselves on the first time. Storm trying to get it to Mirimag onto the bottom side here. Mirimag with a great dash punch. Going to be actually getting both barriers here. The great Juliet ultimate going to be almost getting the goal. Almost the KO and a Wiggly Wobbly. A lot of almosts, but not a lot of goals yet, as one barrier still alive for NJT. GMU now on the counter push. Going to be getting that second barrier for themselves. Open nets on both sides as Mirimag brings the core up, trying to get it past anyone, but no, a great death touchdown from Wiggly Wobbly to himself. Put it onto the bottom side, and Mirimag apparently not happy with his goalie there at Subway. A little bit of miscommunication maybe on the defensive side for NJIT, and it's going to cost them a set.
It is, and this might just be the George Mason Patriots mounting their comeback. They've gotten their draft picks, they found a way to break through, and now they're going to have their pick of what they want. This rapid fire is going on the Vice, which might be dangerous with the heavy impact. That is the second spark for Rabies, and Rabies already has Spark of Rezil and Reverb. Those two are going to scale with each other. This is a great draft if you are GMU. That's Stinger on Juno might be a little bit to deal with, and I mean, Mirimag's just going to find his choice of KOs a little bit easier with Might, but I really think George Mason Patriots have taken these two drafts and gone crazy with them.
Yeah, definitely getting everything they want. Rasmus getting more size, getting so much harder to deal with. But how do you deal with size? You just kill him as Wiggly Wobbly goes down immediately. But Spartan now with that twin drive on this set is able to get that second barrier with the secondary there, but loses both barriers of his own on the power play. So NJT and GMU both even here on the barrier side, but no, Storm, another little mistake on the clear, punished by Wiggly Wobbly's pendulum swing, and Ravi's actually getting the goal credit with Crystal Thorns there.
Yeah, this is the advantage of this team. If they have space, they can do so much to abuse you in it, and they finally have found the space that they need to take as much advantage of NJIT as they can, right? I will say, NJIT is going to be very explosive, right? That is how they have been winning. They just overwhelmed Spartan, so they need to just go back to that game plan if they want to succeed here.
Yeah, they're getting the KOs. Yet again, they find another KO on the Wiggly Wobbly quite early, getting the barriers as well. But can they get the goal? And not quite yet as Storm teleports in, but nothing from it. As Katsuna losing the strike with Wiggly Wobbly, not able to get the goal here. And now as Spartan puts down that sentry turret, it's going to be Storm stalling with that core flip for now in order to keep things relaxed, and Wiggly Wobbly with the size on this Rasmus just absolutely beating everybody, almost getting the goal there as well, but no, it's actually going to be Rabies going down to the dash punch from Mirimeg, and now NJIT are on a scramble to try to get this point. Finally, they need to get something here. The dash, the punch, not quite going to get there. The flip as well, but the flip from Spartan not going to be there in time. Mirimeg with a great strike on the bottom side, going to be perfectly squeezing in and sliding that core onto the bottom side. Rabies not quite able to find it with the piercing shot just out of range. Man, NJIT squeak in that point at the skin of their teeth.
Well spaced, well placed core from them. Very well. That no was because I've been that Estelle in that moment, shooting that primary and it not hitting is just soul crushing. But incredibly well placed core from NJIT, as this explosive kickoff is going to lose both of their barriers. Katsuna does have resources to deal with this though, so burns them and almost loses his life, but that's the goal. I'm sorry, I got a little lost there for a second, but Wiggly Wobbly's going to find the goal. It's just well played. Wow.
Rabies.
Roles have been swapped here, I think. It's crazy.
With her dying breath, sends it to the top side, right to Wiggly Wobbly on the Rasmus, getting that shot on goal, and it's 2-1 now for GMU, who have another chance at getting this set here. If they can get another set, it's going to look really, really good for them in this set 5. They already got so many good drafts, and now Mirimeg, though, has something to say about it. Storm has something to say about it. They're putting every single piece of utility down to try to get these barriers. They get the barriers, but can't get the goal yet again. That's been the story of these last 2 sets so far from NJIT, but that might all change now as NJIT finally find the goal. They find another KO, and Katsuna with the goal credit, going to be putting them on series point.
Yeah, just a little bit of differing ideas on how to handle defense there sealed the fate of GMU there, as you have to be decisive against this NJIT team. They are going to take advantage of you and every choice that you make. Mirimeg is going to just be there with an ultimate when you least expect it, and that is going to be a great piercing shot coming up from Rabies to open up the goal.
Yeah, Rabies opening up these goal barriers early on, but as we've seen many times, it's going to be hard now that Wiggly Wobbly is staggered. They might get KO'd and needs to be careful. Or NJT are mounting a counter push, and now that Wiggly Wobbly's dead, that's a 10 KO streak for Mirimeg on the Juliet, using flip to secure it. They have the power play. They have 5 seconds. They still have time with the dash punch in order to get it, and this could just be it with Storm getting the double KO off the flip, and the ultimate from Vice going to be securing it. That's NJIT moving on to Grand Finals.
What an explosive way to end that match. NJIT with the ace to close it out. That's cinema. Well played from GMU. I mean, they had teeth there. I think they're going to reassess, go through losers bracket, and face NJIT again. I think it's going to be a great grand finals, I think. But, for now, they will have to do that losers bracket run. They are going to be going against, I believe, the winner of St. Clair and Lakeland. So we'll see. But, I mean, look at those KO numbers. 10, 6, and 4.
Yeah, I mean, GMU, like you said, they had some teeth. They had a little bit of offense potential, getting 6 goals themselves and getting a good amount of redirects, kind of almost tying up NJIT in total. But NJIT managed to secure themselves after losing that set and almost losing the second one, managing to find their way back, figure out the little things they were kind of messing up there in the middle. I think on the defensive side, they tuned those up and they managed to find a very explosive ending to that set into that game, to putting themselves into the grand finals. So now they're locked in for at least top 2, and GMU now moving down to the losers finals, going to have to face the winner of the St. Clair Saints versus Lakeland University, which will be up very shortly with 2 different casters. This has been a great time casting with Isai Keen, but we're going to have to send it off to a break here, as next up we have St. Clair versus Lakeland. Stay tuned.
Bye, everybody. Thank you for having me. Enjoy.
And welcome back to CCL Playoffs, everyone. We are here in loser semifinals, St. Clair versus Lakeland University here, now duking it out for the podium finish to end out their season here. And after a pretty dominant game from NJIT, we are going to find ourselves here in the losers bracket. It's going to be teams fighting for their tournament lives to get one more shot to potentially take one under from NJIT, but until we get there, it's kind of a dog-eat-dog world, really. Any game could go any way, and we don't know how this is going to turn out. But looking at the picks right now, we've got this Drakkar Brawler, which is something I wanted to talk about. We had some predictable bans here in the X and Luna, right? But this Drakkar Brawler is going to come out, and that's a damage pick that really comes in to support this Vice, and I think it's going to put a lot of pressure here on Judgmental, which has been so far, I think, the linchpin of St. Clair. So it looks like Lakeland University is going to be looking to target that directly, and we're going to see how this game shapes up and see how this Dubu is going to react to that.
Yeah, Dubu's got a lot of coverage capability, but with the damage that's going to be poured out from their ops, then I have to say it's going to be kind of like a scary situation. It's going to be this first point is going to, I think, tell a surprising amount of the story.
Absolutely agreed. And the story so far is that we got some ultimates coming out from the Dubu and the Vice, respectively. Defense comes through from Judgmental as some corner plays now allows Soren to potentially defend this away here from Shiro, Isu, and Storm, and that does indeed happen. But a quick clear here by Judgmental just repeats the play yet again. Itihan trying to get some cheeky shotguns here, but nothing going to be found right now. Witching's trying to advance the core here against Shiro, going to narrowly avoid Storm's KO. As of right now, the flip's going to be blown from Soren, and again, another pocket defense here. Judgmental's so good playing on the offense that right now it really feels like Soren doesn't have much room to breathe.
No, they've been doing a lot of swarming on the goal and trying to either fake Soren out with like Storms and Shiro's passing between each other, and Soren's being like that, being kind of like faked out, and they got him to blow the expanse, and that was basically an easy 1-2 in for Shiro and St. Clair Saints to take the first goal of the game.
Yeah, and if you mentioned, like you mentioned before, if that point was indicative of the rest of the game, I think Soren's got a lot to prove right now. And already look at the adjustment here. Soren playing a lot more up, looking to help his team here on the offense now. It's going to almost cost him dearly, but a good strike shot at least saves one goalie barrier for now. Itihan here, though, finally with a breakaway. Going to be backed up here by Witchings, but Shiro Isu now back on the defense. Strike does not come through. Does blow the flip from Judgmental here, as finally, there it is, the Drakkar Brawler that we know and love. 1 KO down here on Judgmental, who finds himself with his pants down in this situation. Now the triangle formed here for Lakeland University. The final goal barrier comes down. The flip coming through from Shiro Isu, as Storm TFT now looks to start this corner offense. The flip comes out, baits out both strikes here, but the strike shot from Judgmental actually gets blocked by an invisible Itihan, and that's going to be the second point of the game going away to Lakeland University.
That was almost out of nowhere, which I suppose was the whole point, but very impressive heads-up play for Itihan to see that clear come out, have a goal opportunity, and it was like, oh, they're not going to go straight up to it. They're going to try and strike shot it, and just excellent knowledge on being like in the right place at the right time. So definitely good on St. Clair for just having a lot of like heads-up capability to be able to identify these moments where they can take advantage and push. That's kind of like the mark of a good to great OS team, and they've been showing that in spades, which is probably why Padres immediately tried to kill Shiro.
Yeah, and already some bloody KOs coming through. We saw a bit of that earlier with NGIT and just the destructive power that Vice could bring to basically any team composition. But right now it's going to be backed up by this Pummeler's Drakkar, which has already gotten so many unstaggered KOs already. Now Itihan getting himself a goalie barrier for his troubles as well, has this flip. But right now it's Storm TFT and Shiro Isu on the breakaway, and Soren just a little bit greedy there with the flip. Means that Shiro Isu is able to sink it into the bottom side of the net between a good passing play, and now 1 point away from the side of St. Clair taking the first set of the game.
Yeah, you can see that Lakeland does have had 3 flips. Now they have 2. They may be planning to blow all of them, or maybe just blow minimum 2, wanting to try and use those flips, all that energy to try and make a scoring opportunity. I say that as Wishlings blows theirs on attempt at defense. So we need to see if this game plan can actually work out for them, or if it may blow up in their faces.
Yeah, and right now the flip's gonna be blown to Storm TFT though. The path splitter actually snipes the core away. It really looks safe there for a second, but it's actually gonna be St. Clair now taking away the set to themselves. We'll see what draft has for us here, but if I am the side of NJIT, I think I've got some interesting picks. I think this Spark and Stacks on Stacks is gonna be contentious.
Right. I mean, St. Clair has a lot to pick from and a lot of good things to choose here. I'm a little bit surprised that now didn't, just go Monumentalist, but the way they've been playing, I can understand the Spark of Agility pick. Just, it's the first draft. You got a Spark right there. Might as well start on the Spark draft. But you've also got that Drakkar that picked up Prize Fighter, which is very, very scary with all the KOs they've been managing to break out. And I can see now the Monumentalist, they let that go to the Dubu, which, yeah, big fat pumpkins.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna be a big issue. I'm actually very scared for the side of St. Clair Esports. This damage could rack up fast, especially against what is right now not too fragile of a Now, but a Now and a Dubu that are susceptible to being KO'd out, especially between the Vice and Drakkar. This Deadeye here gonna also put in a lot of effort, but as I say that right now, one goalie barrier gonna go the way here of St. Clair. Soren looking to defend here, his second barrier. Good strike shot, keeps the play in check. Because right now, one more corner offense probably gonna come out. It's gonna pay off as well now. An open barrier for the side of St. Clair. Flip comes through, but Shiro Aisu with a nice deny. Snipes it right away, takes it into the net, and right now it looks like the side of St. Clair is pulling away a little bit here in game number 1.
Yeah, I have to say, their core control has been very good, and like I said earlier, they've been very good at being able to recognize moments and possible scoring opportunities and trying to capitalize on them and collapse on them. You can see that Judgmental playing up, throwing out those logs, throwing out those fortresses, just to make sure that they have a lot less room to clear to Lakeland, and that Storm and Shiro can kind of play up to their game. E.T. Han's doing a great job right now trying to hold the core in the backfield, but for a large part of the time, it's been St. Clair that's been able to make things happen when they get the opportunity.
Yeah, agreed. And right now, looks like Lakeland University trying to reverse some of that pressure coming through, but it's looking on the up and up for St. Clair now, and the offense goes off. The strike shot, though, interrupts the passing play, which allows that secondary clear to come through. The passing plays between Shiro, Aisu, and Storm are looking more and more deadly right now as the match goes on. Now the final goalie barrier does go down for the side of St. Clair, but they've got one more opportunity here to score before E.T. Han has the full opportunity to sink it in. Passing play unfortunately goes a little awry. Now Storm TFT with an opportunity, and then one mistake immediately gets capitalized on. Storm TFT with the KO, with the point, looking more and more stronger as we approach here the final point of the set.
Yeah, St. Clair have been showing some just immaculate team play, and again, just taking advantage of every opportunity they've been given. Not a whole lot of unforced errors, I'll say that. While on the side of Lakeland, there has been, I would say, one or two. I would say the biggest unforced error was probably one of the goals earlier in the set, and even then you could say Han was the cause of that didn't clear.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a really big KO now. E.T. Han with a dead awakening now, as he is the one that's going to be KO'd here. A bit of a reversal of fortunes here. Good pass from Judgmental, not going to be intercepted here. Is a bit of space now bought by Witchings, but the offensive play is still going on for the side of St. Clair. They are not letting up in this play, and as of right now, the passing plays from Shiro Aisu, unfortunately, going to get intercepted here, but Storm once again finds himself with the core, gets cleared through the top side of the portal. So you now enter overtime. Core speed not going to catch Soren off guard here, but again, Storm TFT with possession of the core, passes it down to Shiro. Flip does come out A good primary now makes us very claustrophobic for Soren, but he does end up getting it cleared out. Again, though, Storm TFT with possession now. Good pass down to Witchings, gets a good clear, but again, Soren's under more and more pressure now as we get closer to the end of the point. Itihan looking worse for wear right now. The regen's going to be interrupted. Shiro Aisu pixels off from closing out the set now. Itihan finally gets rare possession of the core here, but core speed from Dubu is going to be the thing that actually ends out the point, and that is a 3-0 dominant looking set here coming out from St. Clair.
Yeah, St. Clair just looking impressive, honestly, on all fronts. Like, the only thing you would say that they're lacking right now is damage, but the way they've been playing, why damage? More core control, more core speed, more all of that, and that twin drive is definitely going to help that. I can imagine, like, that prime time getting picked up too. Yep, it seems to me like they're definitely going for a whole lot of core control and being able to just slip it past the defense.
As we get forward to a bit of a troubling build coming out here from Itihan. Did not get a lot of value out of the prize fighter, if any, actually, in that last set. But with this missile propulsion, there we go. We get a bit more value coming through, and the potential snowball chance might actually get to happen. That is a big kill for the side of Lakeland University now. That being said, Storm, very big, has, I believe, this, the built different sides as well as the Hmong Titans, which means that it's going to be hard to strike war, even with the size that Soren got for himself. He's going to be relying on a lot of that cooldown from his Spark to really make a lot of these defensive plays, but might not even get the opportunity. Shiro Aisu just taking the 1v1 against an Atlas and just winning. St. Clair pulling away here in game number 1.
Yeah, it's not often you see someone, especially like as small as this now is right now, just saying, I'm going to call ISO on Atlas and win it. So mad props to Shiro for being able to pull that off as they try and like bully it through in this corner. This team is also a very good bully team, just if they all three of them move up. So that's something to definitely watch out for. That's something that they have been making their bread on a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And Itihan, one barrier down, one opportunity well spent, but the opportunity may soon leave him now. Soren a good clear down center now, another scoring opportunity, but this Dubu with flip is going to be so hard to deal with. So many cooldowns here with a prime time as well. Gonna need a bit of a miracle to do it, and the chain lightning is exactly the miracle that's gonna be needed. Storm TFT trying to get the dribble with his secondary, not gonna be found though. Good shotgun here from Itihan. That's 3 stacks here now for this Drakkar, and a flip gone for the side of St. Clair. 4 seconds here on the respawn. Storm TFT trying to do something here with the breakaway. Flip comes through from Soren to make sure nothing funny happens here while he waits for his teammates to catch up. Now Itihan looking worse for wear, trying to find the scoring though here. Going to be incredibly hard though. Shiro Aisu looking like a hawk right now. Storm going to try to take the kill here just to get some stacks away from the side of Lakeland University. Flip comes through, immediately answered here with a Tofu Fortress. The log comes through just to force a reaction from Witchings, but the clear is not made just yet. Itihan, the dribble is there, and Judgmental, the Summer Assault's not where you want it to be. Now 1-1 here, even up on set number 3.
Yeah, Judgmental trying to make a bit of a predictive guess, and Itihan just saying like, nope, wrong way, you flipped wrong, and that's the goal. So definitely good on Han for the patience. Meanwhile, Lakeland making that score was a very important one, because they've been behind in so many ways for the majority of this game, and they need a little bit of momentum swing to try and rectify that. Even then, you can still see St. Clair has not been letting up. They've been very good on the pressure all game, and that just seems like it's going to continue, barring like 1 or 2 mistakes, even with Itihan's additional like damage and range on them. They're doing their best to fight around it, although it's a lot harder now.
Agreed. Again, the prize fighter is going to be stacked from Itihan, and they're not finding the KOs. Itihan finds himself staggered a bit, but never KO'd, which means that he is going to get full value from the stacks. And just as I say that, a bit of a caster's curse now. Itihan taking a few seconds to cool down from his rampage here in the penalty box as Shiro Aisu, good interaction win with the primary now. An open barrier for the side of Lakeland University. Just as Etion comes back, he retakes what is lost for him, and now Shiro Aisu, worse for wear in the situation. Oh my god, the core speed almost had it right there, but it's just right now Storm TFT desperately trying to find any way to get the core through. This defense has all of a sudden gone the way of Lakeland University, and they're going to be the ones finding themselves the aggressor on a lot of these plays.
Yeah, they've managed to turn it around a little bit. You can see that Shiro is kind of lurking there, trying to find a good opening, but it's not being allowed because Soren and Witchling in particular doing a good job. But as I say that, they finally get the pass. Storm DFT hits it straight in. Soren's not quite there, so good on them. And this is match point in favor of St. Clair.
Yeah. Match point here, a bit of a mind control in the primary means that now Lakeland University find themselves back against the wall, I believe, on their map pick. Which is going to be very scary for the upcoming series if they end up losing this, but right now they are looking to make sure it doesn't get to that. One offense means no goalie barrier, actually, and that's going to be a goalie barrier down for Lakeland University, of all people. Storm again with a strike reset on the secondary, going to get KO'd, but it's still an open net for Lakeland University. Itihan, no health to speak of for this upcoming play, has to play super defensively, and this is buying Judgmental the space that he needs right now. Shiro Aisu just doing her best just to make sure that Itihan does not get to participate in the play. Corner offense here, a little bit scary right now. The flip trade comes through. Soren going to be the winner of the duel right now. Secondary from the Vice comes through, not going to find too much value of it, and a strike war from Storm TFT barely taking it over Witchings means that Lakeland University is going to find themselves down a game on their map pick, and St. Clair now going to Oni Village, their choice, gets to determine the fate of the series.
Rough game for Lakeland University. They've got to find some way to kind of like shut down the passing game for St. Clair, because that seemed to be the tail of the tape here. You can see like so many shots, both Storm and Shiro having the same amount of shots, redirects going crazy as well on pretty much everybody's side. Soren doing a great job with the defense, doing their absolute best, but just on a couple occasions it was a little too late.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And I want to talk about the resources in draft that was invested by Lakeland University too, right? The Luna Band, right? Judgmental's signature character, right? The pick of the Drakkar and Vice, which I think was there really to pressure damage onto the Dubu. And it really didn't matter. They allowed Shiro Aisu and Storm to get their comfort picks here on this map, and they took it, right? It really didn't look like Judgmental was the star player of this team, right? During that game, it really felt like the passing plays between Shiro and Storm were so strong. They were winning a lot of interactions in the midfield. They were getting a lot of barriers against what is likely to be one of the best, if not the best goalie in the league right now. And so what do you do if you decide of Lakeland University? Are you going to invest the same resources to pressure Judgmental and maybe get him on the Dubu and get him on something a bit more passive, maybe even take that Dubu away, right? Put him on the Atlas perhaps. Or are you going to start targeting the midfielder or the brawler here of St. Clair, right? And what's really interesting too is this was one of the few teams that actually flexes their forwards depending on the map or the picks given to them, right? We saw that, I believe, in Oni Village game earlier where Storm actually played the midfield position. While I don't think that's their strongest lineup, that is still an option. So it really feels like Lakeland University is at a big disadvantage here coming into this next draft. Like, what are they going to do?
Yeah, that's honestly a very good question. I just personal suggestion, I would say, yeah, with the way that Storm and Shiro were operating, I would actually try and see if I can get Storm just a little bit more uncomfortable. Try it because Storm was the source of a lot of these forward pushes. Like, yes, they were passing very well between Shiro, but it was and just from what I saw, there was a lot of final pushes going Storm's way. Even with, you see, like the goals were about even between the two. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, that absolutely. I agree with your assessment as well. I think that Storm's, brawler pool, and we don't know. We don't know really the depths of it. We don't know how he looks, at least in this series, off of the Asher, and that did look really strong, I think, especially against that Atlas. A lot of hit stun coming out, and just because Shiro Isu is winning some of the midfield interactions here against Witchings, it's still a -40 redirect count between Witchings and Shiro, I think, as well. So just talking about the sheer presence that a midfielder has, there's definitely a world where Witchings maybe picks something a bit more core control focused, especially now that we're going into Oni Village, right? Where Witchings can take over the midfield. And in that situation, if you shut down Storm, well, that means that there isn't really a win condition outside of Judgmental maybe pulling the carry of his career, which, to be honest, at this point in the playoffs, right, is probably just not a good strategy to be relying on. So absolutely a good assessment there, and we'll see what both of these teams actually come out. I don't believe the draft is up unless I am mistaken. It's on the stream. Hold on, wait. I think I've guys. I might let me bring that up for myself really quickly, and let's talk
Yeah.
about some of these picks.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that, shall we? You can see that we have, first of all, Super Surge among Titan start, so that's going to be interesting to see. And as I pretty much expected, Luna's immediately banned, as is the Estelle on Oni Village, which I can understand that definitely. Estelle's kind of like range and stuff being something to watch out for here. But we can see that Asher is also that Asher immediately locked in. So like we were kind of like saying earlier, they were trying to like get her uncomfortable. So that Asher gets picked up. We also see Rasmus. Honestly, I would say that's a solid shout here as well. I've seen some very good Rasmus play on here. Aimee is just Aimee is Aimee. Aimee is good. That is the math.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And both Storm and Shiro Icy, right, renowned Aimee one tricks way back, right around the launch or year one of the game too. So both of these players very comfortable. Whoever ends up being the midfielder for this map, right? What I want to look towards actually is the side of Lakeland University. They have decided to reinvest into the Luna ban, even on Oni Village, right? One of the maps where that is considered Luna goalie a little bit weak, right?
Yeah.
But there's the Era X composition coming out. It is an Among Titans start. They are looking, I think, to enable E.T. Han here potentially, and Soren as well. I wonder what he's going to end up picking. I know he picked this Pauldron's Asher on Gates, where it foundationally does make a lot of sense. Like, theoretically makes a lot of sense, especially when you're in those corner pockets, right? That extra size is going to help you defend those gates. And it might help you here in Oni Village too. But I'm wondering if he's actually going to opt into that, unlike something more traditional like Strike Shot, which I think, in my opinion, is right now just the generally speaking, the better gear to be picking on this Asher goalie pick. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen. I'm interested to see if they're all going to elect to use Among Titans, or they're going to invest all of that into the X to allow X to pick the Super Surge, or if, what strategy they are going to go into this game here.
Yeah, I feel honestly entirely the same. Just there's a lot of ways they can actually go for this X Asher era squadron against something like a Dubu, a Rasmus, and Aimee, who is like looking probably for locking down areas of the map, a big one like this. But you can see like just about you were right. Everybody went Among Titans. Han went Super Surge, so it's looking like Han is going to... They're basically kind of like pinning a lot of hopes on Han here.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that's basically just saying, Soren feeling confident, saying that on Oni Village, something that is a lot more goalie favored, right? Probably the most goalie favored map in the entire game. Soren's just saying, hey, I don't need the help. I could go my Among Titans play a little bit slower, and honestly, yeah, and use that Pauldron to actually make up a little bit of that difference, and use that extra move speed to actually make up for that lack of Strike Shot, and just give E.T. Han the resources he needs to get through Judgmental, which has been really hard to do so far this series. So we'll see if that actually ends up paying off, because just theoretically, going Among Titans is the weaker pick, or not going all three Among Titans is the weaker pick, but already it's going to be an open net. E.T. Han with a flip, going to be blocked out by the Tofu Fortress, though. We'll see, though, that pressure is coming on, it seems, for Judgmental right now, and he's going to have a lot to prove coming in this game number 2.
Yeah, it was a great showing last game, but this is a much different team comp, and it's a lot of a different threat that's coming out this time. So you can see that Shiro and Storm trying to get up to their usual tricks, but Itihan and Wishling's doing honestly a very solid job of intercepting this time where the core is going, and Itihan just steady in the backfield, just bullying Judgmental, staring him down, saying, "I'm bigger than you this time."
Yeah. And already, right, 2 Monk Titans means that I believe that's essentially just the equivalent of a size awakening, right? I think pre-nerfed recovery drone. So already taking advantage of that. 1 goalie barrier down now for the side of St. Clair. Judgmental quickly making it 2 with a little bit of aggressive debut play. So right now, Storm TFT going to be blocked away immediately here by the Asher, no problem. Witchings with the flip, trying to march the core forward, but actually electing to play a lot more defense. Seems that the side of Lakeland University is really electing to just let Itihan do its thing on the offense, play a much more defensive game, and see what happens.
Yeah, like I said, they're pinning a lot of like their hopes on Itihan. It seems like their goal is generally like hold off the offense, transition to our own offense, get Itihan the rock, and let them do their thing. So if that works, that's fantastic. Of course, the perennial problem with that kind of playstyle is if your opposing team catches on to that and they decide, okay, we need to get him out of here, then there goes your entire game plan. But when it works, it works. Didn't that time.
Yeah, agreed. And while we were talking about that, sure, I do not want to be outshined here. In the brawler position does take that goal over Sora now. An even game, energy economy slightly favored here towards the side of St. Clair. 1 goalie barrier down, but a lot of resources really invested for just the first goalie barrier here on Oni Village. Shura Aisu looking to get that open net. Not going to find it, though. This Asher very strong right now at this point in the game here. Flip comes through here from X. The dash comes through. The Super Surge not enough to break the defense here of the side of St. Clair. Right now, a bit of a lull here as we get into the Oni Village. Both teams trying to just pick away at each other, trying to find some gap in the armor, and there it goes. Shura Aisu now opening up the net. Primary comes through. These strikes are very good from Soren now. But Shura Aisu still 1 more opportunity to score, and that's all she needs. Just 1 misclear here down to Witching, immediately taken advantage of by the Pendulum Swing. And again, side of St. Clair finds themselves up 1 point here on the set.
Yeah, these are some very hard fought points, in fact. And it's looking like right now that the game plan for Itihan isn't quite taking off quite like they wanted to, but hey, this is still the first set. Awakenings are going to make all the difference, really. And so I'm feeling that the game proper isn't going to start until that last point for this first set is handled. But in the meantime, both teams definitely trying to do what they can. Shiro Aisu looking low, near staggered, had to retreat on that. So Han getting finally some damage out, which I've noticed there hasn't been that many KOs yet in this match.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, right? No damage awakenings outside that Super Surge on X to start. And that combined with the Oni Village gameplay that we've come to know and love from the map means that there just aren't going to be that many opportunities for KOs, and that is buying a lot of breathing room here for both teams, honestly, as both the X and the Era are candidates for being KO'd in those situations. The Rasmus, the Aimee, less so, but not really characters that have to play around the KO kind of losing my train of thought. Sorry, the KO victory condition here, right? They both have more than enough hit stun to get through any goalie that they like, so we'll see what they will opt into. St. Clair so far opting into that core control so far this series, and right now it's paying off well for them.
Yeah, definitely. That core, though, flying now with that overtime speed actually gets them a barrier. So we need to see if they can actually like finish this, or if this defensive effort from Lakeland will continue to hold.
Defense does hold for now, but it's looking more and more tenuous by the second here. Strike shot keeps the play going, but Itihan actually great dribble, set switching up for the perfect goal, and now we are even here. Set number 1 of Oni Village, after a very arduous first set, we'll finally get to see the conclusion.
Yeah, it has been a long and hard-fought one already, and that I would not be surprised if that time kind of like shortens up as the days goes on. And there's actually a kill. Finally, Storm nearly getting taken out, but Shiro absolutely scared as that as Judgmental. Without him, that's kind of wraps.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. The triangle is formed. You saw at the end that NATO already pushing Storm out of the way. Nothing to really be done in that defensive scenario. And so we're going to find ourselves here. First draft of the game, I'm looking at stacks and stacks. I'm looking at Stagger Swagger. I'm looking on prime time for this Asher. All of these potentially very destructive picks if they get into the right hands. And yeah, there it is. I want to talk about this, guys. Oh. Do not give Asher rapid fire prime time. You are going to lose. That is, like, Asher has the best primary in the game as a goalie. Do not give her lower cooldown and an extra charge of it. It is going to be near impossible. And I think, especially on Oni Village, this is the awakening to be looking at. If that rapid fire falls to Soren, it's going to be curtains for the side of St. Clair. And we'll see if Soren will be able to grab that. But that's the thing I'm worried about if I am a St. Clair fan.
That is a bold statement, but I cannot really find the fault in it after you think about it for a bit. Just, it's so scary to be able to just see an Asher just pop one after the other, and with that kind of team like Bagner, just like an Era and an X, yeah, that can be that's just a very scary group right there.
Yeah, I cannot stress this enough. That being said, movement speed awakenings going the way of the forwards of St. Clair University or St. Clair Esports, and that will mean a lot. Movement speed is king on this map, right? With how open it is, how defensive it can be. So there will be a lot of opportunities for the forward duo of Shiro and Storm to actually get some work in against this Asher, but as of right now, Lakeland University find themselves advantaged. Soren finds himself very comfortable here with a prime time, and we'll see if this defensive prophecy comes to be.
Yeah, for sure. They are trying to do their best to kind of collapse on the top side. Both teams' barriers having been taken bottom side. There is the second one, St. Clair, definitely trying to make something happen immediately. Shiro going in, tried to get like a whiplash or something like that out there and could not quite make it. So very good hold on the part of Lakeland if it keeps up.
Absolutely agreed, and now it's going to be overtime, so it's going to be more and more scary for both goalies to deal with their opposition. Another defense here from Soren, the primary, once again finding value. An excellent glitch pop pass from Storm. Blows the flip, the core flip parry comes through. But again, the prime time comes into play. That secondary primary essentially just creating so much value here. And again, it's going to be up for this next offensive play. Soren's going to have another primary. There it goes. The flip here from Shiro Isu, not actually going to be needed. But finally, after 3 primaries from Asher, it's finally done. And they finally get a single point on the board for the set.
That was already stressful, and it's not going to get any easier. They've got to try and like push a little bit of something to tie this match up already, and they do have some energy. They do have a bit of an energy like advantage with both Shiro and Judgmental having flips ready to go, but that's only good if you can actually get an opportunity to use them effectively. And with Soren's ability to just, like I said, like pop out primary after primary, that's much easier said than done.
Yeah, agreed. And again, we find ourselves here on Oni Village. Back and forth coming through here in midfield. Itihan trying to sneakily get a barrier, gets it with the X Maximus here, but it's going to be immediately returned now. Storm TFT with the flip, sends it up, double flip comes out, but it's going to be taken away by Storm. One primary comes out, but the second's still here. Itihan, though, an opportunity to score on the other side of the map. Good patience from Shiro Isu here to keep the core going forward, and recognizing that the core was going where she wanted it, didn't have to do anything, and that allows Storm to get the perfect goal there with the glitch pop. Excellent play here coming out from St. Clair Saints, and they're going to find themselves advantage here on the set.
Yeah, just very nice patience from all parties involved. Storm manages to line that glitch pop up pretty much flawlessly. Soren could only do what they did. But at this point, like, they definitely want to try and ride this momentum, get this set done and dusted, hopefully, and maybe get some awakenings to try and counteract like both Soren's like massive primary advantage, as well as quite possibly like the cast to last from Witchlings, because I feel like that's been a bit of an understated assistance with like that speed up that Witchling's been able to give Soren and even on occasions, just allowing them to do much better on the defensive front.
Right now, count the primaries, right? 2 finally down, potentially some weakness here in Lakeland University's armor, but they have to find something right now. And that opportunity not going to be given away from him. Witchings here with a flip, going to find a KO, but not the goal. Importantly, overtime now here. Etihan swinging away here in the enemy net. Judgmental now putting down the Tofu Fortress. A scary somersault comes through. But right now, St. Clair Saints still hold. The strike work comes through from Etihan, but the goal just not here. Finally, Storm TFT there, intercepting the clear, but it's not out of it yet. Etihan, very, very scary here with the size. Finally, though, but that's one Asher primary coming through. Storm TFT needs to get through a second one here. The barrier beam, though, comes out, buys another time. 2 primaries back again for the Asher. And I don't know right now, but it looks like a Greek myth of someone's choosing as Etihan sticks it in with some help from the Arenado. 2-2 here on the set of Oni Village. And again, we find ourselves in the longest possible Oni Village set, probably in today's matches so far. We'll see how it ends.
Yep, strap yourselves in, folks. If you haven't already, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. Although, definitely, you can see St. Clair trying to make it a sprint, nearly gets that second barrier, but pays for their temerity with authority with that KO. And now it's a power play on the side of Lakeland. They're trying to make something happen, but not quite. Almost a reverse, as that second barrier does in fact go down. Gets traded for as well. Shiru and Storm trying to make a united front, trying to get that offense going, but it's been rough road for Lakeland, and it's been rough road for St. Clair. This has just been a very strong back and forth defensive effort by both teams.
Yeah, and scary clears coming out from Judgmental. Shira, Isu, and Storm need to capitalize now. It's only a matter of time. The Blink Forward does not find the value that it wants. Witchings, a few more strikes away here, but it's not even going to be needed. Etihan gets it through the Tofu Fortress, gets it through Shiro Isu, and again, another heartbreaker set here for St. Clair Saints, as Lakeland University now find themselves in an opposite position. Not their map pick, but they're going to be up 2 sets.
Yeah, crazy reversal of fortune indeed, but they are definitely going to be looking forward for something good. X might take the prize fire, took the recovery drone for the extra size. I almost would have taken aerials both for the deny, and plus I like X with aerials. I think that's a good shout. So it's interesting to see how this draft is shaken up, really.
One thing as well to speak of, the Spark actually taken away just to deny the Dubu. Timeless was right there, and with that, I think Timeless is really good on Asher goalie. So actually just elects to give that up. Just says he doesn't need it. The prime time is going to be enough. I just want to deny the Dubu to make things easier for Etihan, who now again has the recovery drone. That guy is the size of a night market lane right now, and even though it's not as claustrophobic here in the village, things will certainly be tough here for Judgmental.
Yeah, they are really kind of like specking into we said it earlier, the game plan seemed to be like, give it to Han, let Han handle like the majority of like a lot of the rough stuff, and it does seem like they are dedicating themselves to that goal, with Soren being willing to give that up and just kind of like deny the Dubu. So interesting to see how they're dedicated to that, and I'm looking to see how that ends up playing out. You see Shiru already getting kind of like that second barrier for St. Clair. So it's going to be like some very scary moments for Judgmental, but in a similar vein, actually, it's already going to be some very scary moments for Soren.
Agreed. Now though, Soren with a flip to work with, going to be very comfortable here in the defense, and I'm going to be sweating a bit if I am Judgmental. That's a big X, and that's a big X with flip right now too. As, whoa, Storm TFT actually out of nowhere, an excellent blink using that aerial's advantage that you mentioned earlier, and that could have been taken away by the X. now gets the first point of the set, catching Soren off guard.
Yeah, no, aerials on Aimi is incredibly scary. Like, call her Nightcrawler. She just bamps and comes out of nowhere with that. So that's why I said, like, I think should have been taken. But forget about the past. This is the present. And the present right now is Shiru and Storm doing their absolute best to try and get past this wall currently that is Soren, who is just cranking out abilities.
We'll see here. That spark of strength, not doing too much for it, but actually is going to be a little bit of damage here that Storm TFT is certainly feeling right now. Shira Isu going to win the midfield interactions here against Witching. Is eventually going to get cleared away though here. Flutterfly comes through, but not going to buy too much space for the side of Lakeland University. Good hook by Shiro means that Soren again on the defense, but that's a very comfortable Asher here. Just sitting up, but a good core flip call out by Shiro Isu actually gets that final barrier. Now an opportunity to score a 2v1 situation. Flip going to be burned here as we get into overtime. Soren, one primary down. Can a second come through? The Tofu Fortress keeps the core in play. Itihan not finding too much success here on the offense, which means the Storm TFT and Shiro Isu are going to have another opportunity. The core speed makes everyone whip their strikes. The nerves are coming through right now, but Shiro Isu finally gets to sink it in. Just a fraction of a delay on Soren's decision to send out the splash spitter. It's going to cost him the point. And now again, we find ourselves here, advantaged for St. Clair Saints, but we've seen how this ends before, and I'm not sure how this set's going to go.
Yeah, no, yeah, and like you said, you can already see kind of like the sweat, the nerves, the tension already coming out. Speed is a killer in this game like none other, and whether that is speed for the players, so the characters, or for the core itself. So that is something they are definitely going to have to like try and like keep in mind, as not just for like overtime, but as power generally grows, you're going to be seeing a lot more of those red cores. Case in point right there, and they're going to have to try and like just stay on top of their game with how long these sets have gone, with how these pass plays have been executed. It's going to be hard to keep your eye on the birdie, but it's something that they're going to have to do if they want to take this to our St. Clair.
Yeah. Again, Flip comes through. Another barrier beam going to be matched with it though here, and another primary is going to come off for this Asher very soon. How many primaries can you get through? I count 2, and we'll see if that comes to be. Now we're entering overtime here. The speed going to be the name of the game of the core. Storm TFT trying to dribble it around Soren. Pretty much the only option you really have is just a lonely Imi against a primetime Asher. Blink comes through, not going to find the value that you'd like though. Again, one primary comes through. Flip here for Witchings comes through. Storm TFT blocked away, gets a flip of his own, but immediately going to find himself in the penalty box yet again. A good pull from Shiro Isu stalls out the power play, as now Storm TFT given the time to reconcile and recoup here. Flip comes through from Judgmental now, an opportunity, but it's going to be a 2v1 here for Shiro Isu. Not much that you could do in that situation. Going to be small here. The power from Air's beam now, enough to send the core red here in overtime. Itihan potentially with another opportunity, but the core slips past him. Storm TFT trying to get through this defensive core of Lakeland University and just not finding the success he wants right now. Tornado comes through, hits the core forward, but Storm TFT again with the turret. Nothing could be found again, but a good interception here. Finally, the Aerial's blink comes through. Shiro Isu now has possession of the core, can go anyway. The strike war is won by Storm TFT, but Soren's going to be there. The barrier beam comes through. Soren slips up. The nerves finally get to him, and he is going to send the core just off, and that's finally going to be a set on the board here for St. Clair Saints.
Yeah, I think I want to believe that was an attempt at a Soren angle from the Manners, from Soren themselves, and just didn't quite make out. Like this has been such a long game. Like, yeah, it's starting to take its toll, I feel, already. But that seemed to work out for St. Clair, getting one in the books, and their drafting is already like looking surprisingly good, even though both teams, I think, have gotten mostly what they want. So that's a bit of a concern, but I do like what St. Clair has right here, especially the fight or flight and the big fish.
Yeah, did you just see the size of that Expel Ringer beamed up by Era? Has Might of the Colossus, Era Beam, Recovery Drone, and 2 Among Titans buffs. That's That's just scary. You can't outstrike for that. You can't play around that, and already we're seeing the effects of that here. So right now, Soren's bringing it into the top side. Itihan swinging away, just using his big arms to strike wherever he can. And look at that bell ringer, half the size of the map right now. Strike war impossible to lose here for Itihan. So right now, side of St. Clair's Esports does hold strong for now, but it's looking scary yet again. The strike shot intercepts that dribble. Well played here by Judgmental, but again, he finds himself Soren with possession of the core. The core is going to get to him yet again, and this time he's got a tornado to back him. Going to be cleared away yet again. Wishing's here with a flip. Should he elect to use it? That's going to be a goalie down for the side of St. Clair, and Lakeland University take that to their advantage immediately. Saves their core flip, saves both of their core flips, and now find themselves up 1 point here on the set.
X is just a titan right now, and that is just horribly scary, though it is, I would say, it's not insurmountable. We saw like them manage to get the core past the X before, and but after that it's like a matter of getting it past Soren, who has been putting on like just a massive defensive showing this entire game. So the question isn't how do you get past one wall, it's how do you get past two.
Yeah, absolutely agreed, right? I think when people are talking about the Awakening Among Titans, we really are just talking about Soren and Itihan right now, specifically Soren, but Storm almost actually finds the goal in a 1v3 situation, but he's going to cost that. He's going to pay for that play with his health. Witching's a good interception here on the pass, means that it's going to be an open net here for both teams. No, Shiro Aisu, unfortunately, just uses the secondary at the wrong time. Hey, it happens.
Yeah.
Every dog has his day. Every midfielder has their one. It's okay. We got to move on. But now this is going to be game point for the side of Lakeland University here.
Yep, this is a match point, chance to tie it, and they are not going to like let this go. They are up very nicely, and I would be surprised if they would have let this one slip through their grasp, especially like with Soren kind of like at the back and just anchoring all of their work. Even like ETA is just a monster right now, so it's hard to see St. Clair kind of like coming back from this, though I would not say it's again, I still would not say it's like impossible. I still would not call it completely done.
Absolutely agreed. There's one set down here, and even though you are against that Era X scaling, anything could happen here in the Collegiate Corestrike League. Itihan, though, able to grab the core, one barrier down. Can a second come through? It looks like right now, though, Soren's going to be on the defense. Has flip, has both primaries to work with. The only thing that'll keep him down is greed, and elects not to be greedy. Flip trade, though, comes out here. Does actually save the point. The primary pendulum swing comes out, takes out the midfielder. Soren, fortunately, not able to defend in that 2v1 situation. Hey, that's a way. This is how St. Clair Saints could still win. If opportunities like that happen, if trades like that happen, there's absolutely a way for St. Clair to win. We'll just see if they'll be able to do it enough times to take the game.
Yeah, there's definitely a path. There's definitely a path here. They just have to play tight, and they have to make sure that their passing game is on point, which it has been for a long time. There's two barriers down and nearly like a scoring opportunity with that firewall coming out. All three members kind of like pushing up a little bit since the moment, but it was able to be defended against. So good defense on honestly like both sides. It's far from over.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And right now, it looks like the side of St. Clair's Esports are locking in. They've won some very key interactions so far this point, and unless something big happens from Lakeland University, really the momentum is theirs to lose right now. Strike shot comes out, the flip is there, and just as I say it, looks like the momentum has swapped. Itihan big here. Flip takes out the Dubu. You have to survive for 7 seconds. Good stalling here from the hook from Shiro Aisu, but it might not be enough. Storm TFT now forced to play goalie here in his goalie's absence. The barrier beam comes out, the flip secondary comes through, but that means there's no resources here on the defense if it comes through. Witching's here with the flip. Itihan barely not able to get the core. Shiro Aisu needs to make the play for his life, and there it goes. The strike comes through, assisted by the glitch pop of Storm TFT, and now we find ourselves 0.5 here on the set. This is the opportunity that St. Clair need to come back. They just have to get one more.
Yeah, they have been. I'll be honest. Like they are playing lights out. They do not want this to tie. They want to wrap this up. Very nice plays right there. Beautiful double barrier. Glitch pop was ideal, and they immediately collapse on the goal. Shiro knocks it in. They said, no. We are not out of this yet. Don't trip. So fantastic.
Yeah, and we're getting to this final draft here. There's the rapid fire we've all been waiting for.
Oh, yeah.
I am on my hands and knees if I'm judgmental. Please deny this rapid fire. You have to deny it. If you don't, you are going to lose.
There we
There
go.
it is. There it is. The reverberation still
They've been
potentially here
listening.
for this Asher. The heavy impact potentially ways for Asher to get more cooldown. Elects to use it. That is 15% cooldown, right? Half of a rapid fire in these situations, but it's not rapid fire, and that's what you want. Judgmental getting some key cooldown here in the reverberation as well. I think could be big. And if we look over at this era build as well, 2 sparks is going to be significant, but it's not going to be the difference breaker here. So overall, I think an even draft, it could be any team to take. This is an Era X team that has scaled, but it seems so far that St. Clair have the magic to pull it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Like St. Clair have locked in so far. Like at this point, I feel like it's going to come down to team synergy, player skill, because both teams have shown like some incredible plays. The both teams have the potential to get this done. So it's just who makes the least mistakes at this point.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And right now, no mistakes to be made here on the defense by Soren. The side of St. Clair to capitalize on. Shiro ICU trying to find the gap in the armor here in the 1v1, but look how rough this looks. Going to be beamed immediately by the Era as soon as she gets her core possession. The NATO there to assist the clear as well, which means that E.T. Han gets the setup with the core speed, now an open net for the side of St. Clair. The dribble comes through, the beam comes out immediately. Shiro ICU trying to play dirty, trying to find just any opportunity to score, but none will come to pass. Flip comes through from E.T. Han. Storm TFT not able to intercept the core. And that's point 1 here of this final set, going the way of Lakeland University.
Just a rough situation. The core kind of like getting away. It's like Shiro Aizu tried to like 1v2 like 5 different times, but Soren just has like a little bit too many abilities, too much scaling. Witchling's right there as well. So it was a massive wall to kind of like get past. And at that point, once the core got away with them, it was just in a quick, easy transition. And that's something that they can't let happen again. And I feel that, like, as good as Shiro isn't going to win like those 1v1s anymore. Like, amazing cross-up, amazing dancer with the core, but Soren's just too big and has too many buttons they can press to kind of just get past easily. And even then, like you say, you got Witchlings right there with him, just that 2-on-1 defense.
Yeah.
Like, he's more than that.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. But right now, it's going to be Storm support that makes the difference. The Firewall Sentry is there. The flip comes through, gets it past Soren. And like you mentioned, right, Shiro Aisu can't do it alone. She's going to need help from her midfielder, and Storm is there. St. Clair is firing on all cylinders right now. They're feeling like a team right now. And if they want to win it, they're going to have to win or lose as a team. And right now, we're going to the second point here. It could be anyone's game. The X-Max is barely defended away. 1 goalie barrier down now for both teams. Soren almost losing a second, and it's close. I don't know who's going to win. We'll see what happens.
Nah, this is going to come down to a game. This is going to come down to like inches and milliseconds, practically, the way both teams have been playing. That was like, yes, it was barely defended, but guess what? It was still defended. So they are definitely like doing absolutely everything they can to make sure that this game ends with a W in their column. Shiro and Storm trying to like make something happen, collapsing in on it. Meanwhile, it's almost like a 3-person defense. E.T. Han kind of like retreating back to the midfield almost just to like make sure that pressure, that there's some relief to that pressure that St. Clair's been giving them, because they've been turning the heat up for sure.
Yeah, agreed. And man, it's tough. It's tough to recognize that on Oni Village, you're going to need help from both your forwards to get the defense, but that might be exactly what Lakeland University needs. This core speed dribbling, so scary to deal with. Even the NATO there to potentially take it away. The Tofu Fortune is not going to be enough to defend. Again, an open net here. Flip comes through from Soren, goes right into the hands of Judgmental, though. Pass splitter comes out. Storm TFT is going to be first here with the core. It's going to be there now, an open net for both teams. Judgmental with the clear up top side. The NATO is not going to be enough to blink down. Does not get the prediction that Storm TFT wants, but he might be first to the play now. Pass up to Shiro Aisu. Shiro Aisu, though, has 2 forwards to get into. The glitch pop's going to be there to potentially take away Soren, but he is ready for it. ET Han here with a dribble, calls out the flip. An amazing clear from Shiro Isu means that now it's a 1v1. Storm TFT actually gets the flip. The patience calls out Soren on it. Doesn't need 2 primaries, times it perfectly. And now St. Clair Esports 1 point away from closing out, 1 point away from the podium finish, and 1 point away from sending Lakeland University home. Can they do it? 1 goalie barrier going to go down here. The flips from Fira Ice, who's going to be called out. A little bit too excited here, but now energy comes through for the side of ET Han. The flip's going to be here. No flip on the midfielder, but that's fine. The flip is finally whiffed. The nerves are here. The hearts are pounding here in game number 2. Storm TFT finally, though, with a breakaway 1v1 here on the power play, stalls out time, doesn't get the goalie barrier, but that's not what you need right now. Anything could go the way of St. Clair's Esports if they just make one play correctly here and now. ET Han doesn't win the strike war here. The glitch pop to back up Shiro Ice, who's going to be needed here, and the clear is finally through. The pendulum swing is looking very dangerous right now. 1 goalie barrier down. Shiro Isu walking away from that play with her life as Witching's now possession of the core comes through for the midfield, trying to desperately get it up to ET Han here, but it's going to be Soren to finish the job for him here. But all these abilities are coming out here in the midfield, making sure that Judgmental has the space to breathe against ET Han, which allows him to get these clears right now. Overtime now going to be here on the village. A flip comes through from Storm TFT. It's now an open net for the side of Lakeland University right now. Storm TFT dribbling the core forward. It's a 1v1 situation here. Splink comes forward, but not going to find the core. Pass goes down from Judgmental, but it's going to be in the hands of ET Han. Again, the Firewall Sentry is going to be here, looking scary for a second, but the X Maximus comes out. Shiro Isu calls out. Soren gets the flip, needs to win one more interaction here, and it's finally going to be Curtains. No flip for the goalie of Lakeland University. The pull is there, and the goal is done. Shiro Isu takes it out from Lakeland University. The primetime and Asher doesn't get to be used if it's an open net, in St. Clair Esports reverse sweep on Oni Village against the Era X and take the series. They get the guaranteed 3rd place move on here in bracket, and Lakeland University is sent packing. Well played to the Saints. They absolutely deserved it. Shout to Storm and Shiro Ice, who played like absolute beasts.
That was sick.
And they're going to be the ones that take it home today.
That was insanity. That entire last set was just both teams locking in, and it wasn't even like slugging out. It was just like good gameplay, good passing, good defense, good just everything, firing on all cylinders on both teams. Like I was saying earlier, it was a game that turned into a game of inches and centimeters, and just the slightest mistakes, the teensiest mistakes, the absolute slightest problems were the ones to like cost points, or the ones to cost the game, and eventually. And yeah, it was Shiro and Storm. Really, again, you live as a team, you die as a team, and in this case, St. Clair locked in and decided, no, we live in today. They worked as an absolute unit, and I mean that in all the best possible ways.
Yeah, absolutely. Shiro Isu, so many clutch plays with us pulled, stalled out so many power plays, even when ET Han was able to find one of his 8 KOs, right? Storm TFT played absolutely amazingly in the midfield. Excellent use of the glitch pop, showing his mastery on the character that he's known for, and able to get it through. And honestly, so many situations, I was so scared about this primetime Asher, and it looked really bad in a lot of situations, right? It felt like, how am I ever going to get past this Asher with 2 primaries, right? And they played around it. They played around it so well, used the space given to them. Shiro Isu and Storm TFT really outplaying the defensive core of Lakeland University and getting that well-deserved win. Absolutely phenomenal play, right? 300 redirects, right? 350 redirects from both Storm TFT and Shiro Isu. That's going to be enough for them to take the game, and that's what you're going to need. I mean, look at this goal participation from Storm TFT. 6+7. Hello? Like 6+7.
Wow.
That's an 11. Wait, no, that's a 13 goal participation. I'm pretty sure that's every single goal that Storm TFT or that St. Clair scored. I think Storm had a part of it, right? Shiro Isu, no slouch herself, right? 7+3, right? So that's your forwards, right? Judgmental was not scoring anything, right? 0+2. Amazing play here from the forward duo. I think they're the ones to take it home, and it really goes to show for St. Clair that if you target Judgmental, their forward duo is going to shine through, and they're a force to be reckoned with here in the top 3 of CCL. But I'm getting word from production that we're gonna need to outro pretty
Yeah.
soon, so
We're gonna
we're gonna
see
do that right now. But if you want to see how second place is gonna finish out, come see that happen in just a couple minutes. We'll be right back with more CCL playoffs.
See ya.
Hello, everybody. We are back here. Now, we have seen St. Clair get their podium finish. They are going to be at least guaranteed third place after an amazing series against Lakeland University, but they've got another beast in front of them, and that's going to be the George Mason Patriots, who are looking and hungry for another shot here at NJIT and Grand Finals. But we'll see if they get that opportunity. They still have to go through St. Clair Saints themselves, and I believe we're going to be going to the Clarion Test Chamber here for game number 1. We'll see what both of these teams pull out, as I think the player to watch in this series is going to be Rabies. Bit of an up-and-comer in the scene, something that is to be celebrated nowadays, right? And I think Rabies is absolutely a player that has improved so much over the past season, and we're going to see how she contends against relatively very seasoned players here in the side of St. Clair Esports. But going into this, there's a pick that I'm looking at right now, and it's the Siphoning Wand Juno. I'm not sure how that works, but we'll see if there's going to be any value that get out of it.
I mean, I can kind of see the logic for it. I mean, drop many slimes and let that kind of like rack up over time maybe, but maybe that's not even necessary. Maybe you just like rely on that passing game that has been working for them so well for like the past game or two. So we'll see how that shakes out.
Yeah, agreed. And there is a lack of mobility that comes from having the Siphoning Wand, but there's something to make up for that, and that is Judgmental here on the Luna. This is his signature feared pick, right? And all of the CCL, right? One of the kind of the must bans against this team, and it seems like George Mason University no longer want to consider it a sacred cow. We'll see if that pays off for him, but already we've seen a lot of work come through, so much damage come through from the specialized training. But just as I say that, Castus Curse hits us, and the Luna goalie does Luna goalie things. Hey, all good. Every goalie gets their one.
Yeah, Luna's never going to be, in my opinion, Luna's never going to be considered like the absolute best goalie because, let's face it, Luna is a tiny thing. But she is a tiny thing who hits very hard. So even as a goalie, things like that can happen. Getting like the center orb and suddenly becoming pretty darn big. So if they can kind of like utilize Clarion's near randomness to their advantage, they could absolutely make up for a few of these problems. But losing members aren't going to like help that.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And we'll see right now, already so much respect going the way of Judgmental Luna, and again, that's just a goal scored off the spec training Cratermaker, sending it at Mach 8 here. Already here, just in set number 1. So if that continues, I don't see Spartan keeping this flip for much longer, because as of right now, even with that reverberation, this now is going to be a very fragile thing, and we'll see if that is going to bite Spartan in the butt later in this game.
Yeah, for sure. Which is kind of like, here's the thing, Rabies is very scary, but now is known for being able to control the pace of a match when utilized very well. And I can definitely see that happening here on Clarion Test Chamber, of all things, basically like her home stage, you know? So it's one of those things that Spartan has to be trying to do, and one of the things that they have to be anticipating Spartan to be trying to do.
Absolutely, and just as we're talking about the situation of the game is unfolding in front of us already. A set going the way of St. Clair, looking to keep their momentum here coming out of the previous series. And a couple things to look at, right? That prize fighter going to be a bit scary, a spark of focus potentially, but it's actually going to be Glass Cannon elected. I think Judgmental just wants that power immediately right off the bat, doesn't want to work for it, just wants to get it over time. I think that's going to be something that's absolutely going to be deadly, because we already saw so many situations where that specialized training Cratermaker was placed, and well, if you're in the wrong place at the right time, you can kiss whatever stacks of prize fighter you have goodbye. So we'll see if that ends up paying well for Judgmental, but if I know anything about the guy, it will.
Yeah, like that's just a lot of damage as a coming out, because like she's the goalie, so no, she's not going to get hit a whole lot. But on the other hand, you do have like that Okay, that belt is not something to be, scoffed at having prize fighter. So it's definitely still something they're going to have to like keep in mind, and it's going to cause Rabies, I feel, to be a little bit more feared, and they may start to kind of like rethink how they approach engagements with Rabies and possibly the team as a whole. Very nice save. Rabies putting up a little bit of extra effort, but it is Asher, and Asher is wont to do Asher things and bully the core through.
Yep, absolutely agreed. Things are going smoothly for the St. Clair Saints right now. And as we get into these farther points, one prize fighter stack that is automatically given at the start of each stack going to be taken away actually immediately. It's a weird balance. Leaves Judgmental to blow his core flip, but is going to be given an open net for his troubles now. Rabies finally going to be app sheep, potentially with an opportunity to get at least a bit of damage here and put some pressure on Storm, as already Spartan taking some very scary strike wars here against the size Asher, and the patience from Storm, a humble or a farmer, as the kids would say, just waiting there, allowing Judgmental to swoop in, take the goal, and just playing exactly how you need to get the win.
Yeah, so far it's been almost clinical on St. Clair's side. Aside from that, a little bit of a who's going to get it, you situation. That happens sometimes. It's whatever. But aside from that, no, St. Clair have been playing very well, and plays like that where, like you said, Storm just walked up and said, "What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?" And they basically flinched. And if they can keep making like psychological plays like that, then that's all. I was almost say like raps for this. I'm always big on like mind games in this game, and that was just a beautiful example of one.
Yeah, absolutely. Storm TFT playing exactly how you'd want out of any brawler right now, but Judgmental's gonna have to do a bit more here. Gonna be playing defense here on the Luna, which is no easy feat. Unfortunately, is gonna lose the goalie barrier. Might barely walk away with his goal saved for that as well, as the flip comes out from Spartan. Storm able to preserve his flip here, but might have to pay for that. Judgmental a good snipe here, and now opens up the net for both teams. Overtime comes through, and the hit stun. Storm TFT's Asher looking deadly, and we briefly saw it taken away from him in Game 2 of Oni Village, where he picked up the IME, but now he's back on it, and he's looking as deadly as ever. Already 2 sets going the way of St. Clair.
Yeah, much faster than last game, and Luna might be getting, I don't know, stagger, swagger, 1-2 punch. That's what I would take in this case, but nope, takes the stagger, swagger. So yeah, this team is already proving very capable. Juno gets 1-2 punch. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm not really seeing a reason for St. Clair to lose this. They got a good draft. Not that GMU didn't, but St. Clair's kind of been rocking and rolling this whole game.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. It's a bit of a brutal draft. Juno on the 1-2 punch, their only survivability and stagger swagger immediately sniped away from the Judgmental, who has enough damage to work with to not care about losing out on one awakening here. Not to mention, right, this Vice's win condition of taking out the enemy goalie completely null and void, I think, with this defensive pickup. So it's looking scary if you are the side of George Mason University right now. It definitely feels like you're going to be playing at a disadvantage, and already Storm TFT doing Asher things and doing them well. So right now going to get an open net here for the side of George Mason University. Judgmental with possession of the core, taking it before Wiggly Wobbly even gets a chance to play, and bada bing, bada boom, the bounce house sends his regards. The Storm TFT gets another goal here, sub 1 minute.
Yeah, this one's kind of flying by, folks. So keep your eyes up and open. And I say flying by, but really it's just Mental doing a whole lot of the flying. Quick double goal.
Oh my gosh!
Flip. Quick score. What was that? 10 seconds?
8 seconds.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's just brutal. I don't think I've seen a game this dominant. I don't think I've seen a game this dominant in so long. It feels like every game is just going to be, or every point is done in just a minute here, if not a few seconds, as with the previous one. And George Mason University not able to find any sort of answer right now, as Storm TFT basically getting like a over 50% conversion rate on all of his plays. And if he doesn't, Shiro Aisu and Judgmental are. So it really feels like there is very few opportunities for George Mason University to do anything. But as of right now, Wiggly Wobbly keeping the core forward. Some assistance here from his teammates, but gonna lose possession. But look how claustrophobic it is already. Shiro Aisu now with a flip. Judgmental has a flip to play safely if he needs to. The flip comes through. Rabies not able to react here with a supernova. Judgmental a little bit worse for wear, able to get up the orb, but that might not be enough. Should his stagger be re-interrupted, but Stagger Swagger is going to pay its dues now. Judgmental looking healthy. Storm TFT able to walk away from the goalie position again. Wiggly Wobbly a good pull, but not able to convert from it, as all three members of St. Clair University have now come back to play on defense. But just as overtime hits, bang, as you've said it, Wiggly Wobbly gets it through Judgmental, and that's the weakness of Luna a little bit.
Yeah.
Those things could happen.
Those things can absolutely happen. Like, Luna has a whole lot less room to like make mistakes than a lot of players, than a lot of characters on goalie. She's a tiny thing. She's a baby child.
Absolutely agreed, but right now this is a baby child with an ICBM, and that's something to be a little bit scared of right now, as Rabies in a 1v3 situation, not going to find too much value, as Wiggly Wobbly unfortunately going to be spending some time here in the penalty box. Good call out from Shiro Aisu, now going to be an open net. Storm TFT just dribbling, biding his time, and yeah, there it is.
Wrapped it up.
Top of the net, going to be just ending it. Shiro Aisu credited with a goal, but that was a quick one. That really felt like St. Clair Saint domination. And if that continues on game number 2, this might be a quick series.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll be honest, hopefully George Mason got the memo that do not let Judgmental pick Luna. Just don't. I can understand why you might want to like try for like a more clever play. Maybe you want to like try and ban out like the Asher, or maybe get Shiro Aisu on like something different. But don't try to be clever. Just ban the Luna and be done with it.
Yeah, ban the Luna, be done with it. It's okay. Storm TFT looked really good on the Asher.
Yeah.
So that's scary, but I absolutely agree. If you test Judgmental's Luna, it looks like he'll just be getting paid in dividends. And yeah, I mean, a sub 11-minute game, 10 minutes, 48 seconds of that one, less than a minute for each goal. And well, that happens, guys. Sometimes you forfeit your first game and you got to move on with your day. But talking about adaptations, we did see some signs of life, especially in set number 3, I believe. Wiggly Wobbly getting some good plays in, able to get that goal, right? Able to find it. And in a situation where Judgmental isn't able to play that eject goalie, right? There is more opportunities for Spartan and Rabies to play forward and be able to actually assist Wiggly Wobbly in a lot of these situations. So we'll see how draft number 2 and game number 2 comes out. I believe we will be going to, I think it's going to be Gates, which is, if I recall, yeah, okay, that is St. Clair's pick, actually. So scary if you are GMU. That just happened on your map pick, so you're gonna have to either battle it out in Gates, and even if you win that, you're gonna go back to Atlas's lab. So we'll see if they'll be able to do that. Gate's gonna be a bit scary as well, but I think this Asher pick is going to be a priority. Very good defensively, especially on this map. We saw Soren use it excellently, but also that's Storm TFT's signature brawler pick so far in these games that we've seen, and he's done incredibly well on it.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's definitely going to kind of be I almost want to say it's going to be kind of like a pick your poison now that I'm thinking about it, because these are both two very good players. We've seen them at their optimum now. So it's like, what do you feel you have the better chance against? And like you said, it's not like it's impossible for GMU to like come back from this. Rabies, we saw earlier, can pilot, that rock star to rock stardom. So it's nothing impossible here. It's just a matter of being able to kind of win, almost I'd say like win at draft, win at character select, if you will.
Yeah, agreed. And well, speaking of character select, we are in, and there it is. Literally an immediate Luna ban. GMU learned their lesson, recognize, hey, all right, we're just not going to deal with that. But looking at the Awakenings, it's going to be among Titans and 1-2 punch, which is going to be some interesting decisions coming out. And like I mentioned before, this Asher a very big priority. George Mason University picking up either for Spartan or for Wiggly Wobbly, taking away from Storm, who now actually has some options. Either flex to that midfield, play that IME potentially if you pick it up here in this rotation, or pick something else, right? So Shiro Isu, obviously very proficient on the Rasmus, has seen success with it just the previous series. That is something that could come out, but it did not look as dominant as we saw last game. So I will say St. Clair is not going to have, isn't going to be handed this draft on a golden platter like it was last game, but we'll see what they pick. Kazan comes out here, I believe. We'll see if that goes to Shiro Isu or Storm TFT. Both of them, I believe, play it, but we'll see. We'll see how this character select finishes out.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if I actually saw like both of them, like Kazan and Rasmus. But no, Kazan Aimi comes out. Still very scary on, you said this was Gates, correct? So
Yep.
it's very scary, especially when that turret is starting to come out and just locks down half the field, let's be frank. And continuing on with that, actually, is the Estelle and the Zentaro being picked up. Not quite certain who would be playing which in that situation. Any suggestion?
Yeah, actually, Rabies, known as a Vice One trick for a very long time, but has very been practicing this Estelle pick quite a bit. So I think that's going to be where she's going to go. Wiggly Wobbly, going to put the fries in the bag, pick that Zentaro. Not as dominant as the previous playoffs of CCL, but still a force to be reckoned with, especially if you are going to be playing in that corner a lot where the Oni's blade could do a lot of damage. That being said, as I say that, the Atlas gets picked up, and it's definitely going to make it a lot harder for these KOs to come out, especially because Atlas can just put down his special and just heal them back up. And I don't think, unless you're going to be opting into that 1-2 punch, which I don't think you really should be doing on an Among Titans to start, you're not going to have that damage right off the gate to punch through that Atlas healing. So we'll see how this turns out. I definitely would say that St. Clair is going to be slightly advantaged here in this pick. Not as advantaged as they were in the previous game, but still going to have I'd put my money towards St. Clair right now.
Yeah, I feel about the same, though there is room for, like I said, I do feel exactly the same, though there is room for an upset, but we are going to have to like see how this ends up shaking out. I am, in particular, again, we know that Asher is going to go crazy. I personally do not like Kazan, but this is Gates of Obscura, so I expect him to do well. I will leave it at that.
Definitely see Kazan matchup, I think, favored into Asher, but I know that there are a lot of differing opinions on that, so we'll see what happens. But one thing I actually want to note as well, right? Judgmentally Atlas, he does play Atlas. This is not like an issue of character mastery or anything like that, but this is the first time where he's picked a goalie that can't really help his forwards on the offense. Even when he was on the Dubu during the Oni Village games, he was still walking up, putting down his Tofu Fortress, allowing his teammates to get some space against the enemy goalie. But you really don't do that on Atlas unless you grab something like the Missile Propulsion, which that's tenuous if you're going to get, especially, right, if you're going to be playing against Estelle, who could take it pretty nicely. Obviously not her best pick, but even an Asher can deny it and get value out of it, right? So it's a bit contentious. It might hurt to deny, but it's absolutely deniable. And we'll see. That means that for the first time, I think, that we've seen them on stream, Storm TFT and Shiro Isu will be left alone to their own devices on the offense. And even though they've absolutely shown some master classes before then, they're going to have to do it all game now. It really can't just be clutch moments anymore. It has to be a sustained offense.
So we're gonna have to see if they can like hold that up, if they can continue that kind of offense for long, like you said, like longer than bursts. And those can arguably be two different skills. Like it's one thing to be able to be out on like a breakaway and suddenly like do a few dribbles and call it good, but being able to do that for point after point after point, that is a slightly different story. So definitely agree with that, and we will see what it's all gonna really start to seeing like what at draft. I'm really interested in seeing what everybody picks for like draft.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I think that this game could potentially be decided by some key denies or picks, but before then, that we do have a set to get through, and that set will be here. George Mason University now with their backs against the wall here, has to play perfectly if they want to take it to a game 3. And on the other hand, St. Clair playing for second place, playing for that opportunity to potentially make the biggest dethrone in CCL history against NJIT. But that's a lot on the line, and we'll see if both teams will be able to withstand the pressure.
Yeah, definitely. And when you started off, you notice that if you take a look at the early awakenings, you see that everybody picked Among Titans. No great surprise here. So everybody's going to be, just that little bit faster. And it's definitely going to cause a couple of different changes in strategy, I feel, especially for like the Atlas, who is commonly known for being kind of he walks, he does not run, as I say, like running is for plebs.
Yeah, agreed. And even though Judgmental hits level 2, not able to click the revive fast enough, which means that this is going to be a power play opportunity. Good clearing from Judgmental, and unfortunate glitch pop though. It means it's going to be an open net and an immediate goal capitalized upon that mistake. Not a great start if you are St. Clair, but still got the momentum. Game 1 still did happen, and that's a lot. That's going to be a lot to get through mentally if you are the side of GMU. So going forward now, already an offense here, and just as I say, the momentum's going to be taken back. We're going to have a power play here, advantage towards St. Clair.
Yeah, and a quick double barrier as well. Storm, Shiru's turret as well. Basically double teaming. They're trying to collapse on the goal. Flip in, boom. Very nice rebuttal. Very quick and very decisive.
Yeah, agreed. Just making sure that momentum does not stop. Well played from Shiro Aisu. Notably, the second IME1 trick on this team, right? We saw that Storm TFT pilot the character in the midfield in the previous series. Now it's going to be Shiro Aisu's turn to prove her mastery. I think so far it's going along nicely. One goalie barrier down now. It's going to be the continued offense for the side of George Mason University, but unfortunately a whiff strike means that it's going to be St. Clair's opportunity to retort. One goalie barrier down, Shiro Aisu looking to make it 2. Storm TFT, bit of a mountain climb here against that Asher, but does maintain possession for now. Barrier beam comes through. The second goalie barrier goes down, cleared down by Spartan. Going to be caught out by the strike shot. Judgmental with his flip. Going to be a little bit scary. It's right now Shiro Aisu in a 1v1 against Spartan. Going to take that, and no cooldowns from the Asher means that hit stun's going to come through. 2 points now for St. Clair.
Yeah, classic 1v1 situation for an IME. Hit it forward and just cyber swipe in, secure that goal. Again, like you said, no cooldowns remaining. Like pretty much an easy in, and you know that St. Clair wants to like get this first set over with, start and go into that draft from a position of power. They can start like scaling up real fast, but that's not going to help. You can see like George Mason really wants to even things up fast. They're the ones who want this draft. It's gonna they're already performing like very well. A lot of fun and very good pass plays like that, getting like a very nice goal there.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. But one thing I want to mention is that the only person that has actually opened the goal so far this game is a member of St. Clair. I believe we had 2 own barriers there coming out, but
True.
Hey, all good. Every brawler gets this one. It turns out every person can make mistakes, and
yeah,
that's the moral of the story today. But right now, Shiro Aisu and Storm TFT looking now to match their mistakes with this aggression. Flip comes through. That's okay. You've got another to work with now, as Flip now comes out from Spartan. Gets one goalie barrier for his troubles, but now the forwards are back here on the defense, hunkered down. Pass splitter comes through, but unfortunately not going to hit the target. Shiro Aisu now with an opportunity to score, but good strike from Spartan now. Keeps the core away. Good positioning from Rabies. A lot of pressure coming through now. Open barrier for the side of St. Clair Esports, but that's going to cost their brawler their life here, and an awesome glitch pop from Shiro Aisu calls out Spartan, and now the power play is here. St. Clair have an opportunity to finish this out, but the stalling for time is there. One more save, and now the power play is over, and in a reversal of fortunes, Wiggly Wobbly is actually going to have the opportunity to score, but it's going to be narrowly defended away from St. Clair here. The dash not going to come through. Spartan there to collect the core, though. And again, Judgmental's going to be here on the defense. The Oni Blades comes out. Storm TFT trying to intercept that down clear, but it's not going to be fast enough. Good strike war win from Shiro Aisu, and that's going to be curtains for the side of GMU. Shiro Aisu taking the strike war, taking the cyber swipe, showing the mastery on IME herself, and taking the first set here for St. Clair.
Very, very impressive placement on those cyber swipes, really. So getting rewarded with that, whether it's going to be like fight or flight, or maybe even like prime time, who knows, rapid fire, also very, very good. More pops, more everything. It is the Asher who takes the prime time, and you said earlier that's kind of like, that's scary, but at the very least, rapid fire not present.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of a monkey's paw, right? I wish for Asher to not get rapid fire in prime time. Okay. Says the monkey's paw, she will get either rapid fire or prime time. So, bit of a pain to deal with. That being said, a bit of luck on the other side of the draft. Judgmental with that twin drive here. Set number 1, obviously going to be the classic awakening pickup here for Atlas. No longer considered his best, but still very much up there. So that is going to be a pain for Wiggly Wobbly to deal with, especially when Shiro Aisu is helping on the defense like she is right now. As the reversals now go through offense, dash punch from the Asher, not going to come through here. Just one cooldown's going to go down here for the Atlas, one goalie barrier as well. Wiggly Wobbly looking to make it a second, but not able to do so here. The primary from the Atlas is going to come through now. Barrier beam comes down, gets the core a little bit of time and space, but it's actually going to be a missed strike shot from Judgmental that ends up being an open barrier for the side of St. Clair Esports. Storm TFT now marching up with the core, trying to play patiently, which has rewarded him very much so today. But that's still an Asher with a lot of cooldowns and a flip. Flip does come through the cyber turret. Not able to finally get that last redirect as it needs as we get in overtime here. Blink comes through from the Estella, tries to intercept the down clear. Not going to find it though. Good glitch pop to actually match the Crystal Thorns here. Great heads-up play here by Shiro Aisu. However, it's now going to be a breakaway. Actually, a reversal of fortunes. It's going to go right in the hands of Storm TFT. The flip comes out from Shiro Aisu and almost gets the goal right then and there. Wiggly Wobbly has the flip, gets sent out. Going to be denied away here by the Atlas, I believe. Flip now comes through, but eventually Wiggly Wobbly will find its way through, wins the strike war against the core flip. And the first point here on the set goes to George Mason Patriots.
Very nice, very nice consistency on that play, and just Wiggly Wobbly was just trying to like be a little bit everywhere for that one, but it did pay off handsomely. A lot of the times that core was starting to move like very awkwardly, very erratically, even for this map, and especially when overtime hit. That is something that I am concerned about a bit on the part of St. Clair. Like, if that George Mason can kind of get things to overtime, then that core speed, I feel, is going to favor them a little bit more than it would St. Clair.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Both Kazan and Aimi are characters that do not react well into core speed, especially the Aimi, infamous for being weaker in that overtime. We'll see, though, if GMU will be able to consistently do that, as they still do have to get through this offense for a full minute before they get to reap that benefit. Judgmental keeping the core forward here with the strike shot, now the primary, but now it's going to be a breakaway. Storm TFT tries to find possession of the core, but going to be punished for that. Now the overtime that we've mentioned is here. Flip comes through for Judgmental, a cool angle. Going to be called out, though, by Spartan here. Barrier beam comes out, and just like that, the offense is done. Flip comes through from Spartan, going to be sent to Wiggly Wobbly, and we'll see if that could be finished out here. Finally, core speed comes through, does go the way of St. Clair. Flip comes through from Shiro Aisu, but the pass splitter makes it a little bit hard to deal with, and clear is going to be found. Wiggly Wobbly now with possession of the core, sent down to Rave. He's going to be blocked away, though. That Twin Drive's Atlas is still there, lest we forget. But the flip is here. The flick is there as well. Awesome delay by Wiggly Wobbly to mix up the timing. And just like that, 2 points go the way of George Mason Patriots.
So yeah, I will reiterate what I said earlier a little bit. It definitely seems like the win condition almost for George Mason for these is hold out until overtime and then let the core speed and your ability to kind of like redirect the core and stop it on a dime. Basically allow that to bamboozle St. Clair a little bit, but that is still kind of like a tall order. That is skill. It's a scary situation to have your most obvious current win condition kind of be run the clock out.
Hey, interesting story. Back in the good old days, that used to be a Juno win condition, actually, before she was able to win through damage or pre-overtime course speed, right? She was considered, and probably still is in some ways, the best overtime character just because of the benefits to the course speed. So, looking back on these picks, though, the Estelle can send the core very, very fast. Kazan, right, can send the core very, very fast. And, well, if you have those opportunities, you can take advantage of those. And, well, we'll see if that comes to pass, though. Speaking of which, though, the Imi's actually going to be the one to take advantage of the overtime. Flip comes through. Or, sorry, Cyber Swipe comes through. And now the Flip's soon to follow. Ooh. Spartan called out here on the preemptive dash. And Shiro Isu, once again, finds herself taking the point. Well played here from St. Clair.
Yeah, Shiro Ice have been making kind of a living off of flipping and causing the defending goalie to flinch, basically, and that doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Very good core handler she is, so would not be surprised if they're still going to be relying on that for the majority of this set, especially against we've all seen how dominant Asher can be as a goalie. So something that they're going to have to work around a little bit carefully. Much like that, just managed to slip the core around twice in a row as they try and make something happen here, trying to possibly collapse on the goal a little bit, but no sale.
Yeah, and look at the trust I think that Storm has in his goalie right now. Just letting him take the 1v1s, recognizing that, hey, you're Atlas, you're made to win these 1v1s. I'm just going to play a bit more aggressively, and it's really paying off. Spartan, so much pressure on him right now, and already, yeah, going to be capitalized upon. Storm TFT getting his well-deserved credit on that goal, and just really great play here from St. Clair. George Mason Patriots, no slouches so far this set, but it really does look like St. Clair has found their momentum yet again after a brief interruption here.
Yeah, just very nice portal play right there by Storm as well. Gets both barriers down very fast, and suddenly again George Mason on the back foot. Top spin, I believe it was just completely annihilated. I believe that was Rabies, and wow, Flip nearly gets it in there, but no, they are Spartan defending with a life, but can only last for so long.
Yeah, after admittedly a bit of an overcook there on the offensive play, they do get it through the good old-fashioned way of striking it enough times until it goes in, and Storm TFT, a well-deserved MVP, going to be rewarded here as well, right? The size to play around with, right? Something that I'm looking at there, that Timeless Creator on the Asher goalie, something to think about as well. Could opt into size for the Asher himself, but we'll see if that comes to pass. Yeah, Timeless Creator, excellent deny against the IME as well, though. That being said, the IME has plenty of options. We do see that Super Surge deny, and I think that's, for the most part, the big ticket awakenings taken away. I'm going to be looking at the size on Kazan, and one thing I want to point out that's been really interesting is that Storm TFT is a brawler with midfielder roots, and I think we've been seeing that come out a lot. Yeah. We saw that there was some difficulty in the beginning of the set of Storm TFT scoring, and so I think St. Clair made the adaptation of saying, hey, IME can play as a brawler, and both of you are good at IME, so if our brawler of the game is having an issue, let's just skip around for a little bit and wait until next draft before we return to our traditional game plan. Let's just see what the IME brawler can do. And that has rewarded them actually quite a bit here. Shiro Isu making some amazing scoring plays here on the IME, and that's honestly what bought them that win on the draft, that adaptation. So it looks to see that we are back to status quo as normal, but that adaptation from St. Clair is actually paying off so well, and it's so cool to see this clean sort of play coming out from them as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being able to kind of flex and flow around the situation, that is an excellent mentality. That is an excellent hallmark, I would say, of a great team. Just being able to shift your stance, shift your abilities just on the fly. I suppose in a weird way that is Kazan in a nutshell as well, but that being expressed throughout the entire team is fantastic, and they are still fighting for that second barrier. George Mason not letting it go very easily, but it is, at the moment, it's still St. Clair's game to lose.
Absolutely agreed. And again, Primetime Asher going to be here, but actually Spartan caught with a reaction check here with the core speed going to be losing that final barrier here. The flip comes through, gonna be blocked away though. You can't really flip in front of that Asher, but a good glitch pop means that Shiraisu an opportunity to be scored. It's gonna be Storm TFT taking the shot instead. Shiraisu again here, this ooh, the turret looking a little bit scary, but gonna be defended again by the barrier beam from this Asher. Storm TFT, good strike win, sets Shiraisu up for a perfect glitch pop there. An excellent ability usage is going to make St. Clair take the first point of the set.
Just very, very good timing on all their parts and very good play calling, I would say, almost just by how they were able to set that up, allow Shiraisu those opportunities to just like go 1v2 really and come close to like really winning. They're using the portals a lot more effectively now than they were at the start as well. So yeah, there's just a lot of very nice adaptations I'm seeing from St. Clair at the moment.
Absolutely agree. The tenacity paying out in dividends here. One goalie barrier going to be going their way as well. Not able to make it a second, but Judgmental more than enough space to work with here. And look again, the humble aura farming coming up from Storm TFT, putting a lot of pressure on Spartan, giving him a lot of space to work with here as well. So right now, Raby's going to find herself staggered, potentially KO'd if she decides to walk any closer to the play. And there it goes. Shiraisu here with a flip. These dribbles are looking more and more scary by the minute, but Wiggly Wobbly, a hero play here on the defense, able to get a reverse power play going. So right now, though, Shiraisu able to finally get that goalie barrier. The glitch pop comes out, and that distraction allows Storm TFT to get the KO in the flip side, and now it's looking grim for the side of George Mason University. 2 KOs come out, 1 point away from being sent home. St. Clair are here and looking for the kill.
Yeah, this is George Mason's last stand, so they have to make it count. If they have been hiding anything, if there is a time to lock in, it is now, because St. Clair has been looking amazing. That was basic. It was credited to Storm, but that looked like a combo attack between Storm and Shiro, that KO.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's symbolic of all the plays that St. Clair has been able to make today. Just working as a well-oiled machine. This team is firing on all cylinders, and this team is looking to close it out right now. Solid defense on the play. Wiggly Wobbly forced to respect that top spin now, and no goalie barrier taken. Judgmental with a flip, looking to play aggressively here. Has the strike shot as well, sending it forward. The glitch pop provides that first strike, leading to all the cooldowns being burned by Spartan, but he's going to find the KO in the meantime now. Core flip comes through, going to be traded one goalie barrier down, but it's going to buy some time here for Storm TFT to come back up, especially now with that strike shot. Storm TFT now back here in the defensive play, going to be cleared away. The top spin comes through, but the strikes do not here. Overtime now comes through. The goalie barrier is going to be saved here by Spartan. The Oni's blade almost sends it in, but just pixels away right now. Storm TFT winning the midfield interaction, but now a 50-50 to be taken here by Wiggly Wobbly, and there it is. Rabies able to use that overtime to her advantage to sink in the first goal of the set, but it's a long hill to climb.
Yeah, they are down by a lot, both in points and sets, pretty much everything. So yeah, it is a mountain that they are going to be trying to scale. We have seen it happen before, but the way that St. Clair has been playing, it is, again, this is very much their game to lose. So we need to see if they can like hold it together and not let that one kind of like psych them out. That KO says no. That barrier says no. Does the goal say no? The flip tries to say no, but not quite. Still got a little bit of fight on him, do George Mason.
Yeah, Wiggly Wobbly here, an opportunity to make a hero play. That he does, an open net though, but one more offense now has to come through. The clear is going to be made, but Shiraisu is eyeing the core. The brawler Aimi's here. The scorer Aimi is looking like a hawk. Can happen here with a super surge at any given moment. The strikes come through. The midfield interactions go the way of Shiraisu, but the clear once again going to be made. Storm TFT goes strike war win, means again Spartan's going to be under pressure, but the core is slow enough to not cause too much distress. The blink is there, the turret's there now again. So claustrophobic now. It's going to be overtime. The core speed's going to be here, but we'll see who it favors. Now a 2v1 situation. Judgmental with the clear. Now a 2v1 in favor of St. Clair. This could be it right here. Shiraisu with the dribbles. Storm TFT with a dribble of his own. Tries to push it through, but two members of George Mason University are there to meet him. The flip comes through. The barrier beam comes through. The flip is now here from Storm TFT, but the pull does not get what he needs. The glitch pop sends it forward now in overtime, and Oni's blade is here. Goes right into Spartan's hands. The play now, it's up to Rabies to make the play. The flip is out. The defense, though, is made by Shiru Aisu, taking the top side of the net. The strike shot buys a little bit of time, but it's just not enough. And again, George Mason University hanging on, just barely keep the game alive.
And if they can push this through, then I believe that the algebra starts to change markedly. But it's just very scary. It's starting to get a little bit scary for both teams because that momentum that St. Clair's had is starting to fall a little bit, and you can see that George Mason is starting to come up with a few more plays, a few more like call outs, and in general starting to kind of like lock in a little bit. We need to see if it's going to be enough for this to kind of like turn their fortunes around. But for the moment, they aren't looking too bad.
Yeah. And they're going to have to keep going, though. The Primetime Asher, a lot of value there. Has the flip to work with as well. Storm TFT. Oh, a good drop down. It's going to actually deny that core flip clear. And oof, good strike rolling from Wiggly Wobbly. But again, the pressure is still going to be on Shiro Aisu now in the midfield, trying to push the core forward. Storm TFT is going to be the first one to this core. Loses the strike war, and now it's a power play again. It could go either side. George Mason University have to hunker down, not able to cut this pass. This core could just go anywhere as we enter overtime here, but it's going to be 4 seconds until Rabies back up. Shiro Aisu sends the core forward, barely defended away again by Spartan Storm TFT. Another clever shot, but not going to find the goal that they need. Judgmental, a little bit of a misplay there, means that it's going to be an open net for both teams. Has the flip to work with, but Storm TFT in a 1v1 situation is trying to just deny for time. Doesn't get to score the goal. Shiro Aisu not going to be there in time, but it's Rabies with a hero shot. The piercing shot pierces through Judgmental's strike shot. And George Mason University hang on. It only takes a trickle to start a flood, and I sense a few drops of rain.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if that umbrella is going to hold them either, because that was just some very good defensive play on the part of George Mason, and they are getting rewarded now a little bit with like that heavy impact. Let's see if they can start scaling already, as Rabies has already proven that they can be like very dangerous. So she'll be one to watch for certain. Prize fighter as well, also very, very scary. And
wait a second.
Yeah, this.
I gotta interrupt.
Go.
That's a missile propulsion on the Atlas. Remember when I talked about the weakness of this team composition?
Right.
That's not there anymore. Judgmental now has the autonomy to go up and help on this play. And this was a George Mason University that was barely holding wrong. Not to mention, the strike shot itself is going to be a bigger issue. Able to go cross-map now. And so, Judgmental is going to be able to play a lot more aggressively, even though there are some good pickups here, like the damage, like you mentioned, the spark scaling here coming out from Rabies. That's going to be big. Not to mention the extra special on the IME as well. There's going to be more firewall sentries, more wind conditions pretty much for the side of St. Clair. And so it's scary. I mean, it's been scary, but it will remain to be scary if you are George Mason University.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, seeing as how things are kind of turning out. But I do think that their mental kind of has almost like reset with this situation. They've managed to get one. That means, you know, there is a possibility even with these new outcomes. But, you know, St. Clair is not going to want that to is definitely not going to want that to happen, and especially with something like that missile propulsion, like you said, they are going to be able to press a lot more and a lot more consistently. So it's going to be on George Mason to be able to try and hang on and not flinch under this new type of assault.
Yeah, and that was a scary defense if you are Sparring. A lot of reaction checks there, but he might be rewarded for that. Shiro Aisu here finally there to assist on the defense, and it's going to be Storm here in the 1v1. Rabi's actually able to move back in time. That spark of agility and the fighter flight actually paying off in dividends here. A back pass through the portal, not going to find the mark, but Storm TFT eventually gets the core anyways. Jesus, this core is going fast. It's going to be that firewall sentry buffed by that extra special cooldown, now able to participate in the play to make the difference. And point one goes to St. Clair.
Yeah, just honestly very frightening on both sides. This game seems to have almost like evened up a little bit just in terms of scoring potential. But I do believe that the edge still kind of lies with St. Clair, ignoring that that KO. I don't want to say I cast a curse, so I refuse to believe it. But at the moment, yeah, George Mason is performing like at seemingly at a much higher level than they were earlier. They've realized that this is do or die time, and
Oh my God.
they don't want to die.
Yeah, and Storm TFT, unfortunately, going to be the one caught in a lot of these claustrophobic scenarios. Almost a permanent power play here for the last minute of gameplay. Storm TFT going to be back up, going to be able to help on this defense. Raby is almost losing her life in the play, but the portal's actually going to give her that breathing room to survive. We're going to see a bit of a strange portal play coming out here from side of St. Clair, but no matter, they regain, and they're going to be able to keep core possession right now as we enter overtime in just a few seconds. Strike shot buffed by that missile propulsion going to come through here, which means that it's going to be yet another corner offense. This time, some value going to be found. One goalie barrier going to go down. Shiro Isu's going to make it 2, but the flip from Raby is going to prevent that sort of thing from happening. One goalie barrier down. Shiro Isu going to walk over to the orb to heal up. This buys Wiggly Wobbly a little bit of space. Will he be able to capitalize? I'm not too sure, as the clear is going to be made here. Again, that blink comes through again. As soon as you give this Imi a bit of a second to kind of regenerate from the pressure, she'll be there at whatever place she needs to be. And yeah, this is scary strike warring, but right now the Asher is holding.
Yeah, very impressive hold right here. Especially with like all the corner play, all the corner scrums that's been happening, it's been very, very dangerous. They do manage to hold out and get that barrier, so now it's George Mason that needs to be on the offense, but they can't let their defensive measures like lacking. I've said earlier before that it seems like George Mason's best opportunities come when overtime hits. Like last point, yes, that was an overtime goal for St. Clair, but I would still say that overtime favors. Okay, maybe not. Maybe the Awakenings have caused a little bit of a shift in the balance of power. It is match point for St. Clair, but I'm still kind of like I'm still looking at George Mason to do something about this.
Yeah, that was a hard goal. Let's not be clear. Let's be clear. That was a very hard goal for them to make. Just one slip up able to be taken advantage of, and while it will eventually happen, we are human after all. That's still an Asher with prime time that you have to get through in order to score. That's going to be a lot of opportunities for Judgmental to also slip up with that twin drive. So when the Awakenings, solve the goal, or sorry, favor the goalies this much, it really can go either way. Right now, though, it is going the way of George Mason University, able to get that clear. Wiggly Wobbly now, potentially able to get one goalie barrier, going to be defended away though by Judgmental. It's going to be Storm TFT's turn to try, and has to blow that flip. Does not want a repeat of what we've seen before. The primary going to come through, but it's going to be Rabies to get that that goalie barrier anyways. Right now, Wiggly Wobbly tries to snipe it through the glitch pop from Shiro Isu, not able to assist here on the defensive play. Storm TFT with the size, looking scary. They're trying to dump it into this corner pocket to not give Spartan that portal clear as we get in overtime. Flip potentially there from Raby's going to be used just to keep herself alive here, as now we're looking very claustrophobic. The overtime looking deadlier by the second here. This Raby's going to be taken out now. Going to be a 2v1 power play situation. Storm TFT able to get one barrier now. Shiraisu not able to make it 2 with a firewall sentry, but the flip's going to be there if they need it. Not going to be needed. This is going to be dangerous if you are George Mason University. The topspin is there, barely cleared away, and Wiggly Wobbly and Raby's desperately trying to find any sort of value they can right now, but there's too many cooldowns here on the Atlas right now to deal with. Raby's winning the strike war, but doesn't get the aim that she wants. That might cost them dearly here, as right now Shiraisu has the flip barely defended away by Pixels here with the primary, but once again Storm TFT with the opportunity. Spartan not able to reach it with the strike, doesn't react in time, the hit stun throwing off his timing, and that's not how you want to see it end, but that's how St. Clair are going to march their way on to at least second place. They're going to be the ones facing NJIT for the coveted CCL title, and they're going to be the ones given a shot to put NJIT in their place.
Honestly, very impressive showing from St. Clair's, and not really by any means a bad showing by George Mason, especially with that last set. They really turned it up, and they showed more than a spark. They showed a bit of a flame there, in my opinion. Spartan making some absolute insane saves. Raby's pulling off some incredible hero plays. Wiggly Wobbly doing as much as possible on the front end, swinging everywhere and doing what they can to like get the goals that they did. Just overall solid play, but it was St. Clair who managed to hold themselves together, use that passing and that systematic play that they'd managed to like perfect from that last game, and basically not quite run away with it, but show a very strong performance indeed.
100%. And one stat that I think really shows that flame you're speaking about, when is the last time you've seen a team get 300 plus redirects on every single member, right? Even the brawler, right? Storm TFT not lacking at all in the redirects department, not letting his position as a brawler hold him back from participating in as many plays as he possibly can. I mean, 228 shots, right, between the forward duo of St. Clair. This is a team that is firing on all cylinders. This is a team that is more than the sum of their parts. This is a team that has found their flow and figured out what works, and they are the team that absolutely deserves this shot here in Grand Finals. Whatever history may end up being, if you're watching this VOD in the future, right? We don't know how it's going to end up at this point, but if there is a team that deserves to be in this Grand Finals with NJIT, it is St. Clair. Let that fact be undisputed, right? This is a team that is playing absolutely phenomenally, and they're a team that I think absolutely can bring the upset and the pain down on NJIT should NJIT give them the opportunity.
Yeah, so definitely don't sleep on it. Don't shy away from it. It might happen. NJIT has been virtually flawless this entire season, but that does not mean that they are immortal. That does not mean that they cannot bleed. So
Absolutely.
can St. Clair be the ones to deliver that blade to them? We will see.
Yeah, we'll see. And if you want to see that in just a bit, stay tuned. We will have grand finals coming up. I believe K-Bot and Threezy Breezy will be joining us here in the casting booth, and we'll see if these upstarts from St. Clair could take out the giants that are NJIT. And if there was ever an underdog story, it would be this one. But we'll see how that turns out. There's more Omega Strikers coming up. Stay tuned. We'll catch you in a bit.
See you soon.
Hello, strikers, and welcome back to CCL playoffs. It is Championship Sunday here, and we are just about ready to crown a new champion of the league. To do so, I'll be casting, joined alongside Mr. Two-Time 3Z Breezy over here. Are you ready for someone to join your ranks, 3Z?
It's an exciting day when a new champion is crowned in the Collegiate Corestrike League K-Bot. And presumably this NJIT team who has only dropped, what was it, 4 sets on the day, and 4 sets throughout the season. Pretty impressive resume.
Yeah, impressive to say the least up to this point. They have not lost a single game. They are 66-8 in the season so far, including playoffs in sets. That is an 89% set win rate. And I think the only team that they've dropped more than one set to was GMU yesterday. So this one will be fun for sure. Of course, in the match where NJIT and St. Clair played against each other, it did not go so well for the Saints. They only got one of those 8 sets that NJIT has dropped all season. What do you think their mind's at, 3Z, as St. Clair approaches this match versus the final boss?
What do I think St. Clair's minds are at?
Yeah.
Well, it's a good question. I think I faced a lot of daunting competitors at my time, and you kind of just have to you do one of two things, right? You want to win, you rise to the occasion, you say, "Hey, like, yeah, I'm not favored. Yeah, like I'm probably not going to win. But what if I did?" Right? What if I played so well? What if my team played so well? What if we did win? And that's the attitude that you have to have. And we'll see very quickly whether that's the attitude that Sinclair has in their gameplay. We won't know their comms, we won't know their drafts, we won't listen to them, but we'll see in their gameplay. We'll see whether they bounce back from getting KO'd. We'll see what their drafts look like. We'll see what their picks look like, what their character, what their awakening drafts look like. And we'll see if they are resilient and can bounce back from the punches that will be thrown at them, or whether they will just accept defeat and play like it. So we'll see. But yeah, you have to kind of have a little bit of optimism. You have to have a little bit of fun, even when you get KO'd or whatever. You just have to laugh it off. You have to keep going. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how St. Clair adapts to what NJIT has to bring.
Yeah, and you mentioned punches being thrown, but they will quite literally be thrown. Miri Meg tops the chart in KOs per 10 minutes over the course of the regular season with 4.21 KOs per 10 minutes. It also tops the damage chart with 17,213 damage every 10 minutes pumping out. By the way, on the damage chart, Kitsuna sits at number 5 with 15,500 damage as well. That's the kind of play style that this NJIT team seems to favor. It's the kind of play style that you love playing with when you get to play around Kitsuna. And it's something that they will certainly attempt to lock in here, especially as we take a look at our map picks here, 3Z. And this is the interesting thing that I find. St. Clair picked first. They elected to send us to Atlas's lab, and that's where we're about to head.
Yeah, the only reasonable explanation for that is that they want to pick the Luna. But even then, I don't know how it works in CC actually. If you pick the map, can you still get prio? Because I know in Nassau that's not how it works. Like if you pick the map, the other team gets prio per side.
Shouldn't you know? Didn't you win last season?
Listen, that was a long time ago, and
it was a couple months ago. 3Z.
In a galaxy far, far away, even. And also the CCL rules are funky. You can ask Trademark about that, but regardless, like I predicted, okay, we're seeing Judgmental on the Luna, okay, all according to plan. So that makes sense why we're on the laboratory of Atlas here. What doesn't make sense to me is why we picked Luna with Recovery Drone and Monumentalist start. That has to be the worst Luna start of all time, other than maybe like Stagger Swagger. But hey, if anyone can make it work, it's Judgmental. This guy's a friggin' beast on the Luna. What I think is interesting here is a Finny midfield coming out from Katsuna with the Monumentalist. That should do a lot of damage. See Miri Meg getting a KO already. No pummelers necessary with the slick kicks on the Juliet.
Already looking for the first goal here is NJIT with a low Judgmental and the Supernova coming in. Recovery Drone will proc off Judgmental, but that still leaves the opening wide for Miri Meg to send it through. And again, it's just overwhelming, even with Storm getting involved, right? Leaps in, you've got the Supernova there, and obviously Storm wasn't even concerned, right? The Vice doesn't have a dash awakening at this point in the game. You can just leap in, there's plenty of core control, and enough to go around here for NJIT. They're already coming out controlling the pace of the game. Miri Meg almost comes up with the drill play for the second barrier, wins the strike war here, and now is probably looking down to Kitsuna with the energy burst.
Yeah, that was a good save initially from Judgmental there, but Miri Meg got it back. Good flip by Storm. Keep this one out. We have two Storms. It's going to be a little confusing. But hey, we'll figure it out. Katsuna's staggered now. Not to say that this Luna Amy team can't do damage, but I just don't think it's as conducive. I mean, both teams want to do damage, right? Let's be clear. I just think that Finny, Juliet is going to have a higher chance to KO off their singular combo, and there you see them scoring. Nice little three-way combo there from the side of NJIT to go up 2-0.
Storm, perfect place, perfect time, able to assist with the party in the enemy goal box there, and it's just overwhelming, right? Wow. The question becomes, as you start looking to try to pick apart this roster, where do you attempt to break them down, right? Is it a specific player? Is it just trying to go back to basics of intercepting passes and whatnot? Or is it trying to just straight out survive? That doesn't seem to be going so well so far, as already we see Storm TFT go down. Judgmental dives in on the boost, can't find the goal, and Firewall Sentry, but oh no! Doesn't get back in time with the eject button, and the core just drifts into the net. It's a 3-0 sweep for NJIT.
Yep, Judgmental wristed for the biscuit there. Came up empty-handed. And alas, the walk of shame was too long for him to get back in the net there. NJIT take the first set. Big Fish on the board, secured for Mirimeg. That's his second size awakening. Although Luna does get Deadeye, so there's something for the Luna. You go from no power to, hitting 32.5% harder at range with all of your abilities. Very easy to proc that. Interesting spark pick here for Finny, giving rapid fire to the Asher. That's something that I would not do. But hey, it's the CCL. Anything can happen. Storm with the specialized device. That'll do a lot of damage as well. So damage for both sides here coming out, K-Bot. Not a lot of survivability in that draft.
Let's be clear, that Finny is Kitsuna, right? Maybe
That
thinking,
is
like,
Kitsuna.
leave
Yes.
both of the cooldown awakenings online, right? So that your Vice gets either the special, or not cooldown awakenings, but either get specialized training or rapid fire, which I suppose is probably going to be helpful for your goalie. And then you get a little bit more damage in the process when obviously you don't even need more damage. It's just the extra cherry on top. Maybe that's the logic or something of the sort. Not like there were any speed awakenings online or anything of the sort. Now the big finish comes out here for Kitsuna, able to get the job done. Mirimeg now to the corner. Cyber Swipe comes through from Shiro, and now recovery drone proc. Mirimeg actually sent back to his side of the pitch. Storm leaps in here again. There's the power cord, and it'll send the core through.
Nice little chain lightning there from Storm. Those are the plays you want to see, right? Last season, I'll just say this, a little more docile from Storm, right? Not as confident. This is what I like to see when you're playing a Vice Water Fury style, right? You got to get in there, right? You got to, score some goals. I think Water Fury had like 6 games on Vice in playoffs last season. One game. So I don't know. Vice is, Merchant. All the Vice players know you just got to get in there, right? You score a lot of goals with your ult and with your chain lightning, with your power cord. So I like to see that from Storm as we continue here on this second point. And it's Storm again who flips it in. I mean, look at this. Role swapping, Mirimeg back. Storm has his abilities. This is what I like to see. Good rotations coming out from NJIT. That's a great goal from Storm.
One thing you have to say there, of course, is that NJIT did have to use all 3 of their energy bursts. Kitsuna burned his at the same time that Mirimeg did, and then Storm used his for the goal. Maybe slight advantage, right, for St. Clair, but I'm grasping at straws, right? Things not looking the best here, especially with just the agency and the confidence that Storm is playing with right now, as you mentioned on this Vice. Core goes to the middle of those 2 barriers, doesn't find the second one here, and Storm TFT is going to have to slip on away for now. Does still have this recovery drone online, and has to be careful of the misdirection coming from across the pitch from Kitsuna. Judgmental gets it away from Mirimeg here, and now the core starts to slip away. Nice glitch pop comes through from Shiro. Will they be able to find Storm on the front lines? There's Judgmental coming through on the boost. Once again, doesn't get back on the eject button in time. Mirimeg is going to be able, or attempt to send it towards the barrier, but Judgmental was ready for it that time. Now uses his own energy burst. Storm TFT almost KO'd, but saved by the recovery drone here again. Kitsuna maybe looking for Mirimeg or just to apply a little more pressure. Judgmental with an opportunity here will find the firewall sentry, and will be able to team up for St. Clair's first goal.
Yeah, little Sony Pepega there coming out from Shiro Asu. I'm interested in this because Shiro Asu is positioning really far forward in a lot of these possessions. And it can make sense in the open net for your Asher to kind of position back towards the midline. You get the core forward to Amy, like we kind of saw there. With the Luna flying in with the Amy, but it's an interesting play style in the open net. Nice save there from Judgmental, but yeah, just remarking on that is they do find a KO finally. I think our first KO for the side of St. Clair.
Mirimeg looks the most punishable so far for the St. Clair Saints. They'll pick up that KO, but on the power play can't get a lot done. They'll find that second barrier with the whammy of Judgmental, who's now back in his own goal box. Shiraizu trying to help dig this one out. Not successful in doing so, though a good save there. Keeps the gates up here. There's the fiery flurry. Almost finds the clear again, but a good secondary from Kitsuna keeps it back in play. But even still, the transition back upfield. Storm TFT is able to send it to the bottom corner, and we've got an equal set.
Yeah, we got a game on our hands, K-Bot. Energy rising for the side of NJIT. 2 flips almost ready to go here for them. Storm with no elusive. On the other hand, getting Vice ulted. It is now staggered. The Finny ult onto the second barrier, but it's well defended. The Amy turret coming out. Storm TFT, though, not long for this world as the Meg coming back with that big fish. No better awakening for him to have, and the KO is found by NJIT.
Will they be able to find anything on this power play, though? Meg already flies in the Flying Phoenix. Now the misdirection will land against Judgmental, and the KO comes through off of the recovery drone proc. The power play extends. NJIT doesn't really have the ability to send the core quickly upfield. Now, there's the dash punch combination. Forward in the net, lets the barrier down. And the goal gates will open back up. Judgmental sends Kitsuna flying, but the orb will spawn right on time. Now we'll be looking to deny that. All the meanwhile, the core is back in NJIT's possession. Storm here, energy burst. Storm TFT takes it out of there before the Supernova goes through. Miri Meg now with a dribbling play to himself and will bring it home. That's 2 sets up for NJIT.
Yeah, an interesting play there by Storm on the flip, but it doesn't really end up mattering. Miri Meg with the dribble dash punch puts it in. A la Bells there on the conversion. NJIT go up 3 points to win their second set. 3 sets, the game will be over. Silly 3Z. All right, there's the Vice. Heavy impact locked in. That's going to mean a ton of damage from Storm. A ton of CDR as well. That's an awakening that's just super good on characters with a few impacts because you just get so much CDR as well as so much damage, kind of a dual threat there. The extra special Finny is going to be doing so much work as well, already with the Monumentalist, and then a reverberation for Miri Meg. I'd say NJIT have this game in hand. We saw that last set was 0.5, but this one shouldn't take quite as long. You already see the double ults coming out. Shiro Asu getting fully staggered. Miri Meg, though, doesn't find the KO either with the Juliet ultimate there, or the dash punch, not finding it, but no elusives remain for the side of St. Clair.
Low in the energy economy is never a good thing, especially as your stagger bar starts getting even lower. Finally, Miri Meg will find the KO versus Shiro, but all the meanwhile, the goal barriers are going to fall on the other side of the pitch. They fall as well for NJIT, but Judgmental once again comes in on the boost and apparently has to take matters into his own hands to get the core to the back of the net.
Yeah, that's kind of what you'd hope for if, you know, one of your teammates is dead. You have this Amy, you have this Luna to be a bit more explosive on your plays. The Vice is really the most explosive part of this comp for NJIT, the Juliet as well, you know, with these size awakenings, as Storm opting not to use the energy burst, loses both the barriers, and it's Shiro who forces the flip out. Storm does get the recovery drone out. My goodness, a bit of and Miri back now, you know, KO'd by Judgmental, but the recovery drone comes in for Miri Meg.
Kitsuna close to getting sent off. Not quite yet, though. Judgmental now flying in again. Storm TFT is in position, and it goes to the top corner. You know, 3Z, the other thing that I do want to comment on in that last draft that I think was critical is almost every player got something tangentially related to damage for St. Clair, right? The Stagger Swagger for Shiro, that second pick, denies that survivability away from NJIT. Then you pick up Stinger and Glass Cannon. Now, how much does Glass Cannon actually do when there's Vice bullying you around like this in the corner? I don't know exactly, but even still, there's at least a little more, and it is causing a few more KOs to go to the favor of the St. Clair Saints. Will they be able to execute here on the power play? It doesn't quite look like it up to this point. Triple take comes out here. Miri Meg back online. Judgmental tries to send it forward again, and the Crater comes out. Can't dig it out here, and the goal gates will open up for NJIT, but again, another KO comes through. This time, it's Kitsuna down. The barrier will fall once more, and the Supernova is out defensively. Never a good sign exactly when you're playing Vice. Judgmental in on the boost. Doesn't have the energy burst in time. Now is back. Is able to get this one away. Multiple energy bursts online right now for the St. Clair Saints. Storm doesn't have his. Can't quite get the core to the back of the net. Now pass forward, beautifully done from Shiro, and it's the 9th set dropped all season.
Okay, life for St. Clair, not what I was expecting. Shiro Asu proc Stagger Swagger, or sorry, they proc Stagger Swagger, but they proc, more importantly, Adrenaline Rush like five or six times that set. Getting a lot of KOs for St. Clair, super important for them. Like you said, they picked up some damage. I thought that NJIT had more. Apparently not. Just doing better with their positioning, doing better with their layering. And again, a little bit of a scary draft. You have the primetime Asher, primetime rapid fire. That's when it gets scary, right? We didn't deny the rapid fire, and now the primetime first pick, undeniable. Second spark for Finny. 1-2 punch for Luna. Some important awakenings. The fight or flight for Amy, though, if we keep getting these staggered targets, as well as if we get staggered ourselves, we have that stagger swagger, and then we have that fight or flight to equip our secondary so we can fly to safety if need be. Now it's Meg looking low, trading blows with Storm TFT on the other side. The Brawlers getting it done.
Shiro and Kitsuna evidently have already used up their recovery drone procs in this set. Now Meg takes one towards the barrier. We'll be looking for it here. Storm attempts to collapse on it as well. Judgmental now going to get KO'd back into his own net. The recovery drone procs it. It's just enough of a scramble in front of the net for Meg to come up with the goal.
Yeah, important to note that Shiro didn't start with recovery drone, so actually a little bit more vulnerable starting out with. But yes, Judgmental procs his recovery drone there, and Meg with a nice strike board to win the point. Going for the dash punch again, but won't quite connect there. This damage, I mean, you don't really know who's going to win each point. It's kind of just who will find a KO, right? Either these brawlers get a dash punch as Kitsuna's forced to burn flip right there, K-Bot.
Already burning flip. Now the firewall sentry goes out. Shiro does have an energy burst here as well. It uses it immediately after the supernova goes out. St. Clair's equalized the set again.
Yeah, they're fighting back. They're clawing their way back into this game, point by point. That's how you have to take it. Like I said before the game started, you're going to get dealt punches, and their punch, were thrown by NJIT here. The first two sets going their way. Oh, this Finny ult is diabolical. But they clear it out. What a clearance there from the side of St. Clair, K-Bot.
Keeps at least one barrier alive for now, and now, oh no. Awkward bounce off gravity well might mean danger here. The Crater and the Cyber Swipe both go out here. Now the Fiery Flurry is going to take out Shiro. Judgmental might be next to the chopping block here, but it doesn't look like Meg has got any cooldowns online right now. Even still, will bully away the Luna in order to take the energy burst. Meg on the dribble with the energy burst doesn't connect as the whammy comes through, and now will connect with Judgmental, taking him out for the time being. Shiro patiently waiting here. Everything gets thrown out all at once from NJIT, but even still, the forwards will hold for now until Storm leaps back forward. It's game point for NJIT.
Another KO there coming out from NJIT. Meg just bullying Judgmental the entire point. That Juliet to Luna matchup is sure tough if you can't consistently KO the Brawler. And there's the Finny ult coming forward again, but they're doing a decent job of putting pressure on Katsuna, as you see here, instantly KO'd in the corner, K-Bot. Now we have Adrenaline Rush on our Amy. Now we don't.
So it's the KO the other way as the Ivy's taken down. And the Adrenaline Rush means nothing when you're sitting on the bench. Meg will take one goal barrier here. Does have the energy burst once more, and with a little bit of extra stagger, certainly doesn't feel threatened by much of anything right now coming his way. Shiro potentially on the dribble here, buying some time, baiting out the supernova from the Storm goalie. Judgmental now down the Storm TFT. Recovery drone proc will send him away. Meg in pursuit to the goal, doesn't have the speed to catch up. Triple take tries to get it back up to him, but it's just not enough this time. Fiery Flurry out. Storm now low on energy, has no evades, and oh no. Looks like started that boost just in front of the goal line, and that's the game. Game one to NJIT.
A little bit of an anticlimactic ending there, K-Bot. Unfortunate boost there from Judgmental. His teammates did not have the bottom side covered there, unfortunately, and it's going to be game one to NJIT. Bit of even spread there. Hey, like I was saying, the Vice with the most goals, that's not uncommon. Not at all. 7 KOs for the Meg, 30k damage apiece for the backline duo of NJIT. Solid game, I would say, from St. Clair. The start definitely did not permit a ton of damage from them. Definitely favored the Finny with Monumentalist. Juliet with Recovery Drone, able to just execute those dash punches onto the Luna with pretty much no repercussion. Except for that one set where they got, most of their KOs right probably I guess it wasn't really that many, but it was probably like 2 or 3 KOs. It felt like a lot more, I'll be honest. But only
Yeah,
4
yeah.
KOs coming out here. It's just surprising me. I was watching the game and I felt like they were getting more in that set, but it was pretty quick. So that shows me that St. Clair's doing a good job of capitalizing off of their KOs, doing a good job capitalizing on their power plays, which means that, in a more even game, draft-wise, right, the Luna starting with the recovery drone, not ideal. In a more even game, Atlas Lab as well, super, super good for NJIT. That's kind of been a map that they favor consistently, a team that plays damage. So I think it'll be interesting to see if St. Clair opts to continue for this playstyle with the Luna, with the ranged backline, with the more damage-heavy playstyle, or if they say, hey, that's what NJIT does best, let's try something different. Let's try to play more core control, which is what they did here, just didn't work out for them.
Do you really? I don't know. Judgmental to me, 3Z sounds like he's going to be best on the Luna almost no matter what, right?
Well,
Um,
yes and no. I
yes
think
and no.
I think that's his best character, right? But he's also the best player on the team, which means if you're the best player on the team, you have to be able to play other things, and he definitely can, right? He showed off the Atlas in
Right.
the last series. He showed off, I'm sure he's played Asher today at some point. He knows when to put the fries in the bag, as we say, and lock in a melee goalie. There's no need to, I would say it's more dependent on Shiro, if they want to play more core control to play. Amy's fine, not the strongest pick in the meta at the moment, but a fine pick nonetheless. I just think I'd like to see something different from St. Clair, at least to adapt more to the starting awakenings. I don't know. I don't. The Luna didn't look bad. It just wasn't ideal there with the recovery drone. So I'd like to see something maybe a little different in the next game, depending on what the starting awakenings are, as well as the map. Because I believe it's on Night Market, which is not a very
It
strong
is.
map for Luna goalie.
It is Night Market as picked by NJIT. Evidently, according to the stream right now, which I don't know 100% if this is the case, but Twin Drive Siege Machine are our starter awakenings here. I'm not a terrible start for Luna, but probably not ideal.
I mean, which is it better for, right? Luna or Atlas? The answer is pretty clear to me. I'd say
Probably
Atlas pretty high priority here for both sides. I think Storm can play it as well. And we forget Storm is also a Luna goalie player. Flexing onto the Vice there, as the Luna on his team is Katsuna. But yeah, I think you just have to, especially on Night Market here, you see the Atlas getting banned from NJIT, anticipating that first pick. I'd say that's a pretty smart ban, especially if you want to continue to play KO. We'll see if Now gets first picked here, and hey, there it is, the Luna with Atlas banned, right? That opens up a lot of opportunities for damage. We'll see if Now gets locked in by either team. If not, that means it could be a damage game. The Juliet, the Meg special, feasting here on the Juliet in game 1, 7 KOs. We'll see how many he can get with this twin drive here in game 2. The Amy as well being locked in. I'd say that's for Storm. Liking those range goalies, going to continue to pick it here. The Amy on Night Market, a favorite of Soren's, has played it in a number of tournaments, including CCL. The X coming out, that'll be for Storm TFT as we await the third pick for the Saints. It'll be a Now. Okay, so they
There
kind
it
of
is.
flex that damage and core control, scaling late with X option KBot.
Okay, so we say X is a scaling champion, 3Z.
We do.
But do you really want to go down 0-2 to NJIT on your tournament life? Do you really want to do that mentally?
It's
'Cause
tough.
I'm not so sure.
It's tough. Juno. Katsuna Juno being locked in here. That will be the third pick for NJIT. I think that's a solid pick. I actually, it does really well into Luna. Obviously, Juno's a great pick into Luna. Avoids a lot of damage, right? You have that Blobbo bounce, I believe is called the secondary, where you can just go elusive, as well as create a little space from you and the brawler, or maybe a Luna ability you don't want to get hit by. I think it suffers maybe a bit into the Now, but it shouldn't be a huge problem because you'll have the Meg taking care of things in the midfield a little bit as well with the dash punch pressure. And then the Amy as well to back it up. I think this is a strong backline. It should be a little tough to play though. Amy Juno, not a lot of space to work with. So if this Now X can get on top of them with the Luna flying in behind them, then St. Clair can be a bit explosive on the offensive end. I just think this comp will suffer a little bit early, but the now will help early on for the X to stay alive. I just think I would favor NJIT's comp early, but honestly, it just comes down to gameplay. So we'll see what happens. Twin Drive here, probably going to be taken by 6 out of 6 players, I would imagine, but I don't know. Who knows? We'll see a Siege Machine, Juno, or something. You never know.
Loading onto the map now as the lock-ins come through, the formality here in our actual striker select. I imagine you're probably right. Twin Drive, known to be very weak awakening in the history of Omega Strikers.
Yeah.
And indeed, it is 6 for 6 on the map here. Slick kicks for most of the forwards. Katsuna, the only one opting for the Maxwells here on Night Market. As we load in to the game here, already see things coming out. And again, curious to see just how much pressure St. Clair can put up early. With a scaling composition, well, obviously, if you're able to win in one of these first early sets, it's a huge advantage moving forward.
Yeah, and you see the ideal game plan here come out. It's clear they have one, and that's bully the Meg, which is kind of what you have to do, right? You have a now, which means you have the damage pressure, and there's a KO coming out from Judgmental with the Rocket. AC trying to put it in now with Storm, but yeah, that's kind of what your strategy is, right? You have a now, which means you automatically win in damage, especially in these early sets, right? There's no damage on the board. It's just Twin Drive. You have now, you have double mines where you have the ultimate once you hit level 2, which will help your brawler survive, but it's Miriamag sniping the crosshair, and now both barriers are open, K-Bot. Oh my goodness, but we get a in return. Passing it off to you, but passing it off back to myself for that boost by Judgmental and Storm TFT with the follow-up. Great play.
Great play, and again, an early point to the board here. Gets that energy up for St. Clair, which is mission critical right now, and they're already going to take another barrier, although Miriamag responds in kind, takes down 2, trying to bully away Shiro. Judgmental, nice boost forward, able to take a barrier. Katsuna trying to buy some space here, and Storm TFT almost KO'd. But there you see the lifeline come through from Shiro. The exact point of this now. Just get that healing up the rest of the team. Storm attempting to collapse on this goal up here for NJIT as well. And Blabo chasing after that core is going to be able to pick it up finally. Miriamag trying to win some kind of interaction here versus Shiro, but Shiro does have the energy burst online. Storm TFT maybe in position on the top side, but now it's going to get sent away by the opposing Storm's energy burst. Still in a staggered state, almost KO. Now has to attempt to bully away, but again, the transition comes through. Miriamag, right place, right time. Doesn't even need the core flip here.
Yep. We saw the last game, just the dribble into dash punch, the classic setup. Juliet into Luna, one of the stronger parts of this comp from NJIT. You see Judgmental with a little bit of savvy on the eject buttons, but just getting punished really hard here by the Meg in some of these points. When he has his cooldowns up, it's important for Shiro, Asu, and Storm to keep his core up. But with the double slick kicks, you really need to keep it tiki-taka. You really need to pass the ball between each other to proc those slick kicks to keep possession. And against this Juno Amy, it's going to be difficult. Judgmental flies in now. And the round as Meg is just waiting like a shark in the water, if you will, on the eject button to put both the core and Judgmental into the back of the net.
And you know, that's those small little plays that most players, and when I say most players, I mean myself, not necessarily the pro games that everyone watches all of the time, but you're like, oh, surely I'll be fine here just to fly in. But then you notice that the brawler's standing right on top of your eject button the second that you try to come back. And that is not good news, ever. Although meanwhile, though, St. Clair are going to be able to take both barriers. Storm TFT tries to use the energy burst just to get it out of there, but Katsuna is controlling the midfield line right now here on Night Market. Miriamag still got an energy burst here, forced to use it, finds the KO first, and leaves the core to its own devices for a moment. Power play opportunity here. Storm does have an energy burst for NJIT. Miriamag finds it with a punch. Now the Flying Phoenix comes up just a little bit short. Katsuna Probably looking for Miri Meg again in
Oh
just
my.
a moment. No, never mind.
God.
Just going to find the KO. Juno player or Luna player cosplaying as Juno as it is.
my.
And now the core will go through. Katsuna taking over that point for himself, showing why he was the MVP last semester.
Yep. And I don't know. I haven't seen the NJIT games today, but I would guess that he would be the MVP, perhaps of playoffs. But who knows? Speculation. That was a nice Juno little combination there on the flip. As predicted, NJIT win this first set. Again, Katsuna does not want to take rapid fire, opting for that siege machine, which, as you'll recall, was the starting awakening. We do see that rapid fire get picked up by the Luna. The heavy impact Juliet dash punches now will be online for the Meg in terms of the knockback
If they weren't already.
KOs. Right. Storm here with the twin drive. Explosive entrance means that this has so much more presence on the offensive end. And then Storm with the specialized, if he can land those dash punches, which, he just missed one there. But if he can land those dash punches on X, every 30 or so seconds when that cooldown is up, that'll be a major factor here, K-pop.
Gonna be looking for more of those. It's all right to drop the first set here if you are St. Clair onto equally matched teams, and they'll take the first goal in this second one here. You note that Storm TFT really going to have to start stepping up, especially as more awakenings go to this X. Specialized training, of course, is the first play here, and we'll likely just be looking for more of those KOs, trying to go for some of these punishes, but hasn't been able to find it right now. Right now, it's all Katsuna and Miri Meg in the blue goal box. Looking for it yet again. Can't find it just yet, but then it causes enough chaos, and it's just the Flying Phoenix in. Once and again, another goal to the Meg.
Yeah, one thing about these ranged goalies is that they do rely a lot on your midfielder to kind of keep control of the core, and so that's something that Storm can trust Katsuna to do. And I don't know if I can say the same for Judgmental and Shiro, but as Judgmental flies in, he doesn't mind, right? He'll just fly in, and if he loses his barriers to Miri Meg, so be it, right? As we see, Storm does land a dash punch, and who's it on to? Well, the other Storm, as it were, and there's the second goal. It's actually going to go in from Judgmental there for St. Clair. But yeah, to my point, I think the thing I like about this, X now Luna comp is that they can cover the cross, right? X now stuffs it into the corner, and then the Luna can cover the cross. If Miri Meg is disciplined enough, though, to kind of just stay up, he can. Oh my goodness, what's going on? He can. Pardon me. He can punish the Luna, right? As we've seen on many of these points, but it's just a very more explosive comp than what you normally see with a melee goalie behind this X now.
I don't know what happened to Shiro's stagger bar at the beginning of this point, but able to heal back up for the most part. Now, though, looking scary. Judgmental, rather low. Storm TFT has to use the bull rush, and now will take out Miri Meg. It's a power play, but not the way you thought it would be. Storm now looking for a play to himself, and the energy burst. And no. Oh, no.
That's what you want to see there. Judgmental just makes a little mistake. Gets stunned out of his strike there by the Amy turret. Yeah, you can see not too happy about that one. But hey, what did I say? You got to bounce back from those punches. You got to take it in stride, right? Just laugh it off. Here goes Storm again. Going to get that dash canceled by the Katsuna flip here. But that is burned as Storm now the only remaining player on the field with his flip.
Oh, looking for the double barrier. Didn't find it there. Not using the energy burst to secure the second one, and Miri Meg comes in to KO the opposing goalie. Storm TFT has to drop all the way back, but the Juno Blabo able to find the goal barrier. Miri Meg looking for a second one as the lifeline comes in from Shiro just to try to keep the point in the set alive. Judgmental from downtown off the respawn doesn't find it quite yet. The core dies down for just a moment. Storm TFT now probably the next one to go, and one of the members of NJIT is probably going to jump on top of him in just a moment. There's Katsuna on the Blabo. Now Miri Meg able to find the outplay, dribble to yourself, and able to cover any opportunity of a strike war there. It's NJIT now on to what could be their final set win of this semester.
Yeah, we saw it last game. as well. With that close third set, I believe it was, where maybe it was the second set where St. Clair, came close, went 0.5, and then they were able to win the next set. So maybe we'll see that happen here as X gets 1-2 punch. Luna with the extra special getting the Deadeye denied away by the Juno. That's going to mean a lot of damage coming out for NJIT. Once again, the Meg, the signature Big Fish, landing there. This now has a lot of not core speed, just regular speed. With this Among Titans, with this fight or flight, I'm just concerned with the slick kicks. Maybe they won't be able to strike the core as much with this, Amy, Juno coming out here. But we'll see if they can control this core around a large Meg, as well as two range core control characters such as Amy and Juno here, K-Bot.
Looking for the barrier the second time. Will find it here. The X Maximus has gone away. Kitsuna's Blobbo comes up, but sends the core to the corner. No, Judgmental. The Crater was on the wrong side of the core that time. Judgmental down to Shiro. Here come more Blobbos from Kitsuna, but Shiro back on the speed. Judgmental flying in, can't find the core. Storm back to himself.
Zoinks.
In the energy burst. Looking for more here. Kitsuna now able to cover the top side. Miri Meg in position potentially for the goal to go in. Not quite yet, as all three members of the St. Clair Saints are back. Shiro pops the energy burst. Judgmental flies after the core and puts it away in a position that looked incredibly dangerous. Still goes for the offensive play. Let him fly.
Yeah, just trusted his two teammates to hold it down, and that's what I enjoy about watching Judgmental, right? He's, when all things look lost, the Luna will fly in and do something explosive, and hey, you'll either win that interaction or you'll lose that interaction. And if you win it, you score, and you put the, goal in, or you lose it, and the core goes back to your teammates who you have to trust, but getting punished there on the flight by the Meg, who's taking notes here and gonna punish the flight from Judgmental. But holding is Shiro Asu and Storm TFT for now.
Back off the respawn here. Craters come out. Goal barrier's gone down. Storm already used the cyber swipe here. Shiro going to be able to get them best of Storm that time. Judgmental has to use the boost defensively this time around. The bull rush doesn't quite come up with the core. And now Shiro looking to try to control the midfield line for the St. Clair Saints, but can't quite get it around Miri Meg in the Big Fish right now. Now there's the energy burst. Firewall Sentry is out. Bull rush used. Tron the defensive. Looking for even more here. And the scramble looks like it's going to keep the core out for the Saints right now. But no, the Blobbo is in position and will send it through.
Yeah, that's tough. You expect your brawler to play pretty good defense, and Storm did there. Just unfortunate. Didn't see that slime. The default that I always play by is clear to the bumper. A little note for all the brawlers out there trying to help their team out on defense, but a very exciting point there from St. Clair. They almost brought that one back, and that's, again, I'll say this, even though they might lose this game, they might lose this series, they're a very resilient team, and I'm appreciating how much passion they're playing with here. As you see, they lose their second barrier to the Meg, but how will they bounce back from that?
Shiro low on stagger, actually just going to be able to revive just enough. Now Storm TFT trying to bowl Miri Meg back into the net that he's trying to score in. Doesn't find it just yet. Now all the cooldowns are down. Good defensive backing here. Keeps the core out and alive for now. Miri Meg, though, will still claim another power play for the Highlanders. Miri Meg up to Kitsuna, down to the Blobbo, and in. It is championship point now for the NJIT Highlanders.
Yep, championship point indeed. NJIT, they got one more point before they are your CCL champions, and there they go, taking two barriers here, K-Bot. I'll let you take it away for what could be the final point.
Now a power play as well. NJIT is not holding back, despite the fact that this could be it. This could be it. Judgmental finds the boost. The Fiery Flurry's out. Here's the Firewall Sentry as well, and Miri Meg sends it home. The Highlanders have completed the perfect season. 12-0 in matches, 24-0 in games, and they are your CCL Spring 2025 champions.
Yes, they are, K-Bot. And there you see, I believe, the MVP of the match. That will be Katsuna there. With the 69 shots, 154 redirects, even 10 saves. 3 goals and 3 assists there. The Meg securing 5 KOs and 5 goals as well. Great play in general. Very impressed by this NJIT team. I appreciated how Storm has kind of blossomed onto these, range goalie picks, playing it with a lot more confidence in tandem with his midfielder. Shout out to St. Clair. I thought they played with a lot of resilience here. But like you said, you don't want to go down 2 sets because that means you only have 1 more to work with, and they just couldn't pull it out there in the final. Shout out to Judgmental, Sheer, AC and Storm TFT. Valiant competitors, but hey, there's levels. And NJIT, they rose above. Congratulations to your spring 2025 champions.
They are on another level, and they have climbed to the greatest height that the Collegiate Corestrike League has to offer. 3Z, let me read this out to you. 9th in fall 2023, 5th in spring 2024, 2nd runner-up in fall 2024, and now finally claim the title of first place and champion here in the Collegiate Corestrike League. That is NJIT's history, of course. Getting the boost of Kitsuna last season is quite significant, but even still, they've been on the come up even before then, and it is finally their time to take the spotlight. Folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be hearing from the NJIT squad up next as Dylan Surplus himself will take it over for a little interview, and we'll get that set up for you right now. 3Z, anything else there is to say as you now pass on the torch to the Highlanders?
Just want to say congratulations. Enjoy this win with your teammates. It's an honor to have casted this game, watch you guys win. So congratulations to NJIT. Thank you to Bestie and Slot for putting on this production. Shout out to Dylan Surplus, everyone at CCL, Trademark and Coin. Shout out to all the competitors. Everyone played amazing today. It was great to watch. I always love watching CCL, and thank you, K-Bot, for casting with me. And thanks everyone for watching. So stay tuned for our winner's interview.
Yeah, couldn't do it, of course, without you all at home who decide to tune in to either the playoffs broadcast now on Bestie and Slot or whatever shenanigans happen for the first hour of every week that we're live on the CCL Game Day desk. Folks, don't go anywhere. That winner's interview is up next. Congratulations to the NJIT Highlanders as your CCL Spring 2025 champion.
the 1972 Miami Dolphins, the 2022 Georgia Bulldogs, the 1976 Indiana Hoosiers, and now the 2025 NJIT Highlanders join the illustrious list of undefeated champions. I'm here with the entire team, not just Miri Meg. Miri Meg's here on camera, but the rest of the team is here in call. Don't worry. Gentlemen, fellas, how are you feeling? What's the emotions right now?
It's pretty good.
I'm feeling pretty good.
I honestly felt like we all saw this coming. It felt like a redemption arc from last season, barely missing out. And to take it in such a dominant fashion really put it to like claim that we are as strong as we thought we were.
Very nice, very nice. I know that Storm's feeling great. You finally got that Sony W.
Yeah, I mean, first tournament W.
There you go. Easy peasy. And Katsuna, how are you feeling right now?
I'm not surprised we won. I'm hoping there's more competition next semester.
Oh,
Come get us, guys.
All right, love
yeah.
to hear that. First things first, what was going through your minds as the winning goal was scored? Was it relief? Was it cheering? What was happening in that VC?
what was happening was I was getting yelled at by my goalie for not letting him score the final goal.
Oh no!
I strike toward a little too well and put it in.
Storm, can you elaborate on that a little bit?
I had a perfect,
Like,
lovely double kill lined up, and I got it stolen from me.
Oh no, that's awful.
he was talking like right before that point was happening. He said he wasn't getting involved enough in that game. I was like, all right, I'll set this last one up for you, and then I didn't.
Well, hey, as long as that's water in the bridge, you guys are national champions. I
All
think that's
good.
okay. This will
think
come
it's
up
all right.
in the 30 for 30 in a few years, so we'll leave it at that. Look, I'm gonna go all the way back in your to the beginning of the CCL. Y'all were in here in the first season. Fall 2023, you guys get 9th to 12th. Spring 2024, you guys break top 6, get 5th, 6th. Last year, runners up, losing to UCLA. How much work have you all put into the game, into this craft for the past 4 semesters?
I think I'm the one to speak on this because I was the one here from the beginning. And at the very start of it, this was just some game that I was trying to get some like friends from my classes who also played Overwatch and like played Lucio Ball to try out. So I was able to pull over Sarah and Ansi, and Ansi played a bit. Sarah was the one who actually fell in love with it. We played that first season. We did all right. Better than I expected, honestly, for how much. I think the skill level at that time I was a bit higher than the two of them. Sarah now is probably as good as me in some aspects on some characters. Come to find out some semester late, maybe 1-2 semesters later, I find out Storm exists out on my campus.
I was
Already
there
plays
first.
the game.
I was there first. I was there the first semester.
Oh yeah, except you like sucked. So you
I
won 17-2 or something.
messaged you in one of the first big fishes because I was playing
Oh wait, yeah.
in it. Yeah.
Whoa.
And then it was one of the very first ones. I was like, wait, this guy goes to NJIT. What the hell? Like, this is crazy. And yeah, I wasn't very good. I played like a bit at first, but
Flat Warrior. That's what we
Yeah.
all are.
I mean, I did play. It was the loser size of Grands, I think, the first season of CCL.
Wow, there you go.
And then we continued to scale the next semester. Got Storm playing, and he took a step back. Stuck around the middle of the pack for a while. And then I come and find out this last start of this school year, I come to find out Katsuna's coming to school here. I'm already good friends with him. It's like, wait a second, what's stopping us? Oh wait, UCLA exists. They've scaled Water Fury now plays the game. Can't win that one. Gramella no longer can play. No one's left stop us, and here we are at the top.
I did see Katsuna put in chat, where's UCLA? I want to fight Josh again. So
I'm down for the run back.
I'm down for
I'm
the run
also
back.
down for the run back. Like, sounds really fun.
Oh yeah. There might be something going down, some plans being made for that. So stay tuned for that. Potential. I'm just putting it out there. But there you go. My next big question here. You guys, I don't think dominant is the word for it. There's got to be something more than dominant. Infallible, almost perfection, as close to perfection as you can get this season. was for y'all. You guys told me as I joined this VC, you guys have never gone to a game 5. You guys have never gone to a set 5.
Set 5,
Yeah.
You guys have only dropped 9 sets all season, 4 in the regular season, 5 in the playoffs. So honestly, your playoffs run is a little worse than your regular season run, but that's okay. That's fine. Unfortunately, but that's okay. That's fine. I did want to ask, because of your dominance in the league so far, did any team you faced this season give you any challenges, or was it just smooth sailing?
Katsuna, how you talk here? What do you think?
What?
Any
Smooth
team?
sailing, guys.
Okay. There
Smooth
we
sailing.
go.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, I saw y'all's game against GMU. That was a lot of fun. Was there any team in bracket that gave you a little bit more of a run for your money, or was it still smooth sailing?
I think Lakeland did better than I thought they would. We had to get some things going our way in one of the games. I want to say on Gates of Xera. That one wasn't completely smooth, but then we figured it out and didn't go set 5.
Mm-hmm. Weston in chat is also saying Colorado is the only team to take 2 sets off of NJIT.
Oh, did they? Wait.
Now,
Did that
here's the thing.
I might have been wrong then.
Here's the thing.
They took 2 sets in mains during
that
the
2
main
different
season.
games?
Yeah, in
Okay.
2 different games. One each.
One each.
Yeah.
I will also say that CU is tied with GMU because they took 2 sets today.
All right.
So fair. Let's Colorado and GMU transfer. National champions as well there, I guess. But
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, you guys are absolutely dominant. You guys are absolutely insane. Do you guys have anyone to shout out? Anything else to say about the competitors, about the league, anything?
I mean, shout out to Sero. That guy's a beast. He's been
goat.
around since the beginning. I mean, he was at the Dallas LAN. Love that guy.
That guy's really cool. Shout out SCC actually for a good grand finals match, and also just being the only team we scrimmed against. I want to say that was another college. So appreciate them giving scrim brocks. Shout out UCLA for making us actually have to try, and then now we're here. That's you got anything?
Yeah, shout out to Soren for motivating me to win so that I don't have to play now. I hate now, guys. Fuck now. Oops.
Well, he got his one.
You got your one. You got your one there. I'm gonna have to announce here that your playoffs MVP is Miri Meg. Congratulations, Miri Meg. You are the playoffs MVP as decided by the admins. We will be having regular season MVP as well, being voted on after this week. I'm going to shout out a few people really quick. Thank you to everybody at Bestie and Slot, Sayanachi, for coming out and helping us, especially Saya for broadcasting the CCL this season. It's been an honor to be on Bestie and Slot. I want to shout out our great sponsors, Advanced.gg and Asus ROG. Thank you guys for your support of the league. I believe I just got a message they were going to be adding prizing as well. So, and all of our top 6 competitors will be getting shakers and tubs. Top 3 will get shakers. The rest, everybody else will get tubs of energy powder. I want to thank everybody in the CCL. Without these teams, without all these colleges, we could not exist. So thank you so much for participating and playing in the league. Thank you to everybody who casted. Thank you to everybody who watched. Thank you to the artists at Striker Central. Y'all are the lifeblood of this sport and the collegiate scene. That will do it here for us on Bestie and Slot. We will see you guys next semester. Yes, we will be having a fall semester. More details coming out soon. But for now, NJIT are your national champions. Maybe some other team can grab the crown come fall. We'll see you guys next season. Have a great evening and good night.